the founding home for the University of the West Indies, Mona, here in Jamaica. This is where the tournament begins. This is where it will be held for the next 5 days. And we start with this game, Cayman Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago in the men's under-19 category. We've also have the women 15s tournament, and it's all going to be live here in St. Andrew. Well, it is quite hot here in Jamaica today as it was a couple of days ago, and it will be hotter, 29 degrees Celsius, but around middays can go up until like 35 degrees. So these teams will be looking to stay hydrated and of course be watching the weather. They have tough conditions to play in, but I'm sure that they're ready for the competition. Hello and welcome to the UE Mona Bowl. My name is Gerard Morris Sealy and this is the 2023 Rugby America's North Tournament. We have the men's under-19 tournament and of course the women's senior 15s. It was the 12s tournament last year, but this time around they've upped it to a full field of players, and this is going to be one that is exciting. The teams are going through their preparations, their warm-up drills, and they're getting ready for this first game. Cayman Islands up against Trinidad and Tobago, but it was all about last season. If we look back, USA South, who are in this tournament again, they are going to defend their titles. They won both tournaments last year, starting with the women's game. They played against St. Lucia in their opening match. St. Lucia, of course, they had a few highlights of their own, some good moments like this one, a try there coming from St. Lucia, and they're not in this tournament this time around, unfortunately, but I'm sure that they will be reminiscing on the good times such as this one. But USA South, they would have come out as the eventual winners in this game, and then they took that straight up until the final, where they had a little bit more of a challenge in that game. Jamaica were the finalists that they played against, eventual runners-up, but USA South, of course, showing their experience. This team would have come together for the first time like 2 weeks before the tournament, as the coach would have said, and they came out as eventual champions of this tournament, and they'll be looking to take home not the 12s but the 15s tournament this time around, and Jamaica will be looking for retribution. And the men, of course, USA South dominated in that category as well. They would have come around as the winners. Their opening game, the second game of the tournament, was against Jamaica. This game was very close. I think both teams were looking to feel each other out, get a taste of what it was like to play in these conditions here in Jamaica. And this game was very, very close. Jamaica, they came short. Came up just a bit short in this first round. 22-0 they came out, USA South the winners, and then they took that into the final where both of these teams met again. That game was a runaway train for the USA South team. Jamaica, they were struggling with some injuries, lost a few players throughout the tournament, and that affected them drastically. 56-10 this game, this championship match finished. But Jamaica, of course, will be looking for retribution. They were quite satisfied with their performance the first time their rugby team were playing together, and they were very happy. The coach was very happy, and they celebrated with the USA South team, who were the eventual winners of the tournament. Yeah, so this is what it's going to be like. The women's 15s this time around alongside the men's under-19s. This tournament is one that you have to watch very closely. Rugby is not a very popular sport in this region, but we're trying to get it more popular, and this is where it starts. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a break now and come back with more action from the UE Mona Bowl. Welcome back to the UE Mono Bowl for the Rugby America North tournament here, the women's 12, women's 15s, and the men's under 19s. I'm here speaking with Neil Brooks, the general manager of Rugby America's North. And Neil, I want to ask you firstly, why back here in Jamaica?
Well, first of all, you have to look around these hillsides overlooking Kingston. It's a beautiful backdrop in a great place, the University of West Indies. It works for us. There's plenty of space. It's a lovely pitch, as you can see now as well. And it's based on a bit of a legacy. We had a good competition last year, and it just makes sense to bring it back to the same venue. We have the expertise, the knowledge, SportsMax around as well. So it just makes sense to do a double header and come back here this year for another successful venue and competition.
Yeah, so we know that the planning of these tournaments is very intricate. Exactly when does the planning process start for a tournament like this?
Yeah, so really it started, I would say, 3 or 4 months out. So the main part of the planning, like I just said, it helps us having it in the second year running. So the infrastructure is set up. We know what we're dealing with. We know what the problems we encountered last year. But it's all about planning for the teams. The teams have to budget. They have to get the finances sorted out. They have to get the players' availability and the training sorted out as well. So it starts from 4 months out, and then it builds its way up. And then once you get to 2 or 3 weeks out, it really is to the grindstone, working with Jamaican Rugby Union, who've done a fantastic job once again, sorting the competition out and the infrastructure. But it's really the last 2 weeks when it really starts getting busy. Once the first game starts, now hopefully, fingers crossed, things run smoothly, and it's 5 days of great rugby.
Well, thank you, Neil, and we're hoping for a great tournament.
Okay, thank you too.
All right, so that was Neil Brooks, the general manager of Rugby America's North. Now let's have a chat with Charmaine, who's one of the coordinators of this tournament, and you would have been mostly responsible for a lot of the training sessions that went on the week prior to this tournament, first aid and referee training. How did that go throughout the week?
Not referee training. So what we were doing is primarily medical focused training for the past couple of days.
Yes.
So preparing first aid responders and preparing medical doctors and physios for on-field management. World Rugby really has a particularly high standard that people are expected to meet, and you must be certified before you can get out on the field out there. Excellent training session, lots of great energy, and we'll see a lot of those persons out here over the course of the next 5 days.
Yeah, so was it that the teams provided persons to take part in these, or were they hand-selected by Rugby America's North?
We've actually got a mixture because of the partnership of Rugby Union with the University of the West Indies. We have students in our Master's Sports Medicine program that we would have definitely put those students in because they're here for a 2-week practicum right now as well. And then teams from the different countries were given the option of sending in representatives that would be working with their team. So we actually have participants that were from across the Caribbean region involved in the training.
All right, well, thank you so much, and we're glad that the first aid training went as well as it could have.
Great. And you're struggling a little bit with the name. Just stick with Dr. Martin. The first name is too difficult. Yes.
All right,
Dr. Martin is fine.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay.
Martin. Yeah, so let's go upstairs now. We're moments away from our first game, Cayman Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago in the men's under-19 category. And of course, we'll be getting ready for that game very, very soon. We have a lot of action going around here. You heard about the first aid training, which is very important. Of course, you know, rugby is a very stringent sport on the body, and of course these medical personnel around here will be ensuring that these players remain as safe and these injuries can be handled with care. So let's head now to our commentary team very shortly, and Cayman Islands, we see them in we see Cayman Islands and Trinidad and Tobago getting ready, and let's have a chat now with the Cayman Islands coach, Edward Weston. Coach Weston, you're playing in the opening game against Trinidad and Tobago. It's never easy to play an opening game. There may be some jitters there for your team, but what have you been saying to them to ensure that they are ready for this game?
A lot of our boys played in the tournament last year, so they're familiar with the setup, familiar with this grounds because it was hosted here, and we have the addition of some more guys coming in to strengthen the team, and I think they're ready. They've been training hard over the last year to prepare for this, putting the work in the gym and on the field, and yeah, I think they're calm and confident.
You had a 5th place finish in the last tournament when we saw you, what are some of the things that you would have gone back home and worked on to ensure that you get a stronger finish this time?
I think, as I said, like the physical preparedness, like working in the gym, and then just getting that cohesiveness on the field. So last year we had a pretty young team, not as experienced, and most of the team is still here this year, another year older, another year more experienced. So really looking forward to it.
All right, Coach, we'll see you. Coach, you'll be playing against Cayman Islands, a team that seems to be pretty big, a lot of tall boys. How do you plan to combat that?
As I say, with good tackling, our boys have been well prepared for this, for playing against the bigger teams. We've played some in preparation for here. We played some teams from outside that had size, so they prepped the boys for this moment.
Yeah, well, I want to ask you about the weather, though, because it's really hot here in Jamaica. How have the team been able to, have you been keeping them hydrated and just making sure that they're fit and ready to go?
Yeah, of course. As the hydration is key, especially in these all-day tournaments, two games a day is very key. Since last night, boys just drinking water, putting electrolytes in, and, well, coming from Trinidad, similar weather, so we hope that we can adapt quickly.
Now, what are some of the strengths that this Trinidad and Tobago team brings to this tournament?
As always, we have flair and athleticism and speed. So we hope to capitalize on that against the bigger teams. So that's what we look for.
So let's head to break now. When we come back, we'll be getting ready for the first game in the men's under-19 category, Cayman Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the University of West Indies Mona Bowl here in the beautiful Kingston, Jamaica. My name is Gavin McCleavey. I'm alongside Kelson Figaro. We're about to get underway with a fantastic game to start us off. Cayman Islands against Trinidad and Tobago. Kelson, quick word from you. What are you expecting from this your Trinidad boys here today and this week?
Okay, good morning, and thank you, Gavin, again for the introduction. And again, these two teams finished 5th and 6th, respectively, last year, and they're good.
Oh, there we've got the Cayman Islands team coming up here. Timothy Maldonado Ebanks, Alexander Fox, great tournament last year. Shemiel Scott, Jonathan Robson, Nathaniel Scotland. Number 6, the flankers, Ryan Bennett, 7, Frederick Robson. The big 8-man, Luke McFarlane's going to be a big impact player. 9, Clancy Hannon at scrum half. The director of traffic, Tom Byrne, number 10. And you've got one of the wings, Kai Birch at 11. On the other side, Imani Ebanks. And then your midfield consists of James Reese, Robert Ayers and Sebastian Giraud at the back.
And for the TNT team, we have lined up in front number 1, Codrington, number 2, Damian Wilkinson, number 3, Ian McLaughlin, number 4, Marcel, Anderson. We have Williams and Walton. With Stanley at the number 8, Jeremy Bonus, a birthday boy at number 9, Nathan Macheng, captain. Darius Allen on one wing, Elijah Williams on the other. Reese Villiers and Edmund George make up the center with Judah Duncan at 15.
So what are we expecting from these guys today, Kelson? What kind of work? I mean, last year, Trinidad and Tobago, they were a very young team, a little bit immature last year, but it looks like they've grown into their bodies a bit this time around. Are we expecting big things from these boys?
Definitely, Gavin, definitely. Some repeat boys from last year, so they have a bit of experience under their belt, and we'll see a lot of changes from last year.
Yeah, and the Cayman lads as well, I think they've got a lot of returners as well. Their front row's looking really handy. Alexander Fox made massive impacts last year, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Shemuel Scott can do. But I'm always loving on the front row guys, aren't I?
Definitely, Gavin. And again, Alexander Fox really was a stalwart last year for the team, really led from the front. He said he's the fastest forward, he said last year. So we're going to see if he has the speed again this year.
Absolutely. It's a nice warm day out here in the Huey Bowl, the Mona Bowl at the University of West Indies, our hosts for the week. There's the boys out there getting set up. Middle of the park there, you've got the referee, Kevin Morale of Barbados. He'll be directing traffic for both teams. A phenomenal referee. No longer playing the game as much, so got into the refereeing side of things and some administration in the beautiful island of Barbados. A lot of experience out there.
Again, for those of you viewing Trinidad and Tobago in the red, white, and black strips, the left of your screen came on in the brighter red pitch or strips there. And again, we're going to see fast-paced rugby from Trinidad and Tobago, while the Cayman boys, we can expect lots of rummaging from the big boys in the forward pack.
Yep, ready?
So young Nathan Achim to get us started in just a few seconds. Good kick to the top side, aiming at Alex Fox, and Trinidad and Tobago somehow come away with that one. A couple of settling pods to get them going. Still early in the morning, half the guys might even be asleep at this point, but Achim delivering outside, and there's a knock on there, but we'll go back. Offside, says Morel.
And again, Gavin, that's just the news. First game out of the tournament. Everyone super excited. Energy just flustering. And again, you can see the maturity here of the Trinidad and Tobago 10. Going to try to add 3 points to get Trinidad and Tobago in front early in this encounter.
Yep, Achim immediately calling for his tee. I think the tee boy was still finishing his warm-up.
And again, yesterday at the hotel for the captain shoot, we saw the barrage of fans just rushing the number 10 from Trinidad and Tobago, just wanted to get a pick of him. And again, he really enjoyed that celebrity status yesterday.
Boy band material, Nathan Achim. Typical fly half. Got the skills and looks good too. Looks good. No, wide. That one does not kick successfully. So it'll be a 22 dropout.
And again, great option by Trinidad and Tobago to try to kick for the post. If they miss like that case, they get to kick it back at them and they get another bite at the cherry. So again, mistakes again happen, and Cayman got away unpunished in that one.
Immediate good response. That right there shows me that this team has matured already in this past year. There's Achim with the ball, looking for his fullback, looking to go wide. And there's a ball handed over there, gave it away.
I apologize. I blew the whistle. Don't worry, we'll go for a okay? We'll get the advantage next time. My apologies.
And advantage Cayman's way, so they'll take the scrum just about the halfway line.
And again, minor advantages such as knock-ons and forward passes results in the scrum with the non-offending team putting it in. So again, you get to see for all the new viewers of rugby here on SportsMax. You can see it here live. And for those of you who are in Jamaica, make your way down to UE Mona Bowl. Admission is free to come see international rugby action here in Jamaica.
And Cayman come away with that. Good pressure from the Trinidad and Tobago scrum half. Good kick deep. Now, was that the 50-22? I believe it was.
Excellent positional kick there. Just putting Trinidad and Tobago under pressure. Looked up and saw that the coverage was a bit flat and just bumped it into touch. And again, the 50-22 rule came into play there. So Cayman gets the throw in, the put in deep inside TNT's half.
Yeah, great little grubber kick just inside his own half. Smart play, and he managed to roll it out to that top side. So Cayman in a phenomenal position here, just 5 yards out from Trinidad and Tobago's line.
Garvin will look for a big push by the forwards if they get it right there. But again, they go for the cheeky forward play just short of the line.
Yeah, the hooker taking the ball back in. Now they've got a lot of width here. Will they use it? Yes, they're looking for the centres. Centres are making yards. Ball comes out clean out the back. Oh, and a knock on that.
Again, TNT just did enough to harass the scrum half there, just get the ball knocked on and trying to pass the ball. And again, that's great defense by TNT, just absorbing all that pressure and resulted with their putting into the scrum.
Good pressure here from Cayman. Put themselves in a good position. Trinidad with their backs to the wall a little bit.
Okay. Good.
TNT going to try to opt to clear their lines here, just relieve some of the pressure and just walk it up if they can. Just 4 minutes going in this game, so anything is possible. No score yet.
This has come the way of Trinidad and Tobago. The team's going to get some pressure here. He gets that ball away cleanly, though. It's a good kick, solid.
And again, great kick. 40-meter purchase on it. TNT gets a chance to take a deep breath and relax, reorganize. And again, it's been end-to-end action. 1 minute TNT for throw a 3-point kick. Then Cayman had opportunity to score 5 points. And a lot has happened so far in 5 minutes of rugby play.
Yeah, it's good stuff, end to end, and we've got the situation here where you've got it's only 20-minute halves in the run-up of the week. Games generally at this age group 35-minute halves, but they're going to play multiple games, so they have to reduce the minutes on the field. So it's going to be quick-fire games back-to-back here today. Cayman come away with this one. A good maul, making yards. They're keeping it moving. The referee's happy to let them go with it.
Good.
And he's come out the side now. He's attacking the centre. Good tackle. Ball comes out quickly. Cayman have got numbers over here. Nice dummy run. Ball knocked on there. Managed to scoop it back up, but there was a knock on.
And again, Garvin, there, the chance went to Beggin. The pass just behind the runner. And again, sometimes just great for run and play if the ball just goes just in front for you to run onto it nice and easily. And again, just a bit of handling errors there just let Cayman Islands down.
Yeah, that back line, a little bit anxious, overrunning it. Always nervous in the first few minutes. And that was the real first attack.
Guys, just watch your back foot out those rocks, huh? All right.
Interesting enough, Garvin, Cayman Islands has a Maple Group development program which really has a lot of underage or training for boys and girls in back home in Grand Cayman. And again, they created a pathway to ensure they always have youth to fill in their under-19 program.
Yeah, and their adult team's doing quite well. Also, big, heavy carry there from the youngster from Trinidad and Tobago. Now there's a bit of space on that top side. Bit of scrappy play. Cayman come away with it this time. He goes on the top side.
Backward. Onside.
And again, Cayman somehow managed to clean that up. And the great pressure from Trinidad and Tobago. Really getting off their line. Good line speed and managed to stay on side. Steps inside. Taken to ground. Plenty of bodies over the ball. But again, quick recycle from Cayman. An inside ball to Fox. Fox bumps one. takes a couple others with him.
Back foot.
And again, using that top side one more time, almost coming away with it. But Trinidad and Tobago now with the ball.
Back foot.
Can they get themselves out of here?
Advantage.
Another solid kick from Achim. And that one's rolled all the way back into the 22, putting the Cayman fullback under some serious pressure. Giroud deals with it well. Good step. He's making some good yards. That's 10, 15. He's got into their 40 now. Looking for support.
Back foot. Cayman, back foot.
Looking for their pod on this near side. It's a little isolated and there's Cayman bodies on him. Big tackle.
Back foot. Advantage.
And on his feet. Great work from the front row forwards. Achim out the back. Nice little step. And he steps inside. Good yards from this Trinidad and Tobago team. Finally making some yards.
And again, that's Aaron Stanley. Then he made the big run earlier. And again, he's back end doing burly work for TNT. Trinidad and Tobago getting the advantage again. And Cayman is on the cusp here, trying to get the defense sorted.
Marcel working well.
Penalty, offside.
Oh, and Cayman offside, putting themselves under pressure. Chim wants to play quickly, and he has. He's coming this near side. One pass, big contact, just to 2 yards out now. And some phenomenal counter-rucking from Cayman, but the referee doesn't like it. Just a little overzealous in there, I think.
And I think Nathan Maching take it quick. Caught Cayman napping, and TNT tried to take it again on Aaron Stanley. He's trying to go for the post. Stopped just 2 meters short. TNT going for 5 and not 3.
Leave it.
They've got to be close there. He's going to go for the pick and go. Yes, he is. Does he dot it down? Yes, he does. Trinidad and Tobago on the scoreboard.
That's Ian McLaughlin doing the big man's work there, just staying to the back of the rock, just waiting for the opportune time. And TNT gets the first score of the tournament here at RAN 2023.
Yeah, I feel like we'll be mentioning his name a lot again this week, as we did last year. He was a big impact player, and he saw the line. There was no way you're going to stop him.
And again, that look back at the replay here. We can see Trinidad and Tobago doing great work at the back. McLaughlin just waiting on his time, picked the opportunity, and just over 5 points TNT.
Got to get that water in today. It's going to be hot out here. Temperatures rising early this morning. So a little bit against the run of play. I feel that Cayman were in control for the most part of those first few minutes of the game.
Unfortunately, the kick missed right in front of the post. TNT still up 5 points to 0. And again, Gavin, it starts with a big run from Aaron Stanley, 40 meters from the number 8, and he really set up the platform in the opposition 22 to do some damage.
Yeah, they look much better this time. Trinidad and Tobago much more organized. Couldn't get the kicks over. Chim needs to find his shooting boots.
And again, Gavin, this UWI Mona Bowl has a sort of swirl to it, and you really need to get yourself oriented with the wind.
That one went straight out, so they'll go back to the halfway line, and I would suppose Trinidad will take the scrum.
And again, we see Trinidad and Tobago number 9, Jeremy Bonus, birthday boy today, celebrated his birthday today. Also made a senior team debut against Barbados friendly, so he has loads of experience coming in from last tournament to now. So Trinidad is going to look at him to really lead from the front along with Achim.
So Trinidad put in here, for those at home, the scrum is just a reset. It's a way to restart the game. And as you can see, there's no hands on the ball until it gets to the back. The scrum half delivers. Chim's looking to attack, ball in hand, looking for his centres. There's not much space down here, and a good tackle coming in from Cayman.
Watch your back foot, watch the back foot! Back foot! Cayman, back foot!
Trinidad and Tobago going topside, and you see a Chim directing the traffic again, looks to the outside centre, a good offload to the wing. He steps inside. Big crunching tackle comes in. Trinidad still with the ball. Making good yards. Every time they've got ball in hand, they are making yards.
TNT sent it to the forwards to sort of do some strong work here, Garvin. And again, they're very impressive matching Cayman for size and strength.
Absolutely. There's a lot of work going on early with in the counter ruck as well, but a nice little chip through from a Chim. This one to the Cayman fullback, and he makes good yards early. Looks for his winger. Big tackle coming in there. Phenomenal work. That's the number 7 for Trinidad and Tobago, Jaheen Walton. Big tackle.
And again, a kick is as good as a chase. It was an excellent kick, just not enough chase behind it. And Cayman was able to run out there 22. Eventually put in the touch. And again, Gav, when you talk to your boys and they talk about kicking, you always say, really support the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to get behind it. So sometimes is everyone switched on to what your fly half is doing. If you're all not on the same page, then it breaks down pretty quickly. But Trinidad and Tobago for the throw in here, not straight. So not straight there in the line out. Basically, these line outs, they've got to go straight down that tunnel that the two teams make. And Trinidad and Tobago hooker just threw it slightly off center. Therefore, Cayman will get the scrum.
And again, TNT hooker just a bit anxious on the throw. The lifter super higher than Cayman was, just need to buy his time. But again, it needs to go directly down the center, and Damon Wilkinson just a bit anxious, trying to get his first couple of throws in excellently.
Yeah. Not an easy task, one of the high skill positions, hooker.
Set.
There's some good shove there. There's a good shove there from Trinidad, but Cayman come away with it under pressure. The fly half steps inside. Nice work. His support's with him. His midfield working well. A little bit slow on the reception, so Trinidad and Tobago can get off their line quickly and playing back the way. They've got a back line here with front row forwards mixed in with them, making good yards. One of the other front row forwards came and went down awkward there. Took a while to get up, and in the meantime, Trinidad and Tobago have come away with it. Bonus, getting these boys moving again.
No hands. Back foot.
Governor, I love the aggression with both teams when it comes to the breakdown. They're really competing excellently at the breakdowns, and you really need to be very quick with your support or else you lost the ball.
So Trinidad and Tobago got this one. The fly half steps in at scrum half. And again, this time Cayman coming with the pressure.
Penalty here. No advantage coming, offside.
Offside, Cayman. They've done it multiple times. Sooner or later, there's going to be a yellow card gets pulled out. And you don't want that because that'll be 5 minutes in the naughty box. So you need to be careful with it. The referee will let it go once or twice, but if it becomes a persistent thing.
And again, TNT number 10 is going for the kick. And again, the offside line, you need to be, as a defender, behind the last foot in the rock, which is the tackle situation. Once you encroach on that without the ball being out, you'll be considered offside. And again, it's a major penalty, which TNT are going to try to add 3 points on to the board if he is successful with the kick.
Yeah, for all those new to the game, if there's an infringement anywhere really in the half of the penalised team, a good kicker is going to try and take advantage and get these 3 points over for free. And Achim finally finds his kicking boots. He'll be happy with that after a couple of easy misses early.
And again, penalty kick successful by Nathan Acheng, adding 3 points more to the score. Let's look at the replay right down the middle, and he finally got the wind right, so he got his range, and we may see more successful kicks for him later today.
So that takes Trinidad and Tobago to 8 points to 0 over Cayman. Again, Cayman, they've had plenty of ball. They just haven't been able to capitalise going forward. Spending a lot of time in their own half. Trinidad and Tobago with the take. Looking for some space.
Tackle!
And again, Fox over that ball quickly. Yes, and he gets his hands on it, and they do not, Trinidad and Tobago not releasing the ball there on the floor. So they're going to go the exact same tactics as Trinidad and Tobago and look for that penalty kick. Great work from Fox.
And again, Tom Bryan for Cayman are going to try to slot his team 3 points if successful. And again, TNT going to the breakdown, they're a bit isolated, trying to make that extra step that sometimes the coach tell you not to make. And that extra step made you an extra step closer to the opposition. And Fox, again, the quickest prop, or the quickest hooker, he says, is quick to that ball.
He was. His hands on hips at the moment, trying to get the oxygen in. It's a warm day, so these big boys will wilt early in these games. And no good, that one, unfortunately. Must have been close, but the assistant referees said no.
1 minute and a half.
The referee just signaling a minute and a half until the break. TNT just trying to survive with no extra points on the board to go into the break, a positive half for them.
So a dropout on the 22 because of the unsuccessful kick. Chim will... The Cayman boys can get as close as they want to that 22 as long as they don't cross it. But the fly half in return can move further back, as he does, to find that space to get the ball up. He's got his wingers over there on that top side, chasing it down. Cayman take it well, steps inside, beats the first couple of guys and makes some great yards. Good 10, 15 yards right there. You've got plenty of forwards out here on this far side, but ball goes to ground. It went backwards, we're good. Trinidad and Tobago over it. What did he see on that top side?
And again, they're Gavin is offside. TNT just encroaching too close to the line. And again, we spoke about the offside line earlier. You need to be patient and stay behind the last person's feet. And again, the referee spotted it on. Again, great work by the referee, Kevin Morrell.
Okay, so Cayman kicking that out. They're opting for the line out. They've got something up their sleeve, I'm sure. I remember last year they worked quite well with the rolling maul off the line out. Line out is just a way to get the game started again, just like a scrum would if it was in the middle of the park. But because he kicked it out, he gets to throw the ball in.
And again, Gavin, last play before the break. And Cayman would like to strike hard and get their tails up going into the second half.
Now would be a great time for them, psychologically, if nothing else. Tips on the top there. Nobody wants to pick it up, but Cayman do come away with it. Good run through the middle, coming back towards his forward, looking for help. They managed to reel it in. Good contact again from Trinidad and Tobago. There's some bodies over the ball. Cayman come away with it. They're inside centre, quickly passing, which forces a knock on. He was rushed there from the pressure from Trinidad and Tobago, and that will put us in at the half. 8-0. Trinidad and Tobago are up. We're going to be back in just a few seconds. Welcome back. That was a emphatic first half, and Trinidad and Tobago getting ahead 8-0 so far over the Cayman Islands. Early on, scoring a try through McLaughlin, which I'm sure we'll be able to take a look at. It was a Chim that got them underway, captaining the Trinidad and Tobago team well, and they managed to bat that ball back early on. Put themselves in a couple of good positions for some penalties, but the Chim didn't get his boots on until a little bit later on. And this is where they got themselves on the board early on. They were just good pressure, came and made a few mistakes and caused penalties, and there was some quick tap and go play, but it was from here. You're never going to stop big boys from a half yard. They just have to fall over, and if you're brave enough to get under them, good luck to you. He picks, he goes, he dots it down, and that got Trinidad and Tobago going. Big McLaughlin made a big impression last year, and looks like things have just improved over the last year. Chim did finally get his kicking boots on and kicked well once he had the opportunities, and came and tried to respond, but just going wide, which left it at 8-0 towards the end of that first half. We'll be right back. We got So let's have a look at this, Kelson. How do you feel the Trinidad boys have come out in this first half? Obviously, it's closer to your heart as a Trinidad and Tobago former player. How are you looking at this youth system now in Trinidad and Tobago?
And again, just practice, but all the guys just need a little more practice in terms of playing a lot more games to get yourself the experience it takes to come out to play at this level.
Yeah, I know there's a good youth development system going on there. Maybe more clubs in Trinidad and Tobago than there is in the Cayman Islands. Smaller island, obviously, with less teams, but they do manage to pull a squad together every year that does quite well. And they always have, you know, a good mix of the local boys and maybe guys that have moved to Cayman from other countries, which always helps, from maybe in Australia and occasional English. It really gives them that platform or that basis of maybe a bit more history in the game, you know.
And again, Gavin, TNT has super quick players out in the wing, so they're going to try their best to free that room for them to get the space or the running room to do what they have to do.
Yeah, I think Cayman's going to be a little bit more solid through the middle, a bit more aggressive over the ball. But yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, as always, are dangerous on the outside because they've got speedsters all throughout that back line, 9 through 15.
Nathan.
This second half's going to get underway with Cayman kicking off. And the whistle blows. That gets away back to the 22. And a massive, massive collision there in the middle. And another good contact. This time it spills forward. Cayman scoop it up. Another good step. He's got no support. That's arriving a little bit late. McLaughlin got his hands on the ball. Fox secured it for Cayman. A rangy second row forward, taking it into contact this time. His body's on the ground, and they're looking to work back on this near side. He's run out of runway. But again, Cayman somehow managing to keep this ball under control. And that's a big contest there. Two front row forwards driving at each other.
Back foot.
The space opening up for the 9. Trinidad shut the door one more time.
That ball was out.
There's a phenomenal contest over the ball from both of these teams. In the ruck. Loose play here. Trinidad Tobago somehow come away with it this time. The referee's going to stop that there as the play gets very close to an injured player on the ground.
And again, the referee will stop time just to give some treatment for the player. As well, the boys get an opportunity to take a bit of water in, Gavin. It's super hot here in Jamaica, and not all of us are used to this heat.
The referee did call time off for the medical assistants, but they're all back on the feet, so I think they'll get themselves underway again.
Let's go.
This scrum will go way of Cayman.
And again, Garvin on the charge down there, trying to be just can gather the ball up.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
And again, just force the knock on. And again, minor infringement results in a scrum to non-offending team.
Crouch.
So Cayman get the ball in.
Bind. Set. Hold it, hold it. Reset. Sorry.
There was too much turn on that one.
And again, for player safety, we want the scrum, Garvin, to be as secure and straight as possible. Also, on the 90s, they can't push the scrum more than a meter and a half. So again, the referee will make sure that safety is priority when it comes to those scrums.
Let's go, let's go.
Huge amount of core strength required in the middle of all of that. And they do well to stay on their feet sometimes, especially when the scrum starts to turn like that. Your feet aren't going forward, they're going sideways. And that can end up in danger. So
hold it.
it's a little bit unstable, but we managed to hold it together long enough this time for the scrum half to get them moving. A nice inside line from Cayman. Did not unlock that Trinidad and Tobago defense.
And again, it's Reese Valère, the second generation TNT player. Fast his feet, pinched that ball quickly there from that excellent play there. Cayman just didn't have the support ready in time to get that ball back out.
Yeah, another player that seems to have improved this year. He's kept himself really busy this game so far.
And again, Gavin, the tactic is in rugby to play for territory. As the TNT try to get some yardage lower down the pitch. TNT get an extra 20 meters down into the Cayman half. And again, Tobago is putting themselves in striking distance to put some more points on the board.
Yeah, one of the weaker areas for Trinidad and Tobago last year, so they look a little bit more comfortable this time around. Not straight. Yeah, not straight that time. Commentator's curse. Sorry, guys.
And again, TNT just struggling with the line of just not calculating the wind right. And I guess something the throwers have a lot of issues sometimes trying to get the plays set with the strong winds.
Yeah, it's all good practicing it when you've got someone else in front of you trying to steal it from you. It adds a little bit of nervousness to it.
Crouch. Bind.
If you look at the Cayman fly half, looking at his midfield, they looks back over his shoulder several times, so they've got something pretty clear up their sleeve.
Number 1 driving in. Penalty, Sarge.
Not sure what happened, but maybe boring in on the scrum. That's the front row player that's trying to bore into the middle of the scrum, causes a little bit of a safety problem. So for that, Cayman get punished. Trinidad and Tobago will go for the penalty kick to the sideline. Then they can try and take one of those lineouts a bit closer to the try line, giving them a bit of an advantage.
And again, Gavin, off the penalty, you have lots of options. You can kick for touch and get the throw. You can opt for the scrum, or you can tap and go and play as you like. So again, there's loads of options at your disposal if you decide, the non-infringing team decides they want to attack the ball.
Puts them in a much better position now, Trinidad and Tobago. Much cleaner ball this time, but that ball goes straight to ground. They've managed to hold on to the ball, delivered nicely to the scrum half, going through hands. Nice sequence of play here now from Trinidad and Tobago into the 22. Can they recycle it quickly enough to take advantage on that top side? Achim looking out wide now. The winger's got it in hand. Forward pass, unfortunate from the outside centre to wing. It looked good from here, and they thought it was right, but Mr. Morel, he's got other thoughts.
And again, the 22-meter line was a guide in that one, Gavin, as he caught it a little bit past where he needed to be. But again, a signal of intent from TNT, just showing that they can run plays just as well.
Yeah, Elijah Williams releasing his winger there. It looked great from this angle. So that's where the danger is. That's really if Trinidad and Tobago can continue to put those sequences of passes together and get ball to hand, they're going to be in great shape. Cayman this time putting themselves under pressure. He steps inside nicely and looks for the kick. He's got a little bit of wind behind him, so it goes straight out, almost at the 40.
And again, too hot for the fly off to handle there, and a bit too low. Again, those passes in that red zone is critical to keep the ball to hand. he did excellent work to stop the oncoming TNT player and eventually clearing his lines. And again, Cayman just breathed a sigh of relief just recovering from that bad possession.
Numbers, Cayman.
So Trinidad and Tobago, another bash at that. This time they throw the ball off the top of the line out. They've got lots of depth here and nice strike attack at the outside centre position. And a Chim under pressure, steps in, steps out, looking for the short ball. Nice run, but it squirts out in the contact, unlucky.
Offside.
And again, the referee pinned offside advantage there, so TNT gets a second bite of cherry. Achim would most likely try to go for the 3 points if he has it. And again, that's his option there. The referee just signaled offside advantage. So TNT going to try to add an extra 3 points onto this tally.
Cayman getting buzzed for that a few times today. Sebastian Tanner loses the ball there, but it doesn't matter because they get the penalty opportunity just outside the 22. Like that angle from Christian Tanner. If he can pull a few of those off, he's going to cause some problems for the rest of this game.
And again, TNT seem to be the more aggressive team in the breakdowns and the rocks coming into the second half. And Cayman have a lot to offer, and I'm sure that this won't be done and dusted for them in this game.
Again, Achim gets one over, extending the lead, making Cayman's life difficult.
And again, Achim really brought his shooting boots there. Adding extra 3 points as we look at the replay there. Straight down the middle again, excellent strike of the ball. Lots of composure, and he adds 3 points onto the score, just pushing TNT in front, 11 points to 0, with just about 10 minutes again to go.
Yeah, there's a few Cayman heads beginning to go down over there, and they don't really want that. They want to keep their heads up and positive and work well. Big contact coming in at that point though. A lot of bodies over the ball, but Trinidad come away with it. Nice little tap pass. Awkward down there on the ground, but he looks okay. And Valeri again carrying the ball well, composed. They're going that top side again. Quick from Bonus. Manages to find his winger. He steps inside, breaks a couple of tackles. They get past the 50.
Back foot.
Counter rucks coming in, making it for ugly ball. Ball's gone backwards. Support's there. Good pressure from Cayman. And good contact there from Trinidad and Tobago. Working hard. Rips to ground.
Step back.
Looking to come wide. Valeri bobbles it. Another good pressure tackle from Trinidad and Tobago, from Cayman. Hands on the ball there in the bottom of that, but good work from Cayman. They've put them a good 20 yards back now. Trinidad and Tobago on the attack. Going route 1, which I don't know if that will work against this Cayman team. I believe it's much easier to work around the outside of them. And there's big pressure. That's what's going to happen if you try to go down the middle against this strong Cayman pack. You're going to go backwards often. This is where they may find some space. Look for the offload, doesn't get it. Now you've got an overlap. Does he reel it in? Oh, unfortunate, goes to ground. Alex scoops it up. Alex Fox from Cayman cleans it up. Now there's a counter-attack. Big contact right on the halfway line. Massive from Trinidad and Tobago. Entertaining rugby here, Kelson.
And again, yes, end-to-end action. TNT just spilling the ball. And again, just a bit of inexperience not to kill the ball dead. But again, let's look back at this big shot by TNT, just smashing them just on the center line. Just tell them, you shall not pass. We call it a Gandalf tackle, TNT.
Just on Marcel, excuse me, just on Marcel. Making an impact. Big second row forward. He was waiting for that one.
Just going back on the previous play, Gavin, TNT knocked it on and just dropped his head, gave Kim an opportunity to attack. And again, you always tell your youth back home that the ball isn't dead until the referee blows the whistle.
Time off for a second. I don't know if they're getting water. Yep, quick water break. Water breaks are allowed if there hasn't been any form of a break in a half. Referees have been instructed to allow for a minute water break.
Good. All right.
If necessary. There he goes, water off. It's just a very brief break to get the water in if there hasn't been a natural water break throughout the game through an injury of some form or a stoppage.
And again, there have been a bit of impressive boys in Cayman, especially number 15 for Cayman, Jury. Very calm under pressure with the TNT kicks. And again, we can see a lot. If he gets a lot of space to work with, we can see a lot of danger from that youngster.
Yep, he looks handy. Looks handy. Cayman coming away with this one. Bobbled ball. The inside centre looks like a strong lad. Brought down well there, though. And the support arrives for him. This time ball goes to hand, but a slip.
Release, buddy. You got held there.
It was on the ground, did not release. He was tackled at that point. Therefore, you have to present the ball. He just tried to get up on his own and start playing again. Cannot do that, so it will be Trinidad's ball.
You're right, Gavin. A tackle is constituted when one player gets tackled and a tackle player hits the deck. So you have to play the ball. Acheng tries to find some real estate against the wind and does so effectively back into Cayman half. And again, he's having a time out there at number 10.
Yeah, it looks like he's enjoying himself. 1,000 times more confident than last year. It's great to see the development of these boys. You know, I sometimes don't see them for a year at a time, and then you see them just improve from, you know, that 16 to 19 age range. You know, boy becomes a man, and you see it here quite often in these tournaments. The development's amazing.
And again, Cayman has had excellent line-out defense. This time they didn't compete. It wasn't that straight, Gav.
But it works. And again, coming through the midfield, Trinidad and Tobago with speed. This will be a Cayman ball. They're in the middle of the park, just inside their 40.
And TNT just trying to add a bit of flair to the play as they get a little more comfortable, but again, a bit ambitious with the passing contact. And again, TNT, they're doing everything right, just need to keep their composure. But again, Cayman Islands is actually an excellent team at just keeping the ball and keeping possession over time. So again, they can stifle TNT over the ball and cause them to make mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like Cayman have got all of the tools. There's a few bodies that looked really tired early, so fitness may be a bit of an issue for them. The Trinidad boys, though, they look comfortable. Sometimes that's just a case of winning, right? It's not maybe necessarily that you're fitter. It's just you're winning, so it's easier to do the running, you know? You don't mind when you're winning.
Hold that push. Stay, Trini.
So another good push from Trinidad, putting some pressure on Cayman in the scrum there, but they've stabilised it. The 8-man picks and goes. He's looking at the winger coming inside. There's not much space there. Somehow manages to stay in.
And again, the ball just knocked forward in the contact there. Just a bit of pulling by both teams. Cayman just unfortunate on that one.
So Joshua Grant going in for Trinidad and Tobago. Really handy little player, speedster, loves his tackles as well, loves his contact.
And again, Cayman pushed their fullback up to number 9. And again, he's a super handy player, can play multiple places. As we see, he has the scrum half duties now, going to put Germany bonus under pressure.
Bind. Hold. Guys. Bind.
And again, Gavin, the referee wants to ensure safety as his number 1 priority. So he's going to stop and make sure he's comfortable with the guys setting before he allows them to go back into that scrummage.
Shemuel Scott came in a little bit earlier, and he's a very tall front row forward. So sometimes when you bring in a new body, it kind of offsets the stability for a few pushes.
Interesting tactic by Cayman, pushing number 10, Brian, back to fullback. Probably they want a lot more impetus, probably a little more body or strength at the back.
Yep.
But
there away goes Aaron Stanley, trying to pick and go out the back, but loose play. And there's our first look at Joshua Grant in the bottom of that, I think.
You're good, you're good.
Looking to work around the outside, but ball goes to ground, and Cayman come away with it this time.
And again, Garvin, sometimes a game of mistakes, who makes the least is successful. So sometimes just need a bit of composure to get everything right.
Correct, and this time Cayman have got the advantage. A couple of substitutions coming on. The number 23, Joshua Marson, and Joshua Constantine, big front row forward.
One step back. Here's your mark, boys.
And again, Cayman will believe that McLaughlin comes off to get a side relief, but they could bring on a guy just as big or even bigger to really come and add more pressure onto the team.
Crouch.
Always feels like a long day at the office in the front row there for the big boys.
Oh, stand. Once again, buddy, I want your hips square. Your hips are already lined up facing in, huh? Hips square and straight, please. Good.
Interesting fact, Gavin, Cayman is basically a stone throw away from Jamaica, you know, probably a short flight. So we believe the temperature will be almost the same, give or take.
Set.
I'm no expert in the weather patterns around here, but you'd imagine that is true. Cayman a smaller island and flatter, from what I can understand.
Highest point in Cayman, about 60 feet.
Okay, there you go. Point proven. But here in Jamaica, you see in the background the beautiful mountains in Jamaica. Here in literally a place called the Mona Bowl, because you feel like you're sitting in the bottom of a bowl, you're surrounded by mountains, and the weather's holding up quite nicely for us. But as you can see, the flags in the background, they tend to change direction quite often. We've got a medical problem here, so we'll give those guys a short break. Looks like there's a substitution required, signaling from the medic. Just get onto his feet, but he's not going to participate further in this game. Cayman looking to make a substitution.
The reason why I'm starting on the other side is because your player is not staying up.
As we see Cayman bring on Josiah Williams onto the pitch, and let's see what he can do to just give the extra boost that the coach needs. And again, Garvin, what do you tell your team in this position in the match?
Well, if I was Cayman at this point, they really just need to come out and be aggressive and get off that defensive line. And once you start defending, well, then you start to get some ball in hand, then you can start attacking. It's a lot easier to attack than it is to defend.
Okay.
That's where they've got to do the work. And there you go. They defended well, they've picked up the ball, and they got ball in hand for a moment.
Excellent spin move by Tran Tobago. They're just dancing with the stars there. Slipped his way through. But again, look for the fancy no look out the back door, straight into the fastest hooker in Cayman, Alex Fox, but he just loses the handle. And again, Fox, the hooker, seems to be everywhere on the pitch, just doing tons of work.
You know what it is? If he might be because he's the fastest, but I get the suspicion that it might just be that he's a very experienced player and knows how to cut the corners to get where he needs to get to. As any good front row should. Less running is always better.
That's your space in the middle. Stand up. Ready again?
So a little delay. I'm not sure what's going on over the top side there, but a bit of instruction from referee Morel.
Bind. Set.
And Trinidad finally get it in.
Let him go now. You're good there, but don't
and a big push from Cayman. Those changes have made an impact.
Good.
Loop around ball from Trinidad and Tobago. Went loose there. Big contact on Achim. High tackle, though, as he went down for the ball. He got a shoulder to the throat.
Your mark is there. Go back, number 9. Back.
And again, it seems TNT is going for the juggler here. They're not going for 3 points. They're going to tap and go, give it to the big boys, and let them take it up and meet Cayman on the line.
There's the big carry from the substitute coming in. Joshua Constantine, and people literally got out of his way. Massive looping pass from Achim that goes wayward and out.
Oh, ambitious pass by Aching. And again, as we're shooting on Jerome Poontip, TNT's coach, you want to say as well that, I mean, the boys out there, you can coach them and you can tell them all you want to in practice, but they have to do it when they get out there and make the tough decisions on their own.
It's always good to see that the coaches just letting the boys get on with it, not trying to over-instruct. It just puts more confusion in many heads at the younger age, especially. Let them play, they'll learn from the mistakes and go from there. Fix it in the training field.
Cayman not out to this one, Gavin. A 2-score game, a 2-score, 1 conversion can get them in front. And again, we have loads of times left to get it done. So anything can happen.
But there was a dropped ball at the back of that, so Trinidad should come away with it. And a quick attack. There's lots of space on that top side if they could recognize it. Recycled quickly, looking to go wide. There's one more play. He steps inside. And good driving run. Gets them close, but not close enough. They've gone that top side. I lost the view of the play. Cayman claiming that it was knocked on. Consultation between referee and AR. Knock on. And that'll be the game. Trinidad and Tobago come away with it 11-0.
And again, Garvin, TNT just a bit aggressive, and more aggressive, than Cayman in this game. And Cayman have a lot to offer, showed a lot of promise, but TNT was super aggressive throughout the game. And again, TNT really just making a statement here, finishing 6th last year. They really want to get their campaign for 2023 off.
And they look much stronger, and that's the scoreline, 11-0. Trinidad and Tobago take this one, our first game, but we're coming back really soon, and it's going to be Guyana against Bermuda in our next game, so stick around, because we've got plenty more rugby here at the University of West Indies Mona Bowl. Great view of the guys there, and we'll be going to a short break, and we've got some highlights and interviews coming up just in a few seconds. Gentlemen, that was a phenomenal game. It resulted in an 11-0 win for Trinidad and Tobago over the Cayman Islands. We're going to get some interviews with the players very shortly, but in the meantime, let's take a look at how that game went. Nathan Achim doing very well to get them started and leading the team at the fly half position. and missed a few early on. Penalty opportunities were abundant for Trinidad and Tobago, but once they got a try, which looks like this one here, where they've just got the big boys picking and going, trying to get around the corner, multiple attempts, and eventually the Cayman defense folded. A little bit overzealous there, and then as he was fixing himself, the big boy dropped over McLaughlin, getting the first 5 points on the board for Trinidad and Tobago and in this competition here at the UE Mona Bowl. McLaughlin was pretty happy with that one. Some of the Trinidad and Tobago fans there. And once Achim started finding his range, then it was a kind of game over for Cayman. They didn't manage to get their boots on with a couple of attempts, but really Trinidad and Tobago were dominant throughout that game and really worked well with their wings, and their kicking game definitely beats out this Cayman attempt. A lot of pressure here as well, but again, the kicking game in general has been a lot better. But you can see the strength in width with Trinidad and Tobago. And again, that kicking range was found from Achim, and he sealed the deal for this team, led them well to the first game. And Kevin Morrell gets it over at 11 points to 0, our first game of the day.
Freddie Robson, the captain of Cayman Islands. Freddie, not the best start or the start that you would have wanted, but coming out of that game, what have you learned about your team and what you need to work on for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, as you said, it wasn't the best start there for us. We thought we prepared a lot better than was shown on the pitch, but I know what we're able to do in training, and if we just replicate that on the pitch, we're going to start winning games.
Well, all the best for the rest of the tournament, Freddie.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, so that was Freddie Robson there, the captain of Cayman Islands. Let's talk now to Nathan Achim, the captain for Trinidad and Tobago. You would have finished behind Cayman Islands last time around. This time you're above them. So far this tournament, what did you like about that performance from your team?
I think this win is a very good thing for the boys, because it's going to give them a lot of confidence for the rest of the tournament. And hopefully from now on we'll keep up this intensity and win the rest of our games. All
right, Nathan, well, we'll see how that works out for you.
Yeah,
so that was Nathan Achim there, the captain from Trinidad and Tobago. We take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more action in the men's under-19 tournament. Guyana, they'll play against Bermuda.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, Gavin McLeavy here at the wonderful University of West Indies Mona Bowl here in Kingston, Jamaica. For this second game, I'm joined by Maria Thomas, the current president of Trinidad and Tobago Rugby Union. So she's going to be joining me in the booth. How are you feeling here in Jamaica so far?
Well, good morning, Jamaica. Good morning, SportsMax viewers. We are here watching 15s rugby at the Mona Bowl in Uwe, Jamaica. We're in Kingston. Come on down if you're nearby. We just finished watching the first match opening this tournament with Cayman Islands against Trinidad and Tobago, and it is going to be an incredible tournament if we see more of what we just saw in the first match.
Yeah, really, really happy with that first one. And now we've got Bermuda and Guyana coming onto the field for this second game of the day. Guyana, fantastic to see them here. We haven't seen Guyana for a few years at the under-19 level, so I'm ecstatic. I'm ecstatic to see them out here and the beautiful bright green that they wear playing against Bermuda in this first game for at least, it's got to be 7 years since the last time I saw them out at this tournament. Maybe in Miramar, potentially. I'm not sure which year it was. I remember being there. It was a long, long time ago, and these old grey brain cells don't work so well. So a quick rundown to see some of the players that are out there. You got number 1, Murdoch. We're talking Bermuda here. Murdoch, Furtado, Simmons, Jenkins. Second row alongside Gareth Cooper. Flankers Malachi Painter and Komposh. 8-man Jay Dunleavy. Number 9, Sangster. 10, Naylor. 11 and 14 are your wingers with Labaletti and Smith. Your centre or midfield is Daniel and Kendall with William Noakes at the back. And Guyana are going to get us underway, kicking to that Bermuda team. And let's see what this Guyana team can produce. Bermuda, obviously, traditionally a strong team in this competition with a nice mix of players from their obviously widespread immigrant crowd that comes into Bermuda, being a tax-free haven. Big contact in there at the 40. And well taken down by Guyana. I'm really interested to see what Guyana is going to bring to the table and how much game time these kids have gotten in the country before coming out here.
Numbers? Yeah, absolutely, Gavin. It's exciting to see Guyana here. They were not in the competition last year, and this is a testament to the development that has been going on, that this team is able to be here competing this year at UWI Mona Bowl. The Guyana team is actually a very new team, so we've got Wallace and McPherson who are returning for another national cap here. However, most of this team, this is their first national cap.
Phenomenal stuff. So a lot of fresh faces. We'll see what they can bring to the table. Guyana, traditionally very fast, a very fast group of players. There are some real speedsters. If you remember the legacy back in the day, they were phenomenal, especially on the sevens circuit, and long-time champions for many competitions in this region. So we'll have to see what they're bringing to the table. The line-out didn't work out very well, so they're going to go to a scrum just inside Guyana's 22. And I need to find me one of those shirts because I think I'd look great in that green, yellow, and red.
Definitely, Gavin. So it'll be interesting to see these set plays. As we mentioned, Guyana is bringing a fairly new team. Bermuda has a little bit more experience. Some of their players like Naylor, Comp, Soto are returning. They also have some first cap players with Constant Wilson.
Good stuff. So Bermuda get that in. Bermuda, good scrum, solid. The captain going forward. Nice inside ball to the centre. 11 playing at scrum half. And that's a big boy barreling through the middle. Dave Cole, number 21. And Bermuda have got space out wide. Can they take advantage of the Guyana inexperience out wide? Yes, they can. Bermuda get one in early. I didn't see the number. The try scorer, clinical in that one. Great work from Bermuda, made it look easy.
Absolutely, Gavin. You can see the communication through Guyana's defensive line. It was just making it out to that corner in time.
Just inside the 5.
That's number 15. It was getting over William Noakes in the corner. He's playing fullback, but great job, Bermuda. Good start for them. They've got to be happy with that. And Guyana lined up, waiting for the kick. They want to get straight back into it.
So Bermuda, great start off for them in this first half of the game. Shout out to everyone who's watching on SportsMax at home. Big up to the clubs that have supported these athletes and challenged them to prepare to represent their respective national teams and their countries. Just a reminder, we are at the UE Mona Bowl. If you are in Kingston, Jamaica, please make your way down here. We'd love to see you, and the rugby here is phenomenal. We've got a lot of experience coming back. We've got new players who are just getting their boots muddied. Well, not muddy today because the sun is shining. But we definitely have a lot of great rugby to see. Bermuda's set up to receive the kick.
Yeah, when you're ready.
Nice high kick from Guyana, well collected by Bermuda. Bermuda looking to get some distance there. Their forwards are driving it up.
Take him back in.
And we've got a kick, so they're making the ball do some of that running. Guyana is prepared to retrieve that ball.
So Guyana from the fullback position going forward. Ball dropped there.
Play on, play on.
You can hear the referee maybe in the background. Good instructions, nice and clear, keeping the newer guys in check. A little bit flat on attack, but Bermuda coming out aggressive off the line. Line speed's good, massive counter ruck there.
It wasn't deliberate, he went down as you came up, a high tackle.
Yep, but too high, didn't like the charge, maybe some head contact in that counter ruck. Counter ruck's completely legal, but you've got to get that shoulder underneath the shoulder of your opponent, preferably towards the stomach rather than the head.
Yes, Gavin, we are also doing recognize and remove, so any suspected head injury, the players will be off of the pitch and out of the tournament.
Yep, obviously always an issue, and World Rugby always striving to do better with that. Every little improvement is appreciated, I'm sure.
Excellent work being done there. We've actually got injury surveillance and data collection happening at this tournament, always striving to make sure that we're collecting data and making sure that we have structures that are safe for our athletes.
Good. Keep that space, thank you.
Yep, anything to improve our beautiful game. It's all funded well by World Rugby. They really do a really good job on the medical side, getting the medical trainers down into different countries and getting people certified within the medical profession, and the referees as well. They do a lot of that, and even into the coaching, especially for the smaller countries. I think it's difficult to get that, because if there's only a handful of teams and there's only a handful of coaches, it's really difficult to spend the amount of money to go there and give them those training sessions, but they do well with it.
Well, that work definitely goes into the prevention. It's always better to prevent the injuries, and then we all get to play the rugby that we love.
Exactly. Less injuries, more players on the field, right?
Crouch! Bind!
So Bermuda got the put in. Just inside the Guyana half. Now, there's a big early shove, but he let it slide. Normally can't push early like that, but he gets away with it. The 8-man picks, and he's made some good yards. Working to their pods. Big tackle from Guyana. No problem with making those tackles, those kids. Shooting out the line early, which tends to open a bit more space. Finally brought down. Bermuda kind of going sideways at this point. Big pod coming through now. And another massive contact from Bermuda. Guyana happy to make the tackles. The captain again looking to work wide this time. That's where the space is going to open up for Bermuda, I think, today.
That's the end of the advantage.
Making some great yards, makes it into the 22. Finally brought down, presents the ball well, support is there. Guyana again off the line quick. Fly half has to step inside. Got to protect that inside shoulder as a defense, otherwise they'll step you every time. The fly halves are sneaky. Working across again, and again there's more width here. They've got the overlap. There it is. It goes to hand. He's got a few to beat those. A lot of traffic there. Finally brought down around about the 5-yard line. Head contact in there. Head contact in the counter ruck. He taps and goes early. He's making some good yards. That's stopped about 1 yard out. There's a pod coming through, bashing. Defense is there, though. They stopped him dead in his tracks. Looking for that short side. There's a little bit of space. Does he got it down? Yes, he does. Everyone looks pretty happy with that one. Bermuda scoring in the corner.
So they've had one on either side now. Bermuda definitely using the full width of the pitch. They're stretching Guyana's defensive line. We're seeing Bermuda working very well in their set plays, using those pods. That's something they discussed last year, and we can see that they've definitely done a lot of work to make sure that that runs smoothly at this tournament here.
And here we go. They were looking for a pick and go, but then they popped up in the corner. They saw that the Guyana short side was daydreaming a little bit, and Bermuda managed to get their second try of the game. It's good stuff from Sangster. He's played well last year as well. I remember that name coming up quite a lot. This is not the easiest of kicks from the corner here. I don't even get the right camera angle. Kwame Naylor is captaining this Bermuda squad. It's not bad. It's good, in fact. Excellent kick. Kwame Naylor nails it.
Yes, you could definitely hear the hush around the pitch as we waited to see if that kick would be good. So that's another 2 points for Bermuda.
So Bermuda looking comfortable so far. Do Guyana have a response? That's a big question here. We want to see how they come out. We want them to do well so they come back hungry for more. And it's just, they look across there and there's a group of athletes on this team. Size and speed and strength. Can they string it all together?
It'll be interesting in the interviews to find out what the focus is for the Guyana team. New players coming out representing their country for the first time. I'm sure that they have a lot of goals that they want to meet to be successful in this tournament.
Absolutely, great to see them here. But so far, Bermuda dominating this game. They're about their halfway after receiving that kick. Working in pods well, Bermuda, but they've let him run away there. Scatters a couple of Guyana defenders. Naylor working with his pod again. He's making some good yards. That number 21, David Cole again. Nobody's interested in tackling the big boy. Nice little dink through. Naylor's chasing that one. Can he pick it up? Almost. It was tantalizing stuff from Naylor. Great work, Bermuda, making us definitely entertaining us here in Jamaica.
Absolutely. You can see how they're playing to their strengths with their set plays and their strategic work, but they're keeping their eyes open for all those opportunities. Here we see it again.
William Noakes was the one that chipped it through. Really nice football skills. And for Naylor, just a finger away from pulling it in.
So as they prepare for this scrum, we've got Bermuda leading the game with 12 points to 0 for Guyana.
Okay.
And Bermuda is awfully close to that try line. They'll be looking to add points off of this play.
Head to the left. Set.
See if they did have a good shove earlier. Can they shove them off it again? There it goes, that shove, but it comes out the back. The scrum half gets it. Under pressure kick for the fly half. Doesn't even reach the 40. It was high but not long. Good defensive pressure from Guyana, chasing that kick out. And Bermuda hang on to it on the bottom there. Great work from Guyana to get themselves out of that. They're going to look for... There's a bit of debate. I would imagine they'll kick it straight out, but they want to maybe use their speed and running from there. Interesting. You would normally find most teams will kick it out, but they're going with strength over the technical ability of a line-out.
Great opportunity here for Guyana to practice some of their skills. As you mentioned, Guyana has got a great reputation in their sevens, so it'll be interesting to know how much 15s experience they're actually getting at home. This is a great opportunity for them to try some of these skills.
Yeah, it looks like they've been told work in your pods because they're getting together in groups of 2s and 3s to attack it with the big boys and then looking for some width out wide. But Bermuda come away with it this time. There's a drop ball in there for Guyana. Bermuda in a good position right in the middle. They can decide which way they want to go and they switch it. Big boot to the corner looking for the outside centre and a great little catch. That's the Guyana number 11, Shaquan Adams. What a great catch over the head. Not the easiest of angles to catch that ball on. Great stuff. Bermuda looking for a quick line out. And they've gone with it. Play on, says the referee. Noakes steps inside. Oh, and he's bobbled it himself.
Advantage, Guyana.
And Guyana somehow come away with all of that. loose ball, though, and they've worked on that top side. They're playing 15s like it's a sevens game, which is great for entertainment, but not great for the coach. I'm sure he's having a heart attack down there.
Onside. Counter's fine, no hands, counter ruck's fine.
Bermuda do manage to pull that one out the back, even though there was a very strong counter ruck from Guyana. And Bermuda calming things with Naylor, looking for that same thing, putting that kid under pressure again, but he manages.
Advantage blue.
Bermuda come away with it. Nice little out the back ball, keeping it alive. Is he in the corner? Was there a foot out? They had a really good look at it.
Try.
And we'll go with a try, says the referee.
Very nice play there from Bermuda. You can see that the players know each other well. They're able to feed off of each other and use the support that is constantly there, resulting in success and 5 more points for Bermuda.
Yeah, Shaquan Adams dealt with the first cross kick very well. Second one was a similar test and failed, but Naylor just breaking him down with that cross kick. Massive pressure for the youngster there, but that means he's got to, if he's cross kicking to try and score tries, now he's going to have to score the extra points from a very difficult angle, and he managed it the first time, so see what he can do the second time around.
For everyone who's watching on SportsMax at home, just a big shout out to some of the clubs that have been supporting these teams. Caribs, Panthers, Hornets, Defense Force, Hurricanes. I know that Guyana will be watching anxiously as their team is having their debut performance here. Shout out to clubs in Bermuda. Teachers is a massive club that a lot of these athletes are part of. Marbella, schools like Lansing College, Undle, Chaminade. Great support throughout the rugby community for our athletes, and they're here representing you to make you proud today.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of parents and friends back home watching these games. Great work from SportsMax production to get this out to the Caribbean, and you'll find it if elsewhere in the world you're watching it on RugbyAmericasNorth.com. But a great event, and I'm really impressed with the field today. Last year, I remember it was a little dry and dusty, but fantastic this time around. They've really worked hard this week.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think it was this week alone. I know they've been watering this grass and making sure that it's great to play on for the tournament this year. Seeing lots of volunteers out, so shout out to the Jamaica Rugby Union that's worked very hard to host this tournament.
Okay, Bermuda with the ball now, working with their pods outside the fly half this time, aiming at the midfield and making the centres work for their money. And a nice split there, takes them all the way up to the 50. Scrum half looks confident, looking for his assistance, but he's isolated there. If he's not careful, he's going to lose this ball. Support arrives. And again, working Naylor, changing direction. He's lively, but he can't stay on his feet. It's like an ice skating rink out there for him. Maybe needs some new cleats. The 9 goes quickly, runs at them, looking for the back row forwards to assist. Now they're working wide, Bermuda. Nice hands. I think he's going to get over there in that corner, and nobody's tackling him, so he can get a little bit closer. Big mistake, Guyana. They've got to make the tackle. Play to the whistle, they say, right? And Bermuda dominant so far in this game, coming towards the end of the first half.
Captain, just have a word with your 12, the language. Next time I've got to give a penalty in any country.
There's your try scorer. It's the number 13, Aidan Kendall, getting it down, and just the inexperience of the Guyana player walking away, thinks he's going to put it down, but I'll get a little closer, thank you. Make life a little bit easier for Naylor, the kicker, to add his 2 points potentially. 22-0 so far for Bermuda, really dominant. And 2 more makes it 24, according to my mathematics.
Yes, that kick sailed right through. teams are getting in position for the kickoff. The sun is beaten down. It's not yet noon, but it is going to be a scorcher out here, so we see a little conservation of energy as we get into position.
Okay, and Guyana gets them underway. Massive kick all the way back to the fullback, and that was against the wind. That's a great kick. Noakes returns the favour, and again, this youngster Adams does well under the high ball one more time. Little pop pass inside. Turns and looks for the kick away. It goes straight to ground and into Bermuda hands. That's for the big 8-man, Jay Dunleavy. Offside.
Seeing Guyana very responsive to the referee, realizing that they were offside there and couldn't play that chipped ball.
Yeah, when a player kicks like that, they've got to work very hard to get the rest of their team onside. They've got to run past all of their players before they can get back involved with the game. If they're in front of the kicker, they're out of the game. For those novices to it, we appreciate you watching and supporting your boys and girls that are going to be in this tournament this week. Please feel free to pass the news along via social media to your friends. And let's get a nice big crowd watching the international rugby here in Jamaica at the University of West Indies.
Absolutely. We've got some stands set up. We've got some refreshments. Come on down. There's nothing better to do than take in some rugby. We're here for the week.
Guys, look at the touch, Judge,
so Bermuda putting the ball in for this line out. Bermuda with the maul. Does not move. They've got an advantage. Guyana coming around the side, I believe. Naylor looks lively in the middle, delivers the ball to the outside centre. He beats one, he beats two, he beats three. He shrugs off a fourth. And it finally brought down about 6-7 yards out. They've wrapped around the corner, Bermuda. There's Naylor involved again. Can he get the offload? Yes, he can. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. That's another try. Bermuda. Sangster once again over in the corner. He's racking up the points.
Absolutely. We're seeing Bermuda just pulling the game from one side of the pitch to the other. Definitely makes it difficult to defend. See, they're charging up in the middle. You can see there's a lot of gameplay that they've talked about that they're executing here today.
Yeah, Dunleavy did a lot of work through the middle to absorb and skip by a few of the would-be tacklers, but he's a tall, rangy guy, Jay Dunleavy. He did the damage, beating 3 or 4 through the middle before they worked it wide, and Sangster finishing off. But it's Naylor that's directing the traffic for them. Naylor's been phenomenal the whole game. And there's another chance for him. He hasn't had an easy kick today, I don't think. And that one's short and wide. And that's your first half. That's your first half, so they're getting a quick break, but phenomenal work from Bermuda so far in this first half of rugby against an inexperienced Guyana. They're going to keep their spirits high. Time to get in for some water.
Absolutely. Seeing a good set of skills. Guyana's got some good kicking happening.
29-0 to Bermuda. We're going to go into a quick break, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. back, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin McLeavy here. We are in the half-time break of Guyana against Bermuda. I'm joined today by Maria Thomas from the Trinidad and Tobago Rugby Union. She's commentating with me, alongside also Kelson Figaro. The game that we've just witnessed, or the first half we've just witnessed, Bermuda were dominant throughout. 29-0 is the score, and they quickly figured out that Guyana are a little bit weak around the outside. They tend to get drawn in defensively to the middle of the park, and Bermuda have taken advantage of that around the outside. But even simple things like the quick short side pick and go with a pass and putting down in the corner. Sangster's got a couple in today. Looks very comfortable just collecting that ball and dropping across the line. Makes it look easy. The kicking's been solid as well. Noakes, the little dink through and feeding Naylor, who almost pulls this one in. Didn't quite get across the line with that one, but he's had a phenomenal game so far. Some nice passing and interchanging with Bermuda as well. They've worked well as a team. Small island, so they get together well and regularly. So there's a little bit of cohesion, whereas Guyana are a new team, a younger team coming into this tournament. They've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And just clarification in our conversation during that break, it is an absolutely new team for Guyana.
Yeah.
So great job with the development that they're doing in their union.
Yeah, 100%. So the guys are back out on the field. It looks like they're going to get going in a second, but I don't know if the referee's ready, so we'll enjoy these highlights in the meantime. That was some damaging work through the middle for the Bermuda forward pack, and then simply working it wide again, like I said, and the offloads are beginning to string together nicely for Bermuda and dotting down those tries. Another example of Sangster just scooping up everything. So we'll get straight back into this action. Looks like the referee's ready. And the guys on the sideline are ready. They've packed this near side. Bermuda, they're looking for the chase to recover the ball. Putting the Guyana catcher under pressure, and a great take. Good job, that young man, the number 6, Ephraim McLennan. Good job under pressure. However, Bermuda now come away with it. They're looking now. He's looking to the short side. That ball gets picked up eventually. Dunleavy carries.
Offside.
Naylor working his team wide. That ball went backwards, surely.
Advantage. Guys, offside again, please.
Guyana offside. They're just a little overzealous at that line. They're jumping the gun before the scrum half was picked up. For you novices at home that are watching in, scrum half. Once the scrum half picks the ball up is when it's live, and then the defensive line can move forward. Naylor went down awkward there. Bermuda working to the top side, releasing that corner again. Sangster, does he get another one over in that top side?
That's time, guys. Just time. Give me 2 seconds.
Got referee Rob Perry in the center.
Oh, it's in play. No, sorry, boys. It was not sorry, but in goal. We have a.
He's come in from Curacao.
We're just going to take time off still for the injury.
Big shout out to referee Rob Perry, actually the national team coach in Curacao. Still plays a fair bit as well. He was involved in a Curacao national team recently that played in a beach competition over in the Netherlands. Obviously, Curacao being an island of the Netherlands. So lots of relationship there. So he was out there playing and showing his old skills.
Yeah, Gavin, it's interesting to see how many different styles of rugby are played and the involvement, and how many of the players, coaches, referees go into multiple parts of the sport, whether it's beach, 15-7s.
Yeah, especially if you've got a smaller place like Curacao, I think they might only have 30 rugby players on the island. So that's their squad that they select from. So it's a lot easier for them to go to these 5v5 tournaments on the beach, or 7s tournaments. Obviously, it's difficult for them to put a 15 side together, but then you get the bigger places like the Trinidad and Tobago's and that kind of thing, where you've got multiple teams that you can pick from, and it's a very competitive environment to be in.
Absolutely. I've been to some of their beach training sessions, and running on sand will definitely do some good for your legs.
I don't run on the sand, I just sit on it.
Well, it's always good to get that saltwater sea soak afterwards as well.
Absolutely. There's a break in play here. Naylor got up a little bit gingerly, so he's coming off to the sideline. That might be the end of his game. He looks it looks like it's maybe a problem with the knee. He's struggling to get off in time before the ball comes over here. Guyana kicking it deep this side. Hopefully we see Naylor back out on the field soon. He's been phenomenal this game. He really dominated the passage of play through that first half.
Yeah, we've seen good use of kicks in this game as well from both teams.
So Bermuda will get the throw in. Peter Komposch will be delivering that ball. Guyana approaching, trying to match up the numbers. You've got to have an equal amount of numbers in these lineouts, so the attacking team chooses how many they want in there. But Guyana come away with it this time, to their surprise. Manages to keep a hold of that one. This time it bobbles.
Just gone forward there.
On the 22. Forward pass or a knock-on, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, so some things that you can notice between the teams and some of the techniques they're using. You're noticing Bermuda catching the ball standing to the side or standing slightly turned so that even if there is a bobble, the ball goes backwards. Little things like that help to continue the play and prevent knock-ons.
These are all the things where you get these guys this experience, they get to play here, and then with that passage, with those passages of play, they learn every day, get a bit more information and just learn. That's what this is all about. It's a development tournament, and there he goes. Dunleavy gets past the first couple, takes 3 guys with him. Nice short ball, short line. And now they go the other way, just keeping this Guyana defense on their toes. There's an overlap here. He doesn't need it, though. He's gone around the corner on his own, and that's number 12, Ryan Daniel for Bermuda, touching down in the corner.
Bermuda staying strong, doing a great job maintaining their techniques. Very disciplined throughout. Great to see them running those set plays.
Great touchdown. What a great try that was, going around the corner as well.
Whoever's kicking, you've got 40 seconds.
I was having a conversation with Ryan Day, from the president of the Guyana Rugby Union, and looking into options of, going and having some games in Guyana. So for those of you watching, that's something that can come up. It's always great for, especially in the Caribbean, our unions to host each other. Helps us get more practice and then come out, show up and demonstrate our skills in competitions like this.
I imagine, I don't know the geography, but I imagine Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, it's the natural derby or neighbor.
We're very neighborly, yes. Yeah, definitely.
Love and hate, I imagine.
It's a love. It's all love. It's all love. Definitely all love.
It's Caribbean.
Yeah.
All love.
And great support, like with their defense force and working together. So within the community, it's wonderful being able to support rugby, hosting, traveling, and just making it work.
Beautiful. Sangster took up the kicking duty since Naylor's left and does very well with that one. So multi-talented, the young man. He doesn't only try to score the tries in the corner.
Please, then, boys.
Bermuda hosted earlier this year, I believe it was a sevens tournament. So one of the things we've commented on before is just these athletes making the switch between the formats of the game. And watching the growth from day one, game one, as we move through this tournament.
That's always my favorite part about doing it. I've probably done this tournament 7 or 8 years now. And one of my favorite parts is the development of individuals and of teams throughout just the week itself, being exposed to a different style of game that they may not have played against, being from another country or a different group of players that they may never have come across before. So everyone learns really, really fast. Now you can see the Guyana defense here really staggered, no flat defense and not moving forward either, just waiting for that Bermuda onslaught to keep coming. This time it's William Noakes just driving through the middle, the rangy number 15.
Absolutely, Gavin. I love to play What Was the Halftime Talk when you see the different adjustments that are made when the team comes out for the second half.
Yeah, and Guyana are looking fired up through the middle, but a little bit tentative to move up defensively. They've got to put some pressure on this Bermuda attack. Scrum half for Bermuda. Always wanted to play quickly.
Still advantage.
And there's another advantage there for Bermuda because the Guyana defense did not get 10 yards back from that penalty. So Bermuda continued to attack, working well, working as a team, working as a unit. And another big contact, Gareth Cooper this time. Bermuda just seems to have one after another of tall, powerful players that can come through. Nice little pass on the short ball, makes good yards, breaks a couple of tackles, finally brought down inside the 22. And looking now to use the width. They've got that overlap. They've got another number coming. He decides to step inside, manages somehow to keep a hold of that ball. Good tackling from Guyana. Good counter-rucking also. The attempt is there. Bermuda going on his own there. That's the number 6, Malachi Painter, making some good yards. And again, Bermuda really working towards that white line. One after another. Now they're working it wide. They've got a 5-man overlap. Surely he's going to go over Dunleavy. The big 8-man manages to dot it down.
Yeah, we saw some great defensive work from Guyana, particularly Melman Mo. But Bermuda was just able to take advantage, create that huge overlap while Guyana was busy defending on one side, and Bermuda has put another 5 points on the board.
Yeah, that was 100% what it was. They just had so much work to do defensively. The Guyana boys all trying to help each other out and make those tackles against the big boys from Bermuda. But by absorbing one attack with 3-4 players, you'll find 3 or 4 spaces somewhere else, and Bermuda knew exactly where it was. And it was in the shape of the number 8, Dunleavy.
For those of you watching at home on SportsMax and wondering what is going on, yes, in rugby you must pass backwards and run forwards. So there's always a lot going on, both physically on the pitch and mentally for these athletes. We're also playing offense and switching to defense with the same players as we get the calls from the referee. So you always have to be quick, thinking very, very quickly, making sure you're in the right position. You heard, Gavin, you were talking about being offside, and that's so easy to get caught offside when you're making a quick switch from offense to defense.
Yeah, there's a lot to absorb, especially if you're in the middle of it. You've got to kind of have your head on a swivel, and if you're not looking around and paying attention to what's happening, you'll get lost pretty quick. Especially if it's Guyana, they've never played at this level before. A lot of those boys, it's their debut. Well, all of their boys, this is the debut. It's the first time they've even played against another country in many, many years at this age group. So massive learning curve for them, and they'll get used to the speed as the tournament goes on, and the next time they come back, just like we saw a little bit earlier, Trinidad and Tobago, they're a different team, same set of kids, but just different mentalities, more mature. They've learned a lot over the past year.
Awesome opportunity for these youth to represent their countries, get involved in a sport. Rugby, of course, gives opportunities like this to represent your country, but it does so much more within communities. It's a great sport to get into.
And there's some experience there from the Bermuda player. He realizes that it was going to be an under-pressure catch, so he just made sure if I can't catch it, I'm definitely at least batting it backwards for my teammates. Smart. But Guyana will get this line out, see if they can figure out the kinks in their armour. Scrum. A couple of smaller packs this time in this game.
Number 8.
Hurry up. Referee trying to get them moving along. Doesn't want more delay.
Crouch.
Sitting really high at the back of that scrum, the 8-man. The Bermuda Dunleavy looking over the top to see who picks and goes, and it is the 8-man. He steps inside, tries to jump over. Needs to be careful with that one. Held on to the ball too long. The Bermuda players were over it, attempting the poach. Guyana at the bottom of that, the number 8 must have been holding on. Plenty to learn for Samuel Bellamy.
Seeing a lot of individual skill here from both teams, also from Guyana, who are just going to be working on putting it all together. When they're able to put those individual skills together as a team, it's going to be pressure.
Yeah, no, they've got a lot of potential. This Guyana team. Excited that they're here. But it'll be another Bermuda throw-in. Very hot out there, so Komposh, the last couple of throws, looks like it was slipping out of his hand. It's just humidity.
Guys, take him up.
This one much better, much cleaner in the line out this time. And Bermuda coming at pace and with support.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the discipline of this team. They know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, and they execute those plays.
Somehow Guyana come away with it. And a good kick into the space. He's found the only bit of turf back there. Can he scoop it up clean? It's a difficult one. He does manage to get it into hand. And now there's some space on that top side. Steps inside. Manages the offload. That goes to Noakes. Bermuda still got it in hand. Finding some traffic now. And that midfield of Guyana defensively is slow to react. Noakes gets a bit of space to chip it ahead. And an ugly bounce. Nobody enjoyed that one. And they've kept it live. Big pass from the 8-man. It goes to his toes, though. An attempt of a chip ahead, and the ball bobbles.
Forward off green, it's going to be a scrum.
Absolutely. As if there wasn't enough to think about, the ball does not bounce where you think it's going to bounce. It could go anywhere. You've got to be ready for anything all the time in rugby.
Yeah, but well marshalled from Mr. Perry in the middle there. There's a lot to absorb in a very short period of time when something like that happens. So he found the knock-on from Guyana prior. So that will be a Bermuda ball in a very ominous position. Bermuda looking strong. I'm sure the fans back home are watching. I'm expecting a pick and go from the 8-man.
Bind. Set.
And he'll be assisted by a scrum half, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure there's a good crew from Teachers Rugby Club in Bermuda supporting from home.
There he goes. He's off to the races. Same thing as last time. This time Guyana pulled him down to ground. There's a lot of bodies on the ground there. Guyana going to get penalised for that. Do they want to play quickly, or are they looking for a kick? They want to play quickly. The scrum half's on it.
He's got to be 10, offside.
The number 11, La Bolita. He's lively like any scrum half would expect to be. Always poking and prodding and looking for a way through. They're looking for a tap and go on this one. They don't need the 3 points. They want to rack up the tries. So they're going to the top side. The big 22, Soto, crashing towards the line. Guyana defended that one well. But Labolito goes over. He manages to pick and go around the corner on his own. Great try, Bermuda. Very lively. Labolita.
Big contact there we see in the replay. Bermuda seeing that space. Number 11 there. La Bolita, great try.
Yeah, and we've got a yellow card, the number 10, Nikhil Carter from Guyana, unfortunately. Given his marching orders for a few minutes. Not sure what happened, I missed it. This Guyana team trying to pull it together and take all the positives from this, but 48-0, that's a massive scoreline.
15 rugby, it's a long game. You don't come out, run around, and hope for the best. You've got to be able to get up time and time again and keep on putting your best foot forward.
Structure and perseverance. Hopefully they've got at least the perseverance, and the structure will come with time. For all of you Guyana fans sitting there, don't be desperate yet. This is a learning curve for these kids. I'm absolutely positive that Guyana will be on top of this Caribbean market one more time within the World Rugby rankings.
Absolutely wonderful to see the development tournaments like this one. The age grade that was introduced for the 7s. A lot of exciting things happening for youth rugby in our region right now.
Yeah, Sangster, unfortunately, Sangster doesn't make that kick, although he's gotten plenty since he came on as the substitute kicker. There's the young man there. He's got plenty of points today from the combination of tries and kicks, playing well out on the wing.
Let's go, please, boys.
He's looking a little tired there, Sangster. He might need a break coming up soon. Clocked up some miles.
Referee Perry encouraging the team to get up to that line. Guyana kicking off to Bermuda.
Yes, when you're ready.
So Guyana kicking towards us here. There's a bit of a chase on, but taken well from Dunleavy. That is 22 is tackled. Plenty of bodies.
Really nice kickoffs from Guyana.
Yeah, the youngster in the middle there, the number 9, he's been kicking well. Dwayne Wallace.
They've got enough height on it that they could chase it down and contest.
Absolutely.
You're off your feet.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable with the ball on his foot, doesn't he?
Guys, Captain.
Bermuda will have this one. William Noakes looking to kick to touch. It's a hefty kick as well. It goes directly out.
Numbers, please. Numbers.
You might be able to hear the referee asking for the numbers. What he's asking for there, ladies and gentlemen, is in the line-out, the attacking team can choose how many people are in the line-out, and the defensive team has to match that. Anybody in addition to that has to go back with their defensive line.
You're on that
10
touch
yards
judge,
back.
yes? Be on side with that touch judge.
So it'll be a Bermuda line-out. Looks a pretty full line-out. You could have your hooker is usually the number 2 throwing the ball in, and then they've got a whole stem of players, but this time it goes to Guyana, and somehow the number 22 that was charging down the ball earlier is making some good yards this time.
Steel's good.
Gets to about the 5. Guyana came in and scooped that ball off the floor. The Bermuda players were shocked that one of them was running away with it. He was isolated a little bit, so Guyana at the bottom of that may have it. Yes, they do.
Yeah, that was a big drive for that maul.
Guyana's still on it, but there's a lot of pressure coming right here. And there's nobody willing to kick it. And it gets handed over to Bermuda. They've got just a few yards out. Referee sees something that's going to go Guyana's way. In amongst all of that melee.
Looks like that was some forward movement of the
Gentlemen,
ball.
please try and support your own weight in the ruck, okay, just for your safety.
Some medical assistance needed. Great medical staff on hand here, both internationally coming in with Rugby Americas North and the local medical staff here that has been trained in recent years.
And at this tournament, Gavin, there's been medic training, educator training for the medics.
Was that this week?
Yes.
They were doing that? Ah, okay.
Yes, absolutely. We're continuing to add capacity and throughout the islands, supporting local rugby, local fixtures, and definitely supporting tournaments like these.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, the work. It's bouncing around the islands. I guess somebody's got to do it, right? Somebody's got to go from island to island teaching. Never asked me to do any of that, though.
Well, we're seeing unions now that have educators locally on the island, and it's creating an opportunity for more people to have access to those sorts of resources and to build more capacity in the local leagues. That is where we build our teams, and the efforts that are made in the local leagues are what we build off of to present our national teams at these tournaments.
Absolutely. A lot of these players in the future, they're going to be going to Commonwealth Games, Pan American Games, Olympics. You know, Jamaica are already doing it. Big shout out to the Jamaican national team for their success over the last couple of years, maybe replacing the Guyana of a few years ago in that aspect. Will we see them coming back? Now here's Bermuda with the ball. They've caught that on the Guyana 22. Nice offload over the shoulder. Beautiful stuff, but doesn't manage to pull it off. And Guyana dragged out over there just shy of their own 22. So that would be to Guyana's advantage on that one. Should be a scrum. Can't be much left in this game now. I think Guyana will be happy to get off the field and get back to the drawing board and assess where they went wrong today on this one. Bermuda will be happy. And I think Bermuda, I'm not basing it on this one performance, but they do look solid. Could they be one of the stronger teams making it towards the finals at the weekend?
Crouch, bind, and set.
So Bermuda, big push. Bermuda, Guyana folds with that. Referees ask them to stop the push and use it. Guyana come away with it somehow. Nice little kick into the space there. Where's it going to bounce? Bounces to the fullback. He manages to scoop it up. Nice step from Noakes. He's working through. He's looking for his support. Great ball handling skills from Noakes. And he manages to clean the ruck as well, but there was hands on it for Guyana. And Rob Perry, the referee, has seen enough. That will be the final play of the game. Bermuda extremely dominant in this one, and great to see Guyana out here. They've got a lot of work to do, but if they persevere, I think they can do it. How do you feel about that game, Maria?
Absolutely, and it's great for a new team that's coming out and has come together. Playing a team like Bermuda that has such excellent structure is such a good learning opportunity. You can see how that feels on the other end of those pods being set up, on the other end of those excellent kicks, on the other end of those powerful runs. So I think that this has been an excellent first game for Guyana coming out. Second game of the tournament, first game for Guyana and Bermuda. And we'll see where we go from here.
Yeah, impressive. So that's the score so far, 48-0 for Bermuda. That was our second game of the day. I'm going to hand it over. Kelson's going to take our next game. But stick around, guys. There's plenty more rugby, not just today, but going on for the rest of the week. Stay with us. We'll see you soon. Welcome back Jamaica, welcome back SportsMax viewers. The score of that game, 48-0, Bermuda triumphing over Guyana. Let's see some of the highlights from this game. Rob Perry blowing off the whistle. Bermuda, you're seeing them pull the ball out very wide to the edge of the pitch. They're stretching Guyana's defense. Number 15 there, successful, William Noakes, with that first try of the match. Great pop, opposite side of the field. Bermuda, again, pulling the defense back and forth throughout the entire game and continuing to put points on the board. Excellent kicking. We saw Naylor making really difficult kicks from out wide. Little bit of a fumble there, didn't quite get it through the middle, but it was nothing that deterred Bermuda from the success of this game. Another try in the corner. You're seeing good hands and good synergy between the players. They know where their support is. The support is always there, and they're able to capitalize on that. A little bit closer to the H. Help Naylor out to make that kick. Bermuda looking very strong. Guyana, as we discussed, brand new team coming out for their first caps in this tournament. Doing their best. They stayed very consistent in maintaining a defense against Bermuda. Bermuda using some of their experience, some of their players that have had a chance to be capped before, showing Guyana how it's done. Great use of the line.
good speed, but you're seeing that Guyana continued to defend right up until the last. This overlap here, Bermuda had tons of players to use out on the wing. Bermuda was able to draw in the defense of Guyana and create a lot of space, which they of course used to put more points on the board. Number 8 here, you're seeing some skill, but he is brought down by the Bermuda defense, who quickly turn around and capitalize by returning another try. We see Bermuda a little bit isolated there for the last play of the match. All right, sending down for interviews.
Thanks, Maria. And I'm here with the Guyanese coach, Lawrence Adonis. Coach, our commentary team made mention of some individualistic skills that you have that are strong. You have some good kickers, strong tacklers. How now are you going to piece everything together to ensure that you can improve
well,
this
team? It's been a job up to now, and it's still a job in process because we've been away from this program for 7 years. This is our first time back. And most of the players that we have out there haven't had more than 3 or 4 months. It's a brand new team. So they kind of look good to me working out there against a well-oiled machine like Bermuda. I think it was a good experience for them.
Yeah.
Moving forward, we have a few things to tweak a little bit.
Yeah.
And but we expect to do better as the tournament goes on.
All right, Coach, well, we'll see how that plays out for you. Thank you.
I didn't hear you.
Thank you. So that was the coach from Guyana, Lawrence Adonis. And now we have a chat with Chris Naylor from Bermuda. Coach, Bermuda, of course, would have been in this tournament last time around. You've come back again and you were strong. Were you happy with that display on the field?
Yeah, we've got to be happy with the 48-0 victories, first off. Boys were pretty good. Credit to Guyana, but they're quite a light team, and we sort of bullied them a bit in contact. And so, yeah, very happy with, scores out wide, scores through the middle. I'm pretty happy.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you, and we'll see you throughout the tournament.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, the women will be in action. Jamaica, last year's runners-up and hosts, will be up against Mexico.
And welcome back to RAN 2023 here at UE Mona Bowl. Up next, match 3, Jamaica versus women. The first in the women encounter today, and it's a run-up Jamaica against Mexico. Mexico first time here in this tournament, in this version of the sport. I'm Kelson Figueroa alongside Maria Thomas. And Maria, what can we expect from this game?
This is an important game, Kelson. This marks the return to the 15s format of rugby for women in Rugby Americas North. This is a massive achievement that we've been working towards for the past few years, building up the strength and depth of our teams. Jamaica and Mexico taking the field now. They will be the teams bringing back the 15s format of this game.
And again, Mary, that's excellent for development. Last year, the 12s was just a set-in to make this happen here this year. And again, Jamaica in the familiar ice green and gold strips, and Mexico in the green and white. And again, the referee in the middle, Kenisha Vincent from Trinidad and Tobago, alongside ARs. For this one, it's not Fabian, Cedric, but Merv and Lynch, sorry, will be the ARs for this match. And again, it's going to be electric from the Jamaican team. Again, lots of space and strength. As we go through the Jamaican team, we have in the front row, Janelle Cole, Andrea Sewell, and Theana Lewinson. Second row is the locks, Kinlock and Richards. Flankers, Amy Battle and Rowe. And number 8, Zena Francis. Number 9, we have at scrum half Ardina Hunter. And at 10, Serena Brooks. The wingers, Lovell Evans, and Shanice Stewart. And the centers are Charlotte Grace Gordon and Melissa McCullough. Looking at this Mexico senior team now, we have Toyo, Arias, and Crespo in the front 3. Rodriguez and Diana at second row. Marina Camacho and Alessandra Bender. Number 11, Denise Ortiz, Cordero De Leon, Pesh Martinez, Hernandez, Fernando Soto, and Pina in the Mexico senior team.
Right, as they're getting ready to kick off, Kelson, it is going to be an exciting match for sure. The Jamaican women were amazing last year in this tournament, and they dominated. Mexico women were not here. They gave that opportunity last year to their under-19 team. So we are going to see a clash of two incredible teams in this game.
And again, Bender from Mexico just getting us off. Again, deep kick just outside the 22-meter line for Jamaica. Jamaica, cool as you like it, sent it out to the wing, trying to use the overlap, but is met by the contact. And Jamaica just making their yards all the way up to the 10-meter line, and great forward movement by the girls in the ice green and gold.
Both Jamaica and Mexico participated and were successful in the CAC games. That was for the 7s format, so it'll be interesting to see some of those players who are now switched over and coming back for 15s.
And again, Mexico just offside in that play there. They're just a bit too eager. Jamaica get another bite to the cherry as they smash it up the center, route 1. And again, pilfered by Mexico, and it's into the hands of Toyo. Toyo drives it forward. And again, the number 9, Camacho, gets us dispatched all the way back out. Big bump, a big run by Pish, finally taken down. And Camacho, the general, gets us back underway. Mexico tried to shoot it out wide. Excellent snatch there by Pina. And Mexico tried to take control of the game as Jamaica had the lion's share possession so far.
Seeing a lot of discipline here from both teams. Good formation, both in offense and defense.
And we can hear the Jamaican boys just supporting their team in the stands in the background. Their chance of energy going into the crowd. They're just sparking the atmosphere and really spurring on their teams. As we see Mexico try to flick one through the back door. That's Arias trying to be a bit cheeky, but eventually picked up, and Camacho is ready to continue to dispatch the Mexican team back into this game. And again, it's very aggressive, very high pace in the first few minutes of this match.
Absolutely. A reminder to our viewers on SportsMax, this is senior women's 15s rugby. We're playing under 19 for the men and returning to senior 15s rugby for women in our region. That being said, there is a broad range of ages. Just on the Jamaican women's team alone, there is a range from 17 to 48 years.
And again, just a test of rugby that is welcome to all age groups, and again, all body types, all are welcome to play this sport, all encompassing, as we see the forward pass signaled by the referee.
Set up, please.
And again, scrum just on the Mexican 10, and Jamaica get a solid platform to really do some work. Pretty difficult to see the numbers on the shirts as they seem to blend into the pattern, but we try our best to highlight these Jamaican athletes as best as we can.
Absolutely, and we know there will be some standout. Jamaica is known for having very fast runners and hard hitters, so we'll look out for that as this game progresses.
And again, as the referee just bring everything back together on the Jamaican team, you know, look out for Player of the Year last year. That's Naomi Dodd. She plays number 15, and we're going to look for her experience and speed to really lead from the back and really attack this team at any little space and gap she has.
Absolutely. Mexico is known for having great team cohesion. So they will be looking to mark certain players and make sure that they're able to defend as a team and, of course, capitalize when they have the ball on offense.
And again, solid scrum by Jamaica woman. Finally pushed out to number 10. Nice loop and roll. And again, to name be called before Dud. Just didn't go their way. And again, Mexico just fumbling on the pickup there. Number 10.
As you can see, Mexico was ready, watching for that opportunity. Just a little knock on there, unfortunately, for Mexico. But they did gain some yards, and they're going in for the scrum, which will be a Jamaica put in.
And again, just inside the Jamaican half of the pitch, Jamaica has lots of work to come out. The sun is out. It is shining. This weather is sweet. We can expect excellent fast running from these out here. And again, this is a sprinter's paradise. Nice hard surface to really let loose the speedsters out wide.
Early engage. No, extra ball. Back.
And again, the referee just not happy. Early engage. Quick tap. Mexico tried to go on the go. Fumbling into the hands.
Advantage high. No hands.
Ortiz just clipped high by the Jamaican team. Mexico on the advantage. High tackle up. And again, try to keep the tackles just under the shoulders. As we see, Bender tries a cross-field kick as the advantage is over. Picked up by Jamaica, and we just talked about earlier the sprinting capability of this team. But again, Mexico sharper to the breakdown. And again, Maria, how did you defend or coach that from the opposite team?
Well, they are doing an excellent job. You can see the full line, the full team getting back on defense. They're being careful not to get caught offside because they know that in the hands of those Jamaican runners, there is a guaranteed try waiting to happen.
She needs to roll before you tackle.
And again, the tackler not rolling away lazy in the tackle. And Mexico get the penalty. And again, there seems to be some indiscipline creeping in by Jamaica. They're throwing with the ball, stopping the quick tap. And that's 5 minutes in the bin for Jamaica. They'll play short for the next 5 minutes as she gets a yellow card for indiscipline. And Jamaica just going to have an uphill task to really get themselves a foothold in this match, one player down.
All right, you can see the communication with the Mexican team here. They're organizing themselves. They've gotten very deep, so they're going to be looking to get good pace off of this throw-in ball.
And again, it'll be hard defense for Jamaica as Serena Brooks, the number 10, is off for 5 minutes. And again, Mexico have a perfect opportunity with a personal advantage to really make something of this line out. But again, excellent work by Jamaica, just turn it over. And Jamaica has the opportunity to clear the lines, knocked on signal by the referee to the cheer and the roar of the U19 support in the background.
You can absolutely feel the energy. The pressure is on. Mexico is so close to the Jamaican line there, and they are hungry for a try. They're also just meters away from the Jamaican under-19 team, and there is energy just pounding off of this pitch. Gonna look for a clean scrum here. Jamaica is capable of giving a really good scrum, a lot of power, as long as it is clean, and it is. Jamaica has the ball and kicks it up the field.
15,
and again, Jamaica sprints up, trying to get the defense in. Excellent work into the hands of number 14, trying to elude Dodd. Dodd wraps her in. And Mexico back on the attack, just on the 22-meter line. Camacho tries to distribute, but snatched up by the stingy Jamaican defense. Jamaica turned the ball back over.
The intensity of this match, Kelson, do they know this is 15s and not 7s? I'm curious to see how they last with this amount of energy being put out so early in the game.
And again, Jamaica runners up as it goes into the captain's hands, and she's trying to make something work for Jamaican counterparts. One person short, and again, a lot to do, but Mexico is hungry to really make something of it. And again, nice poaching by Mexico, just staying in the defensive line, and Mexico turned the ball back over. Huge overlap to the left, if they can use it, into the hands of the forward player, just really moving it on. The ball just knocked on by the feet, and Jamaica turned the ball back over. And right now, this is a game of mistakes, and who makes the least?
Absolutely. So the advantage now is going to the Jamaican team.
It's been tapped.
And again, right into the hands of the Jamaican player. And again, just unlucky there. She sensed where the ball was going to, Maria, and she was poaching, ready to pluck it out of the air.
Absolutely. Mexico is using the force to see where that ball is going to be. It's just to execute and be able to turn over those balls successfully.
And again, I'll hate to be the referee in the middle right now. It's scorching, and she has a lot to do up and down this pitch. And again, just to note that referees need to be almost or even just as fit as athletes out there.
Absolutely, Kelson. You can see it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining, but it has different levels. It's got out and it's got out.
Set.
Scrum in the middle. Jamaica ball. Jamaica pick and go, trying to make something happen. Big run through the middle, slices through the Mexican defense. Mexico trying to get it back, but the ball is coming out too slowly for Jamaica to make it work. And excellent dummy by the Jamaican number 9. That's Hunter. Hunter tries to make it work, but Mexico was just a bit anxious in the defense. Jamaica get opportunity to do something of it. The ball is tapped and whipped away quickly back to the forwards as they try to big fend off, trying to get away from the defense, but the referee doesn't seem to be happy with something, and it looks like even numbers as the referee dispatches yet another yellow card, this time to number 20 for Mexico. That's Fernanda Soto, and she spent 5 minutes on the bin. And again, even matches now, and Jamaica, as you look at the replay, big run by Jamaica, really trying their best to bully the Mexican team. But the referee wasn't happy what happened there, Joanna.
Jamaica with the ball.
Backward. That's fine.
Mexico continuing to keep that pressure on. They definitely want to capitalize on the even numbers, as shortly they will be the team that is down by one player.
And again, Rodriguez from Mexico really just making the work as it goes to Bender. Bender tries to release out wide, but big hit by the Jamaican winger, just pushing the Mexican player back. But Mexico very cool as a cucumber, as hot as it is. They're playing an AC out there. Super cool at the heads of the Mexican team.
No hands.
And again, great work by Jamaica, really just slowing down the play as Camacho tries to get it out to Bender. Bender shoots it on the play, step and go, but Jamaica is up for any trickery the Mexicans bring at them. And the referee is not happy as Jamaica are on their feet, are in possession, and they tap and go quickly, looking for support. Doesn't find it. The referee is playing advantage as the number 10 comes back on, Brooks, to add advantage to Jamaica. Can they score some points now with the person advantage?
Can't knock the ball down like that.
Jamaica now with the overlap. They've returned to the full force of 15 players. Mexico still down at 14 players. Jamaica now on the half line, crossing over into the territory of the Mexican team.
And again, excellent work so far by Mexico, just using the hands, but Jamaica just as well is good enough to keep the Mexicans at bay.
Guys, stop. It's a penalty. It's a penalty. It's a penalty.
And again, yet another sin bin here, as the referee seems to be dispatching yellow cards at will here. Indiscipline on both sides of the team. Mexico 2 players down, Jamaica 2-person advantage. And what can they make of it as they go to the middle, slice it like butter, one-on-one. What can she do? Big don't argue, and again to the scrum off, and she's over the line. Try Jamaica.
The crowd is going wild. The support here at the UE Mona Bowl as Hunter scores the first try of this match, the first try in the return to women's 15s for Jamaica.
As we look at the replay, exciting break there. Did excellently to look for support, and Hunter was on her shoulders and right on the post. First try of the tournament for Jamaica, and pushes the score 5 points to 0 with the kick to come. And again, really sparked the Jamaican crowd here. That try just really putting them in, and the energy chant is rummaging through the stands. And again, Mexico really has themselves to blame here, being 2 players short, and Jamaica capitalized at the very moment.
Absolutely. Rugby, for those of you watching at home thinking that it's a free-for-all, it is not a free-for-all. There needs to be so much control to make sure that you are not penalized for anything while you're on the pitch. The result can be disastrous for a team. Mexico playing 2 players short, looking to return a try against Jamaica.
Bender gets us back underway for Mexico. Jamaica takes it just outside the 22. The try score, shoots it out wide for the overlap. Can they make the numbers work? Out to the wing, spin move. And again, excellent work to keep herself out from out at the touch, sorry. And Jamaica just calm as you like it now with the person advantage, just pushing their way further and further up the pitch. And the vice captain, Zena Francis, is doing monumental work to keep her team ahead in this game.
SportsMax viewers, especially those of you who are in Kingston and all of you who are in Jamaica, we are at the UE Mona Bowl. Come on down. Jamaica is playing.
And again, the 7 standout Naomi Dodd, and she eludes 3. Just need to elude 1 more. Support is there, but they seem to be thrown forward. Something seems to be the matter. The referee says play on, as everyone has stopped. And Mexico defending deep in their 22. And Jamaica is trying to bash their way through. Bodies all on the floor, and Mexico are defending for their lives. Can Mexico get it out wide into the hands of the captain, Lewinson? It's picked.
Turnover there. Mexico takes that ball, rips it out of the hands of the Jamaican player. They're setting up their offensive line. Jamaica already back in position to defend.
And again, Mexico, slow work by Mexico, trying to get it back. Again, trying to run the clock down till they get their full complement. And again, just route 1 work for Mexico, really pushing their way up the middle of the pitch. And Camacho just doing stalwart, shoves and goes, and she's out for the races. Can she go? Dodd, 1-on-1 to beat. Excellent defenders, Naomi Dodd. Finally puts Camacho down, but excellent work. Dodd, the 7th specialist, taps and goes, tries to step 1. Jamaica tried to use the advantage. The ball goes to Hunter. Goes backwards, says the referee. Finally guarded. And Jamaica back on the counter, looking for the passes back inside. It goes awry. Mexico the quickest to it. And Mexico tried to turn defense into attack. Big don't argue, and Mexico's on the way. Can she have the legs to go in the corner? Valiant attempt, and Mexico is over. 5 points. Mexico in the corner with the kick to come.
Incredible try for Mexico. They are returning fire with 2 players down. Excellent teamwork. They were determined to maintain possession of this ball and not give any further advantage to Jamaica. And here we see it. Try, if I can catch her number 3. Samara Toyo scoring the first try for Mexico. The score is now 7 for Jamaica, 5 for Mexico as we await the conversion kick for Mexico. Incredible rugby happening in the UE Mona Bowl.
That's right, Maria. And again, Mexico was just quicker to the ball that hit the floor. And great try against the run of play. She had the legs. Valiant effort by Jamaican defense to get her in. The kick goes a little short. The score remains 7 points to 5 in favor of Jamaica as we come close to the end of the first half. And again, excellent action, non-stop action, I should say, between the both teams. As you look at the replay, the kick going just wide. The score remains 7 points to 5 in favor of Jamaica.
All right, Jamaica lining up for the kickoff. This is an intense game. SportsMax viewers, it is incredible. Thank you for joining us online, on television, on their respective channels. If you are anywhere close to Kingston, to UE, come on down. We're seeing the stands beginning to fill up here at the RAN 15s tournament.
And again, we see Fernanda Soto taking the kickoff, take it up. Jamaica has lots of work to get her down.
Stay back.
But Mexico still a chance as Camacho again finds a Bender, and Bender shoots it out wide, trying to make something happen into the gap. Excellent defense by Jamaica on the wing. And again, back to Camacho. And met solidly there by Jamaica. Smashed her in the tackle. Big, big hit. And Jamaica's defense is excellent. And that's the vice captain there, Zena Francis, just with big shots on the Mexican team.
Advantage. Offside. Back.
Overzealous is the vice captain, Francis. And Mexico take it quick. She's trying to show and go, slips through defenders. And the referee calls advantage as the player seems to be a bit hurt in the contact. And again, end-to-end action in this first women's fixture of the day, Mexico versus Jamaica. And again, for you just joining us here, Mexico in the white and green strips, Jamaica in the familiar black, green and gold strips. And again, Maria is really end-to-end stuff here, and it's a very refreshing welcome back to women's 15s in the Caribbean.
Absolutely, Kelson. Both of these teams, Jamaica, Mexico, they are showing us why we need women's 15s rugby playing. We have missed it, and this is an epic return to the format. As mentioned earlier, we've had great training here this week ahead of this tournament. Every year we build our capacity in so many ways: the media, the medics, the referees. It is a great opportunity not only for athletes in the under-19 programs to have development, not only for the women's format to build back up to the 15s, but for our coaches, our managers, everyone that comes and attends these tournaments. The work that we put in here is a reflection of all the work that happens at home, locally in our unions, and we go back with more knowledge to share.
And again, Maria, the excellent medical staff taking care of any injured or potentially injured player as the referee is about to get us back underway. Mexico possession. Penalty advantage as Bender will look to get the ball down the pitch for a bit of territory. And again, for those who just join us in rugby, off a penalty kick, you can choose to kick for touch and get the throw in, or you can choose a scrum, or you can tap and go. The option out, up to you, the non-offending team.
So much strategy at play in this game. There are options so that you can always play to the strengths of your team. Mexico has opted for the throw-in.
And again, special mention to all the medics and medical staff here at the grounds. Again, well trained in the field for rugby specifically. As the game gets back underway, excellent line out, and Mexico just dancing away through Jamaican defense. Jamaica up for the task, they're ready and waiting as Mexico start back with another pod crashing in, but solid defense by Jamaica, and Camacho just marshalling her troops. gets in the back out as they try to shoot it into the hands of Bender. Bender gets it out wide, but not into any hands in particular. Jamaica just falling over the ball, and Mexico tap and go quick. That'd be a yellow card offense. Most likely, no, says the referee, they'll have it again, and referee Vincent is on top of things right now, Maria.
Absolutely. Mexico is known for taking advantage of a fast play off of a penalty. They have a lot of game knowledge, and they're very, very good at capitalizing on those opportunities.
Mexico not finding touch, but I don't think they got much reprieve as the ball went in the hands of Dodd. She finally recycles the ball, brings it middle of the pitch. And Jamaica tried to run the way out as Hunter gathers from the base of the rock. Tries to go into contact, big bump, just loses the ball backwards into Anna Francis, and she's dumped on her back by a strong Mexican defense. And again, great work by Mexico, number 10, Cordero, pulling the player down. She was held in the contact. Mexico take it quickly in Toyo, and Toyo goes a long distance away. Jamaica just knocking just 5 meters short of the Jamaican try line, and goes into the forward's hands. And tackler not rolling away, signaled by the referee. Mexico have an opportunity for another penalty, and they'll slow it down wisely. Probably look for a tap and go. Let's see who they look to give the ball to. And it's the big number 20, Fernando Soto, is driving, going forward. The referee signaling for the release. And again, that's a second consecutive penalty in the red zone. And the referee is going to go back into a pocket and wave the yellow card to one of the Jamaican players.
Consequence of that white line fever. Mexico is desperately trying to get more points on the board as we approach the half. Jamaica leading 7-5. However, in defense, the pressure causes Jamaica to get another yellow card, and they are a player down. 5 minutes in the sin bin for Jamaica.
Big run forward by Mexico, but stronger defense by Jamaica, keeping them at bay. The referee's not happy, and that's the third penalty. And again, the cards are continuing to share. Mexico just short of the line. The referee looking for space. The front row are going to try to pick and go again. Dives for the line. Try Mexico, and Mexico take the lead just before the halftime break.
Mexico had to fight with everything they had to make sure to get that try. Great work by their pack, excellent strength. Jamaica defending hard as we see the replay here. Absolute intensity. Referee Kenesha Vincent doing a great job.
And it's Crespo, the number 5 for Mexico, just dotting down another 5 points. Just pushing Mexico 10 points to 7 with the kick to come. And again, tough kick from the corner for Bender to slot it home to push them 5 points in front. Has the accuracy, not the distance. And the kick just short. Mexico 10 points to 7 over Jamaica before the half.
And that is the half for this game. The score.
And again, great work from the both teams out here today. Jamaica, again, striking first, but Mexico hit back with 2 solid tries just before the halftime break. And the score is 10 points to 7 in favor of Mexico, going into the half. We'll be back after the break. And we're back. Just to recap the first half highlights. Mexico leading 10 points to 7 over Jamaica. Exciting encounter for the first women's 15th game in a bit in the region. As the game gets back underway for the first half, we can see excellent kickoff by Jamaica and his bender, but Jamaica more aggressive in the early half. Big run through the middle, looking for the support, and finds it in the form of Hunter. Hunter do what scrum halves do best, and under the post for Jamaica's first try of the game, as the excellent support running by the diminutive scrum half, getting Jamaica's first points to the delight of the crowd. The kick successful, pushing Jamaica up 7 points to 0. But again, it's Mexico not to be denied. And it was Toyo, the number 3, just beaten off for that weak tackle by Jamaica and getting Mexico on the board. And again, strong run by the number 3. Mexico, back in it. But again, just before the end of the first half, Mexico keep pushing, and they found a response again in the form of Crispo, number 5, to put it 10 points to 7 at the end of the first half.
An incredible first half to that game. It is amazing, Kelson, when you see athletes who have waited and worked and fought to fight their game and play their game, they come out with incredible energy. Maybe a little too much. We saw a lot of yellow cards happening. You can see the teams having their halftime talk, coaches just giving them information, feedback on how they played, how they can kind of pull it in and really execute what it is that they need to do. Mexico getting ready to take the field. Jamaica already walking out there to begin the second half of this match.
And again, Maria, great start to women's 15s back in the Caribbean. Again, end-to-end action. Mexico just not saying no, but Jamaica super aggressive in the defense. And again, we look again for solid defense from Vice Captain Zena Francis, and leading from the front, Tiana Lewinson has really been doing all the dirty work for Jamaica in the first half, and a bigger effort may be needed from them to pull Jamaica back in front in this encounter.
These are two powerful teams, and if this shows anything of what we can expect to see throughout this tournament, it is going to be packed with excitement. Come on down, come to UE Mona Bowl, support the rugby, support rugby in Jamaica, support your Jamaican rugby teams, support all the teams that are out here in this tournament. They've traveled a long way, they've worked hard to be here, and they are performing.
And again, Maria, great distribution by Camacho, the number 9 for Mexico. She's been everywhere. And again, both scrum halves on both teams are really excellent. As Vincent starts us back off for the second half, Jamaica to the right in the familiar black, green and gold strips, Mexico in the green and white. Mexico, the slender 10-7 lead over Jamaica as they try to run out of their own 22-meter area. And again, excellent distribution, but again, commentators curse as it goes just below the knees, giving Jamaica a scrum just inside Mexico's 22-meter line.
Yes, Kelson, as we start this second half, we know that this is a test for the fitness and the mental fortitude of teams. We saw absolute, almost frenzy of energy and impact in the first half. Are we going to see more discipline in this second half?
Well, again, Maria, we need to look in to see how Naomi Dodd can get herself into it. And again, Makala, the number 13, has been excellent so far. Big runs by her. And we can see what happens next as Hunter fools them, and it goes to Francis. Francis pick and goes on the short side, looking for support. Eventually taken down, and again, ball is recycled. The referee is playing advantage. Again, offside, over exuberance by Mexico. Jamaica tried to take it quickly, just off the mark. And the captain tries to tap and go. Lewison takes it up again. Big, solid contact by Mexico. Eventually stopped. But again, Jamaica continues to go forward, just pushing their way to the Mexican try line. Finally, Hunter gets the ball at the base of the ruck, ships it out to Brooks. Brooks into the hands of Makala. Makala tries to hand off one, eventually taken down. The referee sees sideward entry as we see Dodd try to take it quickly. Dodd taps and goes, shoots it out wide. Brooks into have McCullough again. McCullough over the try line. McCullough puts Jamaica back in front. Try Jamaica.
Incredible teamwork there as Jamaica worked it out using the width of the pitch. They had the overlap, didn't need it.
As you see McCullough there pushing, using the strength to get herself over the line. An excellent try for Jamaica, really standing firm and coming out strong at the start of the second half.
Stay behind me. Okay.
Again, Jamaica tried to add the extra 2 points to push it to a 4-point lead. And again, that, Maria, is what you want from a team coming out to the break, scoring first, having the psychological edge over your opposition.
These conversions are so important. It may seem like only 2 points after 5, but it makes a huge difference in these score lines. Unfortunately, unsuccessful kick this time for Jamaica.
Again, Shanice Stewart just slicing the kick off the left boot. The score remains 12 points to 10 in favor of Jamaica over Mexico. And again, Lena comes onto the pitch, front row replacement. And again, always try to keep the front row fresh. As number 16 comes off, Andrea Pesh. Bender gets us back underway. Nice high kick taken by the captain, but excellently met by the Mexican defense. And it's Hunter at the base of the breakdown, shoot it back out. And again, Jamaica just standing still, not going forward, eventually taken forward by Brooks. Jamaica just seemed to be run out a bit of steam. But big bump, big work by Jamaica, just pushing their way forward. Route 1 work. Looking for support. She doesn't need it. And she's eventually taken down. The referee instructing no hands as Hunter shoots it out to Dodd. Just slips out of her hands into touch. And again, a couple of mistakes creeping in as Jamaica look to make some changes to improve on the performance.
Yes, we're seeing what is either a conservation of energy or perhaps the team's beginning to be a little bit tired. However, we know that Jamaica has the punch both in the speed and the power.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. 9.
Substitution for Jamaica's Lover Evans makes her way onto the pitch, replacing Sinclair, number 18. And again, Jamaica just going to add extra pace onto the pace they already have to make this win secure.
We see Mexico with the throw-in successful. They get that thrown off right from the top of their line out. Number 8, Karina, carrying the ball up, goes into contact.
And again, 7 standout Karina just doing her work as number 8 for Mexico. Mexico deep inside. The Jamaican half now looking to strike. Slow but sure work by Mexico, just eating away the yards.
No, stay on.
A bit of patience by Jamaica is needed. And again, looking for the big runners, lost it in the contact, but eventually picked up by Jamaica. And on the front foot, Hunter skips across, trying to loose it out to the captain, Lewinson. Lewinson takes good yards forward, looking for the runners. Brooks stands up and calls for it. Mexico, solid defense, smashing Hunter out of the way.
Leaving your feet at the rock.
And the referee says leaving the feet is a call. And again, the discipline by both teams is a bit shaky, Maria, coming into the second half.
Yeah, let's have it.
Absolutely. Kelson, we can tell that these teams have been hungry to make the switch. They've been playing 7s and waiting for this opportunity for 15s.
Hunter shows and goes, steps one but couldn't step the other. But again, excellent work. Mexico tried to turn it over. And again, coming from the side is a call by the referee. And I can tell the penalty count is super high in this match. But again, it's the first outing in a bit for these women in the 15s format. And it will take a time for both teams to adjust.
We're seeing the Jamaican team moving a little bit faster, trying to get quicker plays.
And again, Mexico trying to creep in between the rock to play the hands in the ball.
In and around the rock, let's just keep it clean.
right, as the referee just stops the play to just institute some information to the opposite teams, letting them know no hands in the ruck as the ball comes to Francis. She decoys to McCullough. Big solid run, and Jamaica are really trying to get their feet wet now, bumping their way forward as Mexico seems to be dropping off tackles.
No hands, they need to roll, no hands!
And again, seems to be another penalty coming. The referee has advantage hand playing, but she plays on, and Jamaica trying to bust through 2 tackles.
That's fine. You're the tackler, you need to get back.
And the tackler needs to get back is the call by the referee. And again, Maria, it seems to be hard ask now for Mexico in terms of defense as Jamaica are the aggressor in the second half.
Absolutely. We saw Mexico having a lot of possession in the first half, but Jamaica now is staying in that zone where a try is very close at any moment, and the Mexican team is working on keeping their defense line tight.
Strong forward run by Francis, the number 8 for Jamaica. Seems to be a scramble for the ball, turned over by Mexico. What can they make of it here? Into the hands of the winger. Show and go around Francis, and she's down the line. Steps 1, steps 2, eventually pass it off, and again, the swarming Jamaican defense just wraps up any impetus as Mexico need to regard her. The ball hits the deck, and solid defense. Jamaica trying to hold on to their slender 2-point lead. Mexico patient as you like it. Advantage is playing for Mexico. Bender shoots it out wide. Jamaica wrap up any thought of a Mexican attack and pressing Mexico deep into their own 22-meter is Jamaica, just aggressive and relentless.
Both of these programs have been doing a lot of diverse investment in their development through international and local programs. It's interesting to see the combination of players within the teams and the different takeaways that they have from their development strategies.
And again, excellent hands by Mexico. They're getting into the hands of the number 12, Cordero. Cordero slippery running as Mexico try to get something as they're running out of their 22. Jamaica solid defense, but excellent run of play by Mexico. Big looping pass, gets the ball out wide. Mexico tried to go up the middle. Jamaica defense a bit tired now, not as aggressive as they were before. Hands on hips, but again, it's great work by them in the past. Mexico tried to push their way up to the 10-meter. And again, they just move the ball nicely through the hands and through the forwards, trying for some deception. But it's met by Francis. Offside is a call. And Jamaica get the penalty 10 meters back. They have to defend. And it's anyone's game here, Maria. We're just about halfway through this second half.
Mexico is looking to cross over into that Jamaican territory. As you said, Kelson, anything can happen. It's anyone's game. It's just about the teams keeping their composure, playing to their game plan, and trusting each other.
Mexico get about 10 meters distance going forward in the line out. They finally break back in to Jamaican half of the pitch. As we see, Alicia Chavez comes on for Mexico. And again, those changes are necessary to keep up the pressure on the opposition. And again, the coach for Mexico is really doing a tactical mastermind by making sure he tried to get the win out of this first game.
We see the USA South women's team has arrived. They're in the stands, probably getting some information, watching their competition play, taking notes for when they've got to play.
Yep, on you.
And again, it's a super tough task to play in this heat, no matter which country you come from. Excellent throw by Mexico. In the end, finally gathered. Jamaica super aggressive as Francis tries to rip the ball from the Mexican player. And it's a maul is called. And tactic states, Maria, that they don't need to let this one go if Jamaica get hands on it.
Mexico maintaining possession there.
No hand around the neck, yeah? Back.
Mexico to the pick and go around the outside, but the pillars for the breakdown is excellent by Jamaica.
Mexico definitely looks like they're trying to draw in the Jamaican defense. However, Jamaica is maintaining their line, covering the full width of the pitch.
Mexico again the ball in the hands of Bender, and Bender will look to get some more territory lower down into the Jamaican half. And it's an excellent kick, probably 10 minutes off from the try line, and Mexico are in the red zone, and they're hot, going for 5 more points.
The score right now, 12 points to Jamaica, 10 points to Mexico. This is a close game. This is what we look for, this intense competition, excellent teams, excellent support from the crowd. Come on down to UE Mona Bowl if you are anywhere in Jamaica, especially if you're near Kingston. Throw in now from Mexico.
Advantage knocked. Knocked.
Again, knocked by Jamaica there as it was anyone's ball, just no one wanted to take it, and it slipped out of the Jamaican hands. Mexico get the scrum, again 10 meters from the try line, and they're going to look to try to release the speedy De Leon out in the wing for Mexico to see if they can get on the board. And again, just a bit of personnel switch as we see the number 8 Landeros go to the number 10, and the number 10 goes to outside center.
Hold.
Sorry, the number 13, Toyo, goes to 10, and Landeros comes
Straight out.
to number 11 spot to try probably a bit of bashing work in the centers.
Little bit of trouble with that scrum, went straight out.
Are you okay? Yeah?
Player welfare check here.
Come back on, sorry. Reset, here's your mark.
Scrappy scrum by both teams. Eventually the referee is going to get under control. And again, it's a tough ask to play here, as you see the player just stepping on there, just losing her footing, and just may have rolled her ankle. But again, tough as nails are these women out here. And to be a rugby player, you really have to have what we call in the Caribbean a little bit of bad mind, strong mental to play this sport.
Absolutely, Kelson. And a lot of the efforts of our medical team is because rugby players take pride in being tough. So it's hard to take care of us sometimes.
And again, Mexico seemed to turn the ball against the run of play. Jamaica over anxious. And again, smart work there by Camacho, just dropping the ball to get her advantage. She eventually takes it quickly while Jamaica is still going back, and the substitute Lima is on, and she just bashes her way forward.
Get back, 19,
Camacho dispatches it to Bender. Bender's trying to shoot it out wide, kind of get into hands of De Leon. Pirouette, eventually put down, and trying to get the ball into the hands of Cordero. Eventually it does. Cordero gets the ball, goes route 1 into Dud. And again, slow ball now for Mexico as they are in the red zone. Eventually number 8, Katrina, gets it up. Again, giving forward movement for Mexico to keep Jamaica's defense honest. Show and go by the number 13. She keep getting the inches and yards for Mexico closer and closer as they hit the 5-meter line. Mexico patient build up, Jamaica absorbing the defense as intense work coming here in the red zone as a pick and go coming just 1 meter shy of the try line.
Ball is good, ball is available.
Ball at the base of the rock. Mexico tried to leap for it, but excellently met by that Jamaican defense. The referee is not happy. The tackle is not rolling away, and Mexico got a penalty. About 6 meters off the line. What will they do?
Stay on the line.
Jamaica, again, great work, Maria, so far.
Jamaica has built a wall of defense, and Mexico right now is trying to knock it down.
Just short of the try line, they're pushed back. Jamaica trying to defend out wide. Bender goes for hope, but met by numerous Jamaica defenders, and she's driven back about 2 or 3 meters. And again, they pick and go Mexico. And again, tough work by these two teams here, just grinding. As you see, Dud try to slow down this Mexican attack. And again, tiring stuff out there, tiring stuff as Mexico still keep the ball. Camacho shoots it out wide to Bender. Bender misses. Katrina, they try to shoot out wide. The overlap, if they have it, steps and goes to number 4, out wide in the corner. Grab by Makala for Jamaica. Makala taking them down excellently.
Stay.
The referee barking orders at the Jamaican defense. Mexico patient work here. The number 2, Chavez, pushing her way forward. And Jamaica is doing a lot of work to keep Mexico off the try line. Camacho looking to dispatch this ball. Shoots it out to number 7, Deanda, and she's just short of the line. Mexico with the hands out wide, if she can move it into the hands of the Bender. Bender with the overlap. She steps once, hit in the contact and knocked on. Valiant tackle, excellent work, and Jamaica defense trumped.
Incredible defense there by Jamaica. You can hear the fans cheering. Everyone was holding their breath. Here is that replay, and you can see knocked on right before the try line. Hard luck for Mexico. Making some changes now.
And again, Mexico had the advantage out wide. If they used the hands, Bender decided that she's going to go for broke. As Jamaica make another substitute. Back on comes Sinclair. Just seems to be a little knock on the head for Lovell Evans, sorry. But again, Jamaica, excellent defense. They stood there and defended that try line for the better half of 5 minutes, and they kept Mexico out for now with the scrum to come.
Jamaica under pressure, but feeling the support from the fans in the stands. Preparing for a big scrum here. Mexico will be looking to get around the Jamaican defense that has been relentless and refuses to let them through.
And again, Brooks set back deep against former football player Brooks. Can she clear her lines? But strong scrum by Mexico. They seem to have bullied Jamaica off, but the referee's not happy with what happened, and she's going to reset this. And again, this is really jobs by both teams, just looking for that knockout blow to really put the game out of reach.
Well, Kelson, when this game started out, I wasn't sure if it was going to maintain the intensity, but it definitely is.
Jamaica holding on, probably a minute and a half again. Can they clear their lines and just relieve some of this pressure? And again, my pressure scale shows 50 psi of pressure here. Jamaica is absorbing, but can they clear their lines? And again, strong scrum stolen by Mexico, and pick and go from the back by Fernando de Soto. Eventually get out wide to Cordero. Cordero steps 1, steps 2, but eventually wrapped up by Jamaica. A maul formed, but the ball finally goes to ground. Mexico with the ball at the base. The referee said it's taken in, and it's back to a scrum for Jamaica. And again, the Jamaican defense has come up trumps.
Seeing the technical team on the sideline for Mexico. They know it's in the hands of their players right now.
Jamaica having problems in the scrum. Mexico seems to be just bullying them in this set piece. And can they get the ball to Brooks for to clear her lines, just so they can take a deep breath in? And again, there isn't much more time on the clock, so probably clearing this ball may be it. Maybe that try from Makala would be enough to keep Jamaica victorious, as Hunter sends it to Brooks. Brooks tries to kick it long. It doesn't go out into touch. Pressure by Dud. Eventually taken up by number 18, Martinez. She tries to shoot it out wide. Eventually taken up by Cordero. Jamaica wraps her up a bit. And again, not much more in this, Maria, as we see Mexico anxious to get the ball off and going. Jamaica seems to be a bit tired, as a couple hands on knees. And again, breathtaking stuff on the pitch and up in the studio here.
Jamaica put in incredible work in that defensive wall that they built and shut Mexico out, but they've got to keep it up. Mexico has the ball in possession, and they're looking to find a space, touch down the ball, and be victorious in this game.
Camacho shoots it back to Bender. Tackle a bit high by the referee. As Bender taps and goes quick, they're going to have a penalty advantage. As you see, the captain, Lewinson, was not 10. A bit cynical in my part, as if she didn't make that tackle, there would have been short try for Bender, as a couple of protests from the players. And again, this is about it in terms of time. So they're trying to decide what they're going to do. Bender chooses to go to the touchline. And this most likely, Maria, will be the last play of this game once the ball is out, according to our clock up here. And again, all to play for. Mexico, one try, one opportunity to really get the win from this play.
Can see the Jamaicans in the stands on their toes, lean forward, sending their energy for this team.
And again, Mira, end-to-end stuff. I myself can't stay on my seat. I'm up, standing, just cheering on. Excellent rugby here by these women. First time out in round competition in a while. 15th action. Good line out by Mexico. Camacho distributed out wide. Finally gets into the hands of Bender, and it's Katrina trying to shoot out wide. She throws the dummy, tries to go on her own, but wrapped up by the Jamaican defense illegally, though, says the referee. And again, Mexico just knocking on the door inside the 22-meter line. And what can they do here? Anne Maria, a shot at post will win the game. That'll be 3 points if they can, but Camacho gets it underway. Back to number 4, and she pushes her way 10 meters up the line.
Come on, 4.
The ball is finally recycled.
No, leave.
Camacho digging out to get this ball into the hands of Lena. Lena is struggling to take her down as Jamaica. Finally, she's done. Cordero is out wide. Can they get her? And Bender shoots it. And big hit by Jamaica. They're just stopping any impetus by the Mexican team. But she gets back up on her feet. Not phased at all by the big hit. Camacho again, they're waiting as the forwards are ready to rummage. Everyone in the stands is nervous here as you see Toyo takes it forward. Ball shoots out wide. Again, knocked on in the catch. And that's it. There you have it. That's the end of the game. Brilliant, brilliant defense by Jamaica, the runners up from last year. And the score 12 points to 10 is the favor. The McCullough try early in the second half was it for Jamaica. And Maria, what are your thoughts so far in this game?
We couldn't ask for a better return to the 15s format for women's rugby. Two incredibly powerful teams, Jamaica and Mexico. Jamaica coming out on top in this match on their home pitch at Huey Mona Bowl here in Kingston, Jamaica. Welcome back, women's 15s.
And again, both teams showing excellent grit. Excellent grit by both teams. It was really down the wire, Maria. And again, here at Huey Mona Bowl, the score 12 points to 10 in favor of Jamaica. We'll be back with highlights after the break. And great return to women's 15th action here in Mexico. Again, the score 12 points to 10 in favor of Jamaica over grades 12. As we shoot to the highlights of this match. And we're back here at Huey Mona Bowl. We're going to go down to interviews with Gerard and the Mexican captain.
Thanks, Kelson. I'm here with the captain of Mexico, Alessandra Bender. Alessandra, did you lose this game because of any shortcomings on Mexico part, or just by sheer brilliance from the Jamaican team?
I think it was a little bit on both sides. We're a pretty new group. We've only had 5 training sessions together. Most of the girls, this is their first international experience, so we're really just working on those connections, fixing the small details that'll enable us to work our system a little bit better. But it's always a really good match when we play Jamaica. We're rivals in the region. We love those hard-hitting games, and you know, we're just here to grow each game and to put on a good show.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was Alessandra Bender, the captain of Mexico. Now we have a chat with the coach from Jamaica, Misha Newman. Coach, this was a tough game for sure against the Mexicans. You know that it was going to be tough, but you kept very well on the defensive end, especially in the last bit of the second half, trying to get them just outside of the try area. How happy are you with the performance from your girls?
I'm extremely happy. The girls have gone out there and done me proud, done themselves proud, done their families proud. And it was a tough game. We knew it was going to be a tough game. And I think that defence just shows their resilience as a team. It was a lot of our girls' first 15s match, so it was really, really amazing to see them out there and absolutely putting on a great show. And their resilience is unmatched. And I can't wait to see what happens in the upcoming matches.
All right, so we can't wait to see either. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your first win.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so that was the coach from Jamaica, Misha Newman. And we will take a break now. When we come back, we have more action from you live from the Huey Mona Bowl.
And we're back here for round men's U19 and women's 15 action here in Jamaica. UE Mona Bowl, to be precise, are up next. Match 4, Cayman Islands versus defending champions USA South. Cayman Islands earlier lost to Trinidad and Tobago, 11 points to 0, and they're going to try to get reprieve against a tough USA South team. I'm Kelson Vigar, and with me is the legendary commentator, Gavin McClevey. Gavin, welcome.
Thanks for having me, mate. Always happy to come down and visit you all in the Caribbean. It's a beautiful day, a little warm, but there's a nice breeze that's saving my life right now. Loving that. Get yourselves down to the Mona Bowl here in the University of West Indies. It's a fantastic surroundings. The field looks great. We got Cayman and USA South coming out right about now. That's the lineup. Alexander Fox leading the charge there with the forwards for Cayman Islands. I'm really interested to see what Shemuel Scott does as well. And that Robert Ayres further down the list there, playing really well in the first game of the day. Plenty of options on the attack for the Cayman Islands under 19s. And they're coming out onto the field alongside USA South. USA South, bit of a change up with how they're doing things at USA South. They've got a different group of players from last year, some familiar faces, but for the most part, it's a different crowd. Keep an eye out for Cody Cade. He's a handful. Quinn Vorster spent the last year over in the UK playing some rugby. He's a great player playing with the number 10 jersey. Gianni Mosi out of Okapi Wanderers in South Florida. Playing 8-man today. Flanker and 8-man seems to be his favoured position. But stacked competition. Both these teams are really coming out onto this field looking really tight and ready to rumble.
And again, Cayman looks solid against Trinidad and Tobago, Gavin. It's just TNT just had a little bit too much speed and again, a little more aggressive than them. But again, aggression is what USA South does best. Big bodies. As we see they run onto the pitch, USA in the multicolored top, I would say red, white, and blue. Cayman in the familiar red strips. And again, it's going to be a forward-oriented game by this USA South team. They're going to have the bigger boys, and they're going to play direct Route 1 rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. Cayman have probably got tired bodies from that first game, but they've also had that game to gel, haven't they? So that might be the difference. If they've already got themselves organised, they've gotten rid of the first day nerves, USA South are, hopefully going to come out confident. Last year's champions and expecting to do well. Well, in your opinion, just genuine opinion, who do you think's winning this competition based on what we've seen so far, man?
And again, I guess I need to have an educated guess by seeing everyone at least play one game, Gav, before I can say what they bring to the table, because TNT finished 6th last year and had a commendable performance against Cayman, the first match of the tournament. So again, it could be anyone's game at this moment in the tournament. After everyone gets a round, then we can say yes, for sure, who the leading horse is. But again, their favorites will always be at this moment USA South. Deep kick gets us underway. Cayman gathers it eventually deep in their 22. Excellent pressure by USA South boys, and they don't look like this the first game, and they seem to be cool and relaxed coming into this one. Cayman tried to step through one or two defenders. Big boys just wrapping them up. And again, the smart choice would be to clear the line, but Cayman makes the mistake early, knocking on the try line, and then are they over for the try, USA South? The referee doesn't say knock on advantage, the referee signals, and USA get another bite early into this game, not even a minute played.
Good early pressure from USA South, really putting Cayman under the cosh, all the way back behind their own line.
And again, 5-meter dropout for Cayman. They get to clear the line. And again, 15-inch rugby is about a bit of territory, and USA South is monopolizing, even though they now have gotten the ball for the first time in the game. Excellent run, silky run through multiple tackles. Cayman number 7 eventually gets him down. Quick movement, we can say, and again, you can see Fox celebrating as Cayman snatches that ball quickly. And again, Fox, the name, the number 2, again, the winger / prop, you can say, is quick to everything.
Yeah, good character too. Great kid.
Excellent touch finder. Just relieve the pressure, gets opportunity for Cayman Islands to just take a breath.
Huh?
Captain for Cayman, Frederick Robson, will be telling the boys, hey, listen, we know it's hot. We need to just think it through a little bit more and really try to manage out this entire game.
Yeah, let's see if Cayman can get out of their half. I think this defense from USA South is going to be formidable. However, both teams like to play through the middle quite aggressively, so it could become a bit of a stalemate if they both live up to the expectation through the middle.
And again, super challenging throw. As you can see, the touchdown's flag just dancing in the wind, but eventually taken by Cayman. The referee's not happy. What happened? He says a knock-on in the line out, and USA South get the put in on the 15-meter line there. And again, set pieces and mistakes. They go hand in hand. Teams need to be well drilled to be out here.
Yeah, USA South got, I think, at the front of the line out, got a bit of a hand on it, but it did manage to go all the way through. It'll be USA South put in.
Crouch!
And let's see, the battle of the big boys.
Set!
Strong scrum by USA South, picked up by the number 8, and he's going intercepted almost by Cayman. Eventually picked up, and again, we seemed as though he knocked it home, but excellent skill to pull it back. Cayman have the ball, trying to run out of a dangerous area. Defense swarms in for USA South, eventually taken in, and again, finally trying to clear their lines, but just back to the number 25 for USA South. And he tries to shoot it out wide, skip and go, goosey if you like, but wrapped up by the Cayman defense, tosses it over his shoulder. And USA South still have the ball just outside Cayman's 22-meter line. The USA South attacking team is spread out wide to the near touchline. And can they whip it to the winger, Matt Gilardi. And again, show and go, finally taken into contact. He's trying to present excellent work here, but the forwards are back on the inside, prepped and ready to go. And big bump, but met very well by Cayman Islands, and it's really a strength game here by these two teams.
Tackling that running away.
Step and go finally to Gilardi. Gilardi just dragging the player wrong. A violent effort by Lynch for Cayman Islands. No advantage played here. The referee calls a penalty, and in the middle is Raheem, who's not happy with what's going on. And again, USA South get the opportunity to maybe kick and put 3 points on the board. And yes, that's the decision. The number 10 is going to try his boot, fly off Quinn Foster, and he was here last year, and he will have experience playing in this tournament.
Yeah, handy player, Quinn Forster. Just spent the last year over at Cardiff Met in Wales playing his rugby. Since he graduated high school, went off and spent a year there. I remember him kicking a lot of points for USA South. He was a key player last year in this competition.
Currently the wind is on his back, so he just needs to dink it in the air and the wind will take it the rest of the way. But the wind can change at any moment, so it has to be quick with it.
Oh, it's fallen off its tee, so he'll have another. There is a time limit to taking the kick.
And again, he sets back up for his routine. The referee being patient with him. The referee urging him on to get this kick underway. And he sliced it all the way wide. And again, just a missed opportunity, but again, great intent by USA South to really try to get some points on the board. And Foster's first attempt goes wide. 20 drop out next for Cayman Islands. And again, Cayman so far have been camped in their 22-meter line by pressure defense by USA South.
Yeah, Cayman struggling to get out of their own 22 at the moment. And it's from that defensive pressure and then losing the ball, and USA South just go on the attack again.
And again, the entire game has been played basically in the Cayman half of the pitch as they try to run out of the area, but weak chase by Cayman, finally gathered up by USA South. and they just bring the ball up just shy of the halfway line, trying to get to the big boys as a pick and go from the back of the ruck. USA South just being patient, just taking the inches and the yards or two, going forward, keeping Cayman super patient. The back line is set and ready as Vossa shoots it out wide. Just too low, scooped up by Cayman, trying to go on the outside. USA South trying to scramble their way forward. And again, the number 20 for Cayman shows and goes Zach Jackson, just a bit cheeky with the ball. As the USA just does their best to slow the play down. Advantage play into the referee, into the hands of Fox. Fox steps back on the inside, challenging as much as he can, but the USA defense is right on top of them, but there's no advantage being played. Cayman get the ball up. No, not rolling away, signaled by Raheem. And again, just these simple mistakes can cost you games.
Yeah, I'm seeing nowadays a lot of referees, if there's a tackler attached to the body and then someone else tries to poach it, they will give it as a for not rolling away, even though the person poaching is not necessarily the person that tackled. They have to wait for that tackler to roll away before they can poach. So it's catching a few people out, and the referees have sort of elevated that. I don't know if that's something that's always been around, but they're definitely focused on that recently.
Cayman Islands' first visit to USA South 22. And again, can they turn this visit into points? 8 minutes gone so far in the match. As we see the line out through by Robson, the captain. Choosing a very unique line-out setup. Sends it deep, but loses it. Excellent catch by the USA South player to the back of the line. And USA going to try to clear their lines as Vossa gathers it, dumps it deep down into touch. One bounce into touch, just inside the Cayman half. And again, excellent touch finder by Foster.
They're going to bring him. They're going to bring him back. He's going to come back to the 22. Yeah.
I guess kicked it outside the 22-meter line, or was brought back, sorry, by the pass into the 22. Says referee Raheem.
Red, how many? 7.
Cayman gets a throw again on the 22-meter line, and again Cayman line up super deep, Garvin, and we can sense a running play gonna happen here now.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got a set piece, but that wind's strong over there, so delivering this line out is not going to be easy for the youngster.
Eventually won by USA South. And again, lots of movement in the line out. Tackler doesn't seem to be releasing, signaled by the referee. USA South now get the opportunity, a second bite to the cherry for Voster to really get some territory for USA.
Yeah, the wind's a little bit strange. You can see by the flag, it looks like the wind's blowing into his face, but it's almost blowing across. The Mona Bowl is famous for having these swirling winds. If you look around the field, flags are all pointing in different directions as it kind of swirls in this bowl atmosphere that we have here.
Red, 5.
And again, the mountains all around create this bowl effect, making it difficult for kickers and catchers of the high ball alike. And again, it's super hot here just after lunchtime, and again, not a shadow in sight, so you know it's midday. And again, it's a tough ask for the boys to come out here and play in this sun, this heat. But again, they're elite performers, and we can't expect nothing less. Accenture USA South gets it out. Big run in the middle, patient or lackluster defense, we say, by Cayman. They're not pressing up, giving USA beautiful yards going forward, trying to get the ball out to Voster. He takes and goes, he jinks one, tries to jink the other, wrapped up eventually. USA South trying to push on, slow ball by Cayman, trying to shoot it to the overlap out wide. Can they do it? Advantage playing, not by Fox. And again, big bump by the big guy. USA South trying to use their numbers out wide. Cayman eventually wrestled them to the floor. And the referee's not happy with something here. He calls him back for the penalty, and USA South may get another opportunity to kick for post.
Yeah, good sequence of play from USA South, rumbling forward, just getting the nice offloads from the big boys, trying to make those yards and causing problems for the Cayman defense. And those counter rucks got a little scrappy, which gives USA South another line-out opportunity, not too far away from the line.
And again, statement of intent, not going for the 3 points, instead go for the line out, going for Brooke, Garvin, going for all the 5 points, and that shows a bit of confidence by the USA South team.
Yeah, Vorster, I think that's how he lives. He just lives with confidence all the time. It's just his style of play. He always take the more confident option.
Great set piece by USA South. Advantage playing, tackling, not rolling away. As we see the number 2 gingerly moving away from the breakdown. They pick and go right there. And again, penalty advantage playing, so USA South can go till they make a mistake. And they're just going to keep it tight. Just run it forward. The referee has 2 advantages for not running away, so we can't see a card. Very close to the line as USA South. Can they pick one more time and get it over? Cayman trying to keep them out, and great work just pushing them back. One more drive for USA South, can do it. They pick and go again. Solid defense. Cayman Islands again keeping them a meter shy, but advantage is still playing, and the referee's going to bring it back. Stalwart defense in the end by Cayman Islands, but indiscipline gives USA South another bite at this cherry.
You couldn't see much from our angle. You probably got a better angle on the TV there, but that one's pretty simple, straight over the line.
And then Cayman caught napping, and USA South tapped and goal very quickly and over the line. 5 points. As you can see, the blonde hair scrum cap player is celebrating, number 8 for the USA South. As you look at the replay there, bumped off one, eventually getting the ball down. Try for USA South.
Yeah, great work. Just smart play, just being aware of what's happening on the field, how the defense is lining up and taking advantage of it quickly. Great job, USA South.
Let's go, Cayman! Go our game, boys.
And again, USA strikes first, just about 14 minutes into this first half. And again, hard work by both teams, really just keeping it, doing bulky work, not much getting out to the wings, Garvin. And again, this is going to take a toll on the boys coming into the second half.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning of this one, I think both teams like to play direct rugby, work around the edge of the ruck. They enjoy working with their tight 5 players, and then use their flankers and 8-man as kind of fringe players to do the offloading. So you're going to see a lot of that. Both of these teams are very similar in that aspect.
And again, conversion missed by Foster. The score remains 5 points to 0. USA South over Cayman Islands. And again, these two teams really play the similar styles, Garvin, so they're going to try to do something really out of the ordinary to really pull themselves apart from each other.
Red time run, please.
Yeah, so that was the first points of the game, so it'll be interesting to see how Cayman respond to this. They've held out the USA South for almost 15 minutes, but they've spent a lot of time in their own half.
Jackson to get us back underway for Cayman Islands. Deep long kick. Got in the 22, USA South just take it back up. Weak kick chased by Cayman, and USA South get a push almost up to the 10-meter line. And again, solid run by USA as the backhand hand of Foster. Foster passes to the big boys, and it takes a bit to get him down. Seems to be a forward pass called by the referee, and Cayman Islands get the opportunity for a scrum just on USA South's 22-meter line.
They're keeping Cameron Schaefer very involved carrying the ball, but not on nowhere near the edge of the rucks, and certainly not in the first pod. They're using him a little bit wider outside the fly half or even further towards the centres. So looking to do some kind of split attack using the big boys out wide, which is interesting.
And again, looping play by Cayman Islands. The ball just going too low, scooped up by USA South on the counter attack. And Cayman take a bit to get back and set a defensive platform, but back into the hands of the big boys, and they're going up forward, gaining their yards just short of the 22-meter line. It seemed to have hit the floor, but the referee didn't see it. Cayman Islands bundled in too tightly, and can USA South take advantage of it? Foster now knocks it on. And again, just a bit of hands, just a bit of anxiety as the boys seem to be a bit heated, as Foster seems to not be pleased with what just transpired. Again, It's not just the weather that's hot, it's even the players. They seem to be heated, Gavin, out there.
Yeah, a few of these guys were battling it out last year as well, so it's just, it's like Rocky 2 out here.
Red ball.
And again, we don't want that to creep into the game, Gavin. We don't want that indiscipline again. Rugby is still a gentleman's sport. And again, you need to take your knocking and get back up and go on with the game. As Hannon puts the ball back in for Cayman Islands. And Jackson, the tall, rangy number 10, was silky with the play early on. Let's see what he can do again. The referee's not happy. And he says the ball's knocked on at the base of the scrum. And referee Raheem on top of things here. Really nothing missing the eye of the referee today.
Yeah, no, he's on top of it. I didn't even see that myself, but he was right next to the play. Looks like it was a loose ball at the foot of the 8-man. Interrupted the 9's pickup.
And again, Gavin, my knowledge of the game is number 8 picks the ball up. If you're being pushed back, it's difficult for the number 9 to pick the ball up in a moving scrum.
Yeah, makes life difficult, but Jackson Patterson makes it look easy this time as 9, and they've worked quickly wide, USA South.
And again, the referee has advantage up, seems to be a knock-on. And again, they are very strict on that knock-on as Vossa sues it back to the big boys, and they try to go through the middle, wrestled down by Fox. And again, Vossa in position for something. He changes the face, long looping pass into the overlap, and what can they make of the man advantage? He think he doesn't need it, scrapped down by the ankles, and Cayman Islands get away with the overlap as USA South chose to go into the contact.
Yeah, nice awareness from Vorstad, looking out to change direction. Saw that there was a massive advantage on the top side.
Big work by the big forward here. Take it just 5 meters short of the line. USA South just needs an extra pass. And again, it seems to be the try score in the previous. Yancey trying to go under the sticks. The referee will need some help from the AR. Again, solid run. It started by the big run through the middle, and great follow-up work by the number 7, Yancey, just trailing solidly through as the referee says held up so they get another chance at it with a 5-meter scrum.
Yeah, phenomenal work. Bouncing through the middle, the pink scrum cap. I can't see the number on his shirt, but he's working really well. He's making some good yards.
And again, my mistake, it seemed to be a 5-meter dropout. And again, it's hard work by these boys. Pushing, working hard. USA South again, deep inside the red zone. Just taking the yardage as they go forward, picking and going, getting 2-3 yards at a time. And again, tough work by the forwards. The backs out there just taking in the breeze. Nothing's coming their way. Voster just cool as you like, waiting for his opportunity. And again, solid defense as we can see some hands on some knees as USA South knock the ball on just short of the try line. Referee Raheem calls it quits for the first half, and USA the only team to have scored so far 5 points to 0 in favor of USA South. And what's your thoughts of that first half, Gavin?
Interesting, yeah. I'm interested to see what the two teams have got on the bench, because these two sets of guys have been going at it pretty damn hard the last 20 minutes, and I get a suspicion that the bench is going to be the difference, because when those legs are tired with this intensity of forward play and the pick and go, who gets tired first, that bench comes on. Who's got the stronger bench is going to win this game.
Couldn't say it better myself, Gavin. As we go to the halftime break, the score remains USA South 5 points to 0. We'll be back after the break. And welcome back to UE Mona Bowl here for round men's U19's action. At the halftime break, USA South leads Cayman Islands 5 points to 0 with the second half to come. We'll take a look at the highlights. And again, USA South in this red, blue and white kit. Foster setting us off. Deep kick into the Cayman half. And again, solid work by both teams. Really just being super strong, and it was in the first minute of the game where USA South put Cayman Islands under loads of pressure. And again, the first half was really all USA South in terms of possession and territory. And again, Foster trying for the penalty conversion, went just right off the post. And again, eventually the top penalty tap was taken, and USA put themselves in front. The try by the forward again just came on waiting a bit too long to move off their try line, and try USA South putting them in front. And again, just before the half, signal of intent, USA South really pushing themselves, going through, but just knocked it on before the half, before the referee called for the break. And again, Garvin, so far, both teams have been just rumbling along, but what, as a coach, you just said to teams during the halftime break?
Well, USA South need to keep doing what they're doing. They will, I think they're going to grind down this Cayman team. There's a lot of hands on knees from the Cayman Island team. They've got set pieces up their sleeve. They need to start executing them. They're just getting a lot of pressure from USA South, and that's where they're falling. If they're trying to do the loop pass at the fly half, they just need to execute it a little bit quicker without obviously failing. And I think that's if they can start to execute some set piece play, and it takes the focus away from the forwards, because I think they might lose that battle. I hope it stays competitive, because Cayman have been doing really, really well. But like I said earlier, I think whatever comes off the bench, that's where this battle's going to be won and lost. And if Cayman have got strength in depth, I think they can match this USA South team and maybe put a shock on the table.
And again, excellent running surface here, Garvin. Nice solid pitch. Weather is perfect for running rugby. And again, both teams similar styles of rugby. And again, we're going to see what the coaches do in terms of tactics after the break to really make this more of a competitive match in terms of points on the board. Again, USA South leading by just the one try as we go to start the second half of action.
Time to run, Red.
Jackson gets us back underway. Deep kick. USA South, excellent work to guard it with the sun just overhead, and he's eventually taken down. Again, slow build up. USA South again just trying to run out of the red zone. And again, the big boys are doing the work as Foster shoots it out wide, looking for space. 6 and 7 at the back, Cayman Islands eventually wrestling the player down just short of the 22-meter line. The scrummer finally comes and gives it to Foster, and Foster pushes it back to the big boys as they just move their way up the pitch. Cayman Islands doing a lot of defensive work as the looping play comes around the back, looking for the support. 2-on-1 if he uses it, but eventually wrestled to the floor. Great defense. Cayman Islands player trying to roll away from the breakdown. Eventually the ball gets back out to the 10, and again it's end-to-end stuff from USA South. Cayman just making tackles after tackles at this moment.
Yeah, they've got to work around the corner a lot to defend this Cayman team. Are having to work side to side again. They're over on that other 15 channel on the far side for the third time in a very short period of.
And again, penalty there for USA South. The Cayman Islands player just coming in from the side, and Vossa just going to boot the ball down the pitch and just in fraction inside of the 22-meter line for Cayman. And again, defense is tiring work, and how long can Cayman keep this up for?
Yeah, again, it's always difficult if you're defending, right? If you defend well, and then that results in getting the ball back in your hand, excellent. But if you're defending and just defending and going backwards, it's a lot of work with there's no upside to it. There's no fun going backwards, that's for sure.
And again, Garvin, there doesn't seem to be by both teams creating space for the runners out wide. So difficult for expansive rugby playing so far. Everything just seems to be tight as Cayman Islands just error in the lineout. Not straight signal by Raheem, the referee. And again,
offside, I think. I think he called Cayman offside.
Again, offside, a call by the referee. USA South gets this scrum deep inside, and maybe we can see the number 15 just added into the line for extra numbers. Can we see a wide play here, something flamboyant here to really spruce up the crowd here at UWI Mona Bowl?
I think Cayman have got some speed out wide. They haven't had a chance to use it yet. It doesn't seem to get past their midfield. But if they can insert the fullback either side, either shoulder of the wing, and then the inside centers get some traction and speed up the ball, get that pass gone.
Time on.
And again, I can see from past players, USA South most likely can use the big boys to just suck in extra players before they shoot out wide. But this may not be the case, as we can see the lineup. Short dummy run, and it looks like going to happen. Picked up by the number 8, just as I forecasted. Again, I could be a genie. And he's driving to a line, reaching forward. Try USA South. The number 8 picked and go the entire way. And again, USA again, first strike in this second half.
Gianni Mosi dotting it down for try number 2 for USA South. He's had plenty of practice at this, at his club level, and plays for his state team, Florida Jaguares, as well. Confidently blowing by the Cayman defense.
That's right, Gavin. Again, he picked up, couldn't believe his eyes, no one in front of him, and he really just pushed himself and willed himself over the line, pushing in for USA South's second try.
Not the biggest 8-man, but very powerful, nice low center of gravity, heavy lower body as well. He's a lot heavier and stronger than he looks. Not your typical 8-man, but very effective in this case.
And again, defense is tiring work. And again, Cayman Islands just didn't seem to read the script on that one. Not flanker, not releasing out the scrum in time for Cayman, not enough to slow him down. And the kick is successful by Voster, just pushing the score up 12 points to 0. USA seem to be running away with this.
Good kick from Forster.
Again, Cayman Islands need to make some changes to really keep the impetus and keep them in it. Remember, they lost to TNT earlier, 11 points to 0, and they don't want to end day one without a win. But again, Cayman doing excellent defense. They're just doing a little bit too much of it.
Quick substitution for USA South. One of the players coming off, Gavin Hooton, coming into the field from Cardinal Gibbons High School in Florida.
Against the number 8, the try scorer, Mosi, again, just pushes his way up, unstoppable after that try. Tails in the air, and he shoots the ball out. Not an excellent pass, but eventually picked up. And USA South tried to use the overlap, flick back on the inside, and the big boys at San have fun here. Fiji-esque, running through undisturbed, trying to get the fend off, eventually wrapped up by red shirts. USA South a bit slow in coming over and knocking the ball on as Jackson tries to clear his lines. And again, when you're in front, everything just goes in your favor.
Yeah, it's really hard for Cayman, backpedaling the whole way there, but again, USA South using their big boys' ball handling skills and all, which is not common. These bigger boys now in the younger age groups, they're becoming very useful with ball in hand, and as you saw there, multiple offloads from type 5 players makes this game very exciting if you decide to play like that, going through the middle, and it's a handful, lot to deal with for the Cayman boys going backwards.
And again, Gavin, in the older days, they used to say forwards just crash the ball, but now all players have all this facet of skills to make the game super exciting for us to watch at home.
Yeah, the mobility nowadays of front row players is phenomenal, and if they can offload ball in tackle, that's just double your money for those guys.
Again, as Mosi poised to take it in as he pops it on to the scrum off, and again USA South trying to attack out wide. Finally, number 22 for USA South finally gets his hands on the ball. He stopped just short. No, he doesn't. He reached out from this angle. We couldn't see him, but it's try time for USA South. The right wing, Carsten Rice, just losing his long frame to just reach over and score over the whitewash.
Good stuff. They worked it wide, and there wasn't a lot of space out there for him, so he did quite well. He stepped inside the winger, had the fullback on his back, but that little turn inside got him the yards that he needed. Stopped short there. Bodies coming in over the top.
Red, how much? Blue, there's 7.
Okay, a better confusion there. The referee signal tried confuse us up in the commentary box. We'll get the score right back and corrected. But at the moment, line out to Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands through at the center. The referee, the try didn't count by number 22. But anyways, Cayman on the attack. Big break back for Cayman Islands. No one support. Finally shoots it out wide. Doesn't go to hand and into touch. And Cayman finally with attacking possession in this second half.
Yeah, against the flow of play for sure. And trying to capitalize on the opportunity. A bit of a loose ball over the back of the line out. And get themselves in a good position over there. But USA South are going to have this line out. Again, Gavin Hooton coming into the game just recently. Front row forward from Cardinal Gibbons High School from Florida's Rugby Union.
And again, Cayman Islands just defending desperately so far in this game. They have excellent defense, they're just defending too much. But when they get the slight opportunities, Garvin, they don't seem to take the chances.
Yeah, they're almost surprised that they've got it at this point. The numbers on the scorecard are not reflecting the game. USA South could be a lot further ahead at this stage. So fair play to Cayman to keep it in as close as they have so far.
USA South makes some changes. And comes front row Gavin Wall and number 26 Ryan Richardson. And again, substitutions are a tactical push to really get the team more in front or probably even solidify their hold on this game.
Good innings from Cameron Schaefer coming off here, the front row blonde. Had a great game.
Cayman Islands with the put-in. Can they find Lynch, number 23, out wide? It looked good for me, but the referee doesn't seem to be pleased, and that's been the story of the day in terms of lineouts. Doesn't seem to be straight, and again, do the players or do the referees take in control or take in factor, Gavin, of the wind dancing the ball around?
Yeah, and then it drops every so often as well. So then just as you get used to that wind, all of a sudden it drops, and then your overcompensation ends up you're not throwing it straight either. You can't win.
And again, we can see the number 10 for USA South, Foster, standing really deep. He's going to look to clear his lines. And again, Cayman doesn't seem to have it super prepped as the ball doesn't go to hand. And Cayman with a solid defense, causing USA South all sorts of problems deep inside the red zone. Eventually they panic and get it secured. Foster finally gets it to hand, but straight down to the fullback. Can he gather it? Excellent catch by number 15, and he leaves him for dead. Dancing shoes by number 15 for Cayman Islands. That's Sebastian Jury, and he really left him out there, stepping the defender easily, but eventually dropped in the contact. And again, all his excellent work went to begging.
Yeah, he's handy, the fullback for Cayman, Bujuro. I'm probably butchering his name, unfortunately, but he's playing really well. When he is tested, he comes through with flying colours every time.
Again, in the first game against TNT, you saw him on even as scrum half, really just moving around. He can play multiple positions. As you see, Cayman Islands bring on the substitute. Robert Ayers comes back onto the pitch just to add a bit of flair and stability back into the Cayman team. And again, a one score, and Cayman really be back into this as Vossa shoots the ball out wide, looking for the overlap. 2-on-1 finally into his hands. It's a 1-on-1. The substitute is well on Ayers, but great pop off the line. And can he go all the way? Finally scrapped down. High tackle signaled by the referee as he was grabbed by his shoulders. And again, for kids at home and everyone viewing, keep those tackles under the shoulders.
Yeah, it was away to the races at that point and pulled back illegally, hands on top of the shoulders. That's considered a high tackle.
And again, great cover tackle by Cayman Islands. And again, they defend well in spurts, but they just defend a little too much. And we can see everyone just hands on knees now, pretty much gassed with about 10 minutes to go in the second half.
Yeah, if they don't execute well, they do work really, in spurts, they work really well defensively. But if they don't execute and recover the ball after that defensive pressure, then it all goes begging. And this way you find yourself back on your 5-yard line, and USA South are looking dangerous. Again, Cayman holding it together quite well so far. What have USA South got up the sleeve here?
And again, special hello to everyone Cayman Islands watching the match. If you're at the South Sound grounds, taking it in, just saying special shout out to you all. Again, Cayman Rugby does excellent work in terms of youth development as USA South really try to push their way to the try line. Again, seems to knocked on just over exuberance, just white line fever we call it, and just super excited to try to score that try.
Yeah, the Cayman boys got nice and low at the edge there and really worked hard, scrambled defense in the corner to stop the USA South going over. Great job, Cayman.
Opportunity for Cayman Lions in the scrum, maybe to clear their lines, relieve a bit of pressure as the fullback comes in deep. And he's super handy on this Cayman team, going to take up kicking duties to clear their lines. And again, Garvin, the two teams play similar styles, but the USA South seems to do it better.
Yeah, they're executing a lot better. A lot of pressure coming in there quickly on the Cayman kicker. He manages to get it away, though.
And again, great touch finder, just gives the boys a chance to recollect themselves. As we see, substitute comes back on for USA South. Number 3, Miguel Villarreal, comes on, and again changes are needed to keep the impetus up and keep the pressure up against the opposition.
Yeah, some good substitutions coming from USA South. Christian Poe is out there as well. Gavin Hooton. You've got a couple of the guys coming on with a lot of experience, playing rugby for multiple years.
USA South just having too many people on the pitch. Just about 5 minutes again to go. USA South leads 12 points to 0 over Cayman Islands, and Cayman Islands lost earlier to TNT, 11 points to 0. So they're going to try to get something on the board before their day is done. Excellent line out throw by USA South. Gives it back to the big boys, straight through the middle. Solidly met by this red wall. Gets him to the floor. And it's back out to Voster, who shoots it out wide, looking for the support. And can he get 2-on-1? Big run by the wing, the substitute winger. He comes on, he's eventually taken down. And USA South on the front foot, just pushing it. And now it's a big boy's turn to rummage it closer to the line.
And there they go, USA South on a rumble, pick and go around the corner. It's obviously in the game plan. The big boys are seeing that white line. They occasionally get a bit of glory.
Can't see what's happened from this end. The referee just going to confer with his touch judge. We can't see from up here either. It's just bodies, white and red shirts. Did he get it to the line? And again, this is tough stuff by these boys. Again, solid hitting, big running. And again, we're just waiting for the referee to confer with his AR, to confirm if it was a try or not. But again, great positive work by USA South, starting with a run on the wing.
Yeah, going around that, coming on that near side. They were very, very quick down this near side and shoot inside to create the next phase. The support arrives, and then they work the pick and go.
Time on. Level scrum. Blue, yep. Knock on.
And again, knock on in the contact. USA South just cough up possession in the red zone. Cayman Islands' body seems to be dropping now as we get multiple substitution happen here. And again, all this hard defense takes a toll on these young guys' bodies.
sir. Time is done.
So interesting substitution for USA South. The winger that came in 26, Ryan Richardson, he went to scrum half in place of Patterson. And then the substitute going in, the number 4, that's David Kobler's going to go to wing now. So moving the pieces, Coach Mark Williams for USA South in his...
And again, Kai Birch makes his way onto the pitch for Cayman Islands there. Just adding a bit of energy on the wing. And Cayman are going to try to clear their lines. As we see the fly off deep in the pocket. Maybe a little too deep as he's flirting with the end goal area. An uncomfortable scrum by USA South. Charge down the kick. Finally caught back by Cayman. And again, great work by the forwards. They're just making big and wide bodies to stop the clearance from Cayman.
Number 19, Christian Poe with the block and the tackle. Not only did he make the block, he then made the tackle. Good stuff.
And again, another 5-meter drop off for Cayman Islands. What tactic would they utilize in this one? I say, Gavin, you're going to lost this into down the field where there's greenage, because short, sharp kicks may not work for you.
Yeah, but this wind picked up a little bit, and it's in the kicker's face, so it might not get too much of a distance.
Going back, that's good.
And again, fumble in the pickup, but again, good work by the substitute coming on there. Kubler comes in and just dances his way across, but again, strong rock by Cayman. Eventually, Richardson picks and goes back into the hands of the big boys, and he just puts 2 Cayman Island players to the floor. Tell them, sit down, youngsters, I've got this.
Offside. Numbers look massive on that top side, though, for USA South with an overload.
Advantage over.
Cayman slow to get on the short side. USA South just take it slowly, but the big boys are starting. It's their turn now to really do the dirty work. And again, Cayman meet them up front, but big drive by USA South eventually stopped. And again, at the back of the rock, they're going to pick and go. And he eventually leads forward. Try USA South. Third try for USA on the far end of the pitch there, pushing the lead up 17 points to 0, over Cayman Islands. As we look at the replay there, just taking 2 red shirts on his back and just walking them over easy as you like, trying to get a number on him. But again, great work by USA South. Number 19.
Christian Poe, Florida resident, usually playing at flanker. Occasionally you'll see him at inside center. Solid player, strong, fast, and wears some very fashionable RD Savea goggles.
And again, just about a minute left from our clock up here. USA South really just putting a nail on the coffin. 17 points to 0 with the conversion to come. Can Foster add the extra 2 points? And again, valiant effort by the Cayman boys. But again, USA South was just a bit too rough for them out today. Foster with his swinging action. The kick goes to the right. And again, the referee seems to have just a little bit more play in this one. The score remains 17 points to 0. As you look at the replay there, oh no, the kick went over. 19 points, my mistake. 19 points as Foster was successful. 19 points in favor of USA South over Cayman Islands, just not much in it. And again, really looking at Poe with his fancy goggles, and again, super stylish, Gavin. I probably need to get myself a pair of those.
A low kick from the Cayman Islands straight into USA South hands. Good work. And Mosi moving on the inside.
And again, Mosi just worked his way up the pitch again to the big boy, just moving forward. The referee slightly in the way, but Cayman eventually get him down. And again, tired boys by Cayman Islands. They do seem to be 6s and 7s in defense. USA South trying to take it out wide, but the referee's not happy. Forward pass is signaled. And again, the referee is super sharp on this. And again, scrum to Cayman Islands. And again, not much in this again, Garvin, as time is off just for the injured player. to get some treatment.
Yeah, a couple of tired and hurt Cayman bodies. They've done themselves proud this game, Cayman. I think they contained USA South for the most part, and it was very, very equal for a large part of this game. But again, I think I mentioned it earlier on, I think the bench that was the difference. Just USA South's stronger bench coming off, and one of those substitutions were made. This is the result we're seeing, 19-0 for USA with just moments to go.
Set.
And again, Cayman just trying to remove the donut off the scorecard here. 19 points to 0. Just a bit of a dancing scrum. Again, into the hands of Jackson, pushes the big hands of number 14, takes 2 to get him down. And again, Imani Ebanks, and again, we remember him from last year. And again, he's on doing the dirty work as Jackson dinks it in the space, trying to be marshaled eventually by USA South, smartly popping it into touch. And there you have it. That's the final score. That's the final whistle. And again, USA South, too big, too strong, too good for the Cayman Islands team.
Agreed.
Disappointment for Cayman, not able to secure a win on this first day of events. But again, we can see solid work from them, and there's more to come from this Cayman team coming out on day 2 of performance. But USA South, defending champions, signaled their intent with a solid 19-0. And at the final whistle, USA South over Cayman Islands, 19 points to 0. We'll be back after the break. Back here at Huey Monabo, Jamaica, Rand Men's U19 Tournament 2023. Final score, USA South 19, Cayman Islands 0, as we look at the match highlights. And again, USA South started Foster, deep kick, putting Cayman Islands under pressure. And just in the first minute of play, they started pressuring Cayman Islands. And again, trying to get out the 22 mistakes happened, and USA nearly scored on the opportunity. There less than a minute again to play. And again, USA South really just camping in the Caymans 22 for most of the first half. Foster got a penalty kick that the wind pushed drastically wide, and that was the first intent. And then after that, USA South caught Cayman Islands napping and try off the penalty tap. As you can see, no one from Cayman Islands really moved off the line, and USA South pushed themselves over for the first try of the match. And again, coming close to the end of the first half, USA again knocking on the door, just came up short. And again, to second half action, Mosi picking the ball from the back of the scrum, picked and good, no one could stop him. Blankets of red shirts around him, but they couldn't stop him. Mosi with a cape on his back, scoring the second try for USA South, putting them 10 points up. And again, conversion, scored, pushing the score up 12 points to 0. And again, the big boys doing all the work for USA South, coming deep into the second half. And again, the big boys again did it for him. And this time was Poe with the stylish goggles, just adding the extra impetus and the nail in the coffin to secure the USA South win in this game. And then Vossa slotting home the conversion, pushing the score up 19 points to 0. Cayman Islands tried desperately to Jackson in the second half, but again, USA South was too good in order to get it done. We go to interviews down on pitch side with Gerard.
Thank you, Kelson. I'm here with the coach from Cayman Islands, Edward Weston. Coach Weston, this was a pretty good showing from your Cayman Islands boys, a pretty good effort from them, but where do you think you fell short in this game?
Well, you know, we always know USA South is a strong team coming into the tournament. I think they've won the tournament the last few years, so they're big physical guys. So we knew that coming in, but I was pretty happy with the boys' performance. We definitely stepped it up after a disappointing loss in the first game, where it started a bit slow. The boys picked it up in this game and showed a bit of what we were capable of. So just going into tomorrow, we'll be looking at the games and looking at the other opponents and seeing where we need to adjust a little bit and be ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day, and the boys will be coming out hard and holding their heads high after this game.
All right, Coach, thank you. We'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that was Coach Edward Weston from the Cayman Islands. And we're going to have a chat with Jackson Patterson, the captain of the USA South team. Jackson, it took a little bit of time for the USA South team to get into the game, get a rhythm, but after you got that first try, it was all from there.
That first try was very vital. Coach Mark and Coach Watson did a great job of preparing us for this game. Intensity was key. You know, get that first try and keep it going. You know, once you get that momentum, it's very hard to stop, and that was our game plan going into this, and it proves pretty successful.
Yeah, and for the next game, what are you going to look to build on?
We're looking to build on the fundamentals. I had a couple of screwed up passes, which I need to work on, and, you know, just getting those first pre-game jitters out the way.
All right, well, we'll see you in the next game. Thank
yes,
you
sir.
so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Break time now. When we come back, we have more action in the men's under-19 section of this tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin McLeavy here, joined by Maria Thomas. Next game up, Jamaica under-19s boys against Bermuda, coming out onto the field. The local boys about to get their first start of the day. Late in the day for them. Some teams have already played twice, but home ground advantage, they can do what they like, right?
Yes, Gavin, it's going to be an exciting game. Bermuda has already had an excellent start to this tournament. They were victorious in their first game over Guyana. Now they will be tested against the home team, Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what this Jamaica team can do this year. They were very close to it last year. They fell at the last hurdle against USA South. Bermuda have already been warmed up. They've already played today, so they're going to feel comfortable. But Jamaica, I think they've got some tricks up their sleeves.
Well, this Jamaican team is a hybrid team. They are the product of both local and UK development programs. The UK players that were here last year have all returned this year.
Yep, there's several lads coming over. Some of them now are just going into or just finishing their first year of university. So, you know, that they've aged up and they're in really good shape. Bermuda. Keep an eye on Jay Dunleavy. He's been phenomenal at 8-man. Sangster is named there at number 9, but he pops up on the wing quite a lot throughout games. And then Noakes as well has been phenomenal. Really a handful of talent there in the Bermuda team, and a fair amount of power. Their set pieces look really nice. I'm impressed with Bermuda so far. Jamaica on the other hand, a few new faces, but a few returners as well. Jonathan Barnes there in the pack, out of Dubai of all places. He's off to university very soon in the USA. Mason Campbell making a return. And keep an eye on Jacob Nicholson. 3 phenomenal players just off the top of my head, but there's a list of guys that are really, really good players.
Absolutely. We're seeing lots of people in the stands here as people get the word out. Come and join us at the UE Mona Bowl in Kingston, Jamaica. Bermuda kicking off to the home team, Jamaica. Great opportunity for local players to showcase their skills. We had discussions with some of the development coaches, and it's been a great collaborative effort.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one's going to go straight back to a scrum to get us started right on the halfway line. So a slow start to this one. Some big bodies down there. Those Jamaican boys have been in the gym since last time we were here.
Yeah, they're definitely building off of their success in the last tournament. They do have one new cap, that's Jasper Richardson, and he's having his first cap as captain of this team.
Oh, nice. Very good stuff.
Stop!
So, it comes out the back nicely as Nicholson's with the ball. They're looking to work wide quickly. They recognize that they're going to have the speed out wide. Jamaica is what they are, their speed. What else have they got up their sleeves, though?
Good work, good work.
I think they're going to bring a lot to the table in this competition. So working in pods early. Bermuda coming out hungry for that ball, though. That line speed was phenomenal. Putting Jamaica under pressure. Nicholson goes to top side this time. Looking for his fly half. There's a forward going through, second row. Big boy. Offsides. Bermuda. So Jamaica will get their ball short of the 22 and back towards the middle of the park.
There was a lot of intensity from both the Mexican and Jamaican women's teams that just played. So we'll look to see the intensity from this Jamaican under-19s team and see how well Bermuda responds to it.
Yeah, the last year or so, the combination, the 9-10 combination of Nicholson and Campbell, both been playing together at Cardiff Met University in Wales. I think they're both from London, but they've gone to Wales for their university education and the phenomenal rugby setup that they've got at Cardiff University as well. I'm not the salesperson for Cardiff University. I just see a lot of good stuff happening there.
That was not straight.
Yeah, so we saw that Bermuda was very disciplined, excellent formations in the first game that they had. So we'll expect to see some more of that, and hopefully for Bermuda they are able to continue that under the pressure that we anticipate Jamaica will bring.
Absolutely. Jasper Richardson, the number 8. Let's see what he can do. He's directing traffic as captain from the back of the scrum. An unknown entity for me.
Fine.
It's definitely hard to stay off of your radar for very long, Gavin.
Calm down.
Recruit, recruit, recruit. That's all they say.
So they're resetting the scrum here.
Crouch!
A lot of power in both of these packs.
Yeah, this will get interesting. It's already getting a bit spicy in the front row. A few of the guys giving each other a slap, and there was someone was lifted in amongst that. The power, such was the power of the 8-man, all the way coming through to that front row. And the crowd really getting behind the local boys. You can feel the volume and energy increasing in the Mona Bowl here.
Who's their front?
If you're watching this on SportsMax and you're in Jamaica, feel free to get down here. We've got a whole week of rugby. We were having rugby in the Mona Bowl every day through till Sunday.
In, please. Yes, you good.
Jamaica preparing to throw in this ball. They're just getting set up for their line out.
Not straight again, though.
What do you want? What do you want?
Jamaica having a little bit of nerves at the line out. Unexpected.
Line out, blue ball. Numbers? How many?
It always takes a few minutes to get into that first game for the day, for the tournament. Bermuda already had a successful first game, as we said. This is Jamaica's first game of this tournament.
I think it's sometimes worse if you start later in the day because you've got to sit and think about it all day. You know what I mean? You just wake up, get out of bed and turn up and play, then you're good. You've got the nerves out of the way in the first few minutes.
But we know they're warm because we saw them cheering on the women.
True enough. True enough. At least their lungs were warm from shouting, supporting the girls earlier. So Bermuda looking much cleaner than Jamaica off the lineouts. I think Bermuda are going to be good with their set plays. There's that width coming. And can Jamaica defend that? Good release to the winger. He steps back inside and taken to ground. Haven't advanced in yards. Just on the other side of the field, trying to spread that Jamaica defense. Working in pods, Bermuda. Can they clean out that ball offside? Referee Clifton. Is that Clifton? Yeah. So both teams offending with the offside early on in the game. Just eager, we'll call it that.
Numbers blue. Full. Offside. 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 They said full again.
We can see the fans there. People coming out to UE Mona Bowl. Lots of people in their national colors. Black, green, and gold.
I asked Jerry to get me a shirt. He said they don't have any 4XL. They only have medium and large.
Buy two.
Stitch them together. Rude.
Definitely come and support. Get your national color, your kit to come out. Be a part of the fans that are cheering on these teams here today.
There's Jamaica looking for the short ball, but it landed somewhere in between. He's looking for a kick. No, he's using the width. The fullback enters. Big tackles from Bermuda. Referee saw something earlier, so he's taking it back.
Captain, please. Can I get a captain, please?
Referee saw something he didn't like. That was Mackenzie Davies taking the big hit, but an infringement earlier. See if we can listen in.
Yeah?
Referee's doing an excellent job just making sure that the play moves smoothly, keeping the momentum of the game, and also making sure that these athletes, who are development athletes, are getting great game experience that sets them up for success in their rugby careers.
100%.
5 you said, right? 5.
Good kick.
5 guys.
That gets them in a little bit closer to Bermuda territory.
One more, one in. There you go. Yep. 5.
Bermuda athletes definitely shouted out their friends, families, teachers. Those are some of the people that were cited as getting them involved in rugby. It's awesome to see the legacy and the family names that are recurring at tournaments like this. And you see how important it is to build that rugby community and family.
It's available. It's available.
Absolutely. Good maul there from Jamaica. They worked really well with that one. Jonathan Barnes that took the maul forward. Jonathan Barnes, the lad I mentioned earlier, I'm sure he's going to Notre Dame University. He's got a brain in his head, that one. Really smart kid.
It says available. Yeah, you good.
Jamaica has the throw in here, and you can see their line is very deep, so it looks like they'll be trying to make some magic and get it out to their speed on the wing.
Interesting approach from Jamaica. They all move in together and then change their direction, trying to keep Bermuda on their toes, and it works well. And again, that maul is rocking forward, splinters off, taking it back in field. Little pick and go around the corner. He's been held up there, down there to ground, and released. Another pick and go, this time the other side.
Jamaica has drawn in a lot of the defense and given themselves some options.
Absolutely. They've played it quickly, and that was a quick tap and go, and everybody trying to tackle was offside, so that's got to be a score. I didn't manage to see a number on the shirt. There was too many bodies. Looks like Dante Purcell. I'll have to see a number to confirm on the back of his jersey. Number 5. That's Mitchell Wallen. Excuse me. Mitchell Wallen with the try.
No, it's not a try. It's not a try. It's not a try. Not a try. No try.
No try, says the referee.
Oh, no way. Okay. Assistant referee saw something else, maybe.
Want a scrum? You want a scrum, guys?
Looks like the ball was held up. Potential reason that was not a try, so now they are going for a scrum.
But it's going Jamaica scrum, so interesting. I'm not sure what happened in the bottom of that. But we'll trust that the referee is right. How's that?
Absolutely.
But a great position to be in. There's lots of space on the short side. The scrum half is wide awake and ready to go. 8-man picks and goes inside and runs straight into a Bermuda wall. Now they're coming the short side. He's looking for that angle, trying to get around on the corner. Can he reach? No, he turns back inside. He must be short. There's a pick and go, the prop forward. And this time, Barnes gets it over. The number 6, Jamaica. Great try from Jamaica, well deserved. They've been pitched up there for a few minutes now. Just need to break down that Bermuda defense.
Jamaica putting the first 5 points on the board. Their fans are elated. Here's the replay.
A good view of it. It's a high tackle in there as well, so even if he didn't dot it down, I'm sure it would have been a penalty try, because that was very high, swinging around the neck. 6 on 6. Jamaica bench pumped for that one to get their first points on the board.
Great work, great patience by Jamaica on the line. Here we see the kick. It is wide, no conversion, but Jamaica is leading this game 5 points to 0.
Campbell, uncharacteristic of him. He's pretty solid with the kicks, but failing in that time. So 5-0 it will stay. Good start for Jamaica, home ground. They've got the impetus to take this forward now. Bermuda need to keep their heads up. They're definitely not out of this game. They've obviously played a game earlier today, but they've got I think the talent to be able to challenge this Jamaica team, but do they have the energy? Second game in of the day, it's not the easiest.
They demonstrated some very good kicking skills, so we'll see what kind of strategy they use with this kickoff.
That's got good height on it this time. Goes a little deeper than maybe they would like. Juggled and finally brought in. And a pop out the back. Looking for the attack. They want to run it out.
Put the pressure on.
Yeah, they want to run it out from here. Bermuda have done well to get there. They've got them stuck in the 22, but they're really bunched at the edge of that ruck. And remember, Jamaica have got width.
Backwards.
But they are losing that ball. So that's dotted down behind the line. So that'll be a 22 dropout. No, excuse me. Scrum.
Yeah, we see the depth on that kick did work in the favor of Bermuda. They were quick on the chase.
Yep, put them under pressure. Give them something to think about. They would Jamaica tried to run it out from inside their own 10. That's never going to be easy. And put themselves under pressure on that one. So Bermuda now in a nice position. Can they respond to that early Jamaica try?
Crouch. Fine.
Take a look at Dunleavy. If it gets to him, he's picking and going nearly every time.
Stop, stop.
A very powerful Jamaica push. And there's Dunleavy now. He's going to run right at them, and he gets stopped handily by the Jamaica defense. Is that going to go penalty try, potentially? Penalty try, I believe, is coming, and potentially a card. Not sure what happened, though.
Time is off, guys. Time is off. Time is off.
So we're seeing Bermuda running similar plays. The Jamaican defense was there ready. Blocked that try, however. Just going to make sure that, number one, our players are all well. and then we will await the ruling of the referee.
Yeah, he's having a long chat with the captain.
Here's the replay.
Not sure, but I believe the result of it would be a scrum, I guess. I thought we were going to go for a penalty try at one point.
Not sure if there was a wrap on that tackle.
Maybe that's where it was. Your eyes are better than mine.
Okay, guys, it's a penalty against you. Can you go on the line, please? Guys, it's your penalty. Where I am.
All right, this is a penalty.
It's your penalty.
The advantage is going to Bermuda. Pressure for this local
You want a scrum?
team, the home team, Jamaica.
You already called a scrum. You called a scrum. Guys, my side. My side. Yes, a scrum. Call for a scrum. Front row, just listen to me, please. When I say stop, stop driving. Right?
So it's going to go. Sorry, it's going to go Bermuda, a Bermuda scrum. But after what just happened, I don't know if Bermuda should be choosing the scrum because this powerful Jamaica pack, folded them in a split second. So
crouch.
I want to try and get this through to the 8-man's legs as quick as possible.
Set. Hold, 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 hold.
There's a little bit of instability there as well.
Great job, guys.
Much more stable this time. Sangster putting it out to his centre. Giving his partner giving him a good nudge on. That's the direction of the try line, Buster. Sangster comes around the corner, drops his. Bermuda have handed it over to Jamaica. They haven't much space out there, though. They've managed a couple of offloads, and that's phenomenal work. A couple of nice little offloads with really no space whatsoever. That's Mason Campbell, the fly half, finishing that one off, and a full 60 yards by that time he got the ball. He had a lot of work to do, and he finished it nicely.
Massive, massive run from Jamaica. Here you see the play being set up. And you can see the moment where he looks and he knows all he's got to do is put full gas, try. Great job, Jamaica. Exciting try. A lot of pressure close to their try line. Big, big run. 5 more points on the board for the home team, Jamaica.
Yeah, good stuff. It all started with the couple of scrums. They got away with it. There was penalties against them. They managed to turn it into scrums. And the scrum really was held up very well, and that forced a little bit of pressure onto Bermuda. They're dropping the ball a couple of times, and Jamaica will make something out of nothing.
Jacob Nicholson with the kick. Try not converted. Score 10-0 in favor of Jamaica.
Yeah, Jamaica, slight advantage here. This seemed like a more powerful team. They've got the entire country of Jamaica as well on their side, either watching at home, and then they've got a big crowd here as well, cheering them on.
They're able to answer Bermuda. Bermuda definitely using plays that helped them and were successful in their first game, but the Jamaica defense is definitely on top of them.
Yeah, and again, coming out keen. Jamaica looking to kick, but then changing their mind, looking to use that speed, this time going through the middle at the 22. The support arriving a little bit late, but just good enough. Looking to go that top side. They've got that back line ready. The offloads are, we know that they can do them.
Straight off your feet.
Off the feet at the prior ruck.
Straight off your feet.
It's just that support. Is it ready? Is it coming quick enough? And on that occasion, he lost his footing.
Again, great opportunity here for these athletes. Excellent referees, making sure that the athletes are clear on what the calls are for and what it means and how they can avoid getting penalized.
Good communication skills from them always. And what's going on in the bottom of that ruck? There was a little bit of back and forth. A lot of wrestling in amongst that. So where is the ball currently?
Really tight. Good listening. Good listening.
It's almost in Bermuda hands, but the massive counter ruck is consistent. from Jamaica. They're challenging every ball, every time. Looking for a cross kick. The wingers were a little bit late to it. Bounces out. Just a little delayed on that communication from fly half to wing. They recognized it late.
Bermuda will gain some yardage with that kick.
That's the mark where you are, 11. Right there's the mark, right there. Sure.
Seems to have been called back to a mark.
And we've got Mason Campbell over here on the sideline. Looks like he's got a hand problem. Earlier on, I saw the scrum half, Jacob Nicholson, coming off also. And that's the combination. That's the winning combination, in my opinion, 9 and 10 for Jamaica. One of them's already off. The other one looks like he wants to come off. The hand isn't looking too good. So he's come and set himself up on the wing on this near side for now. But in the meantime, Bermuda get an opportunity for a penalty kick. Maybe to creep themselves back into this game right before the half.
So Bermuda's called for the kicking tee. They are definitely looking to put 3 points on the board in this half. Improve their chances to come up from behind in the second half.
Sangster coming to take that kick. He's been pretty successful so far today. Scored himself a couple of tries, was consistent with his kicking when he took over kicking duties in the second half of the earlier game. And he's got the win behind him on this one. Solid, great kick. Sangster, he's got bringing his team back into this game. Jamaica still with the advantage, 10-3 so far. And I imagine the kickoff would be the last play of the game, last play of the half.
No, it's about a minute and a half.
Jamaica preparing to kick off the ball. (10-3) lead for Jamaica. Nice high kick. Cleanly collected, but number 7 for Jamaica is right there.
Cameron Prince making the big hits. Bermuda with ball in hand on their 22, but every single ruck there's a challenge from Jamaica, and this time Bermuda do not release. Great work from the front row. It's number 3, Ben Hatfield, working well over the ball at the contact area.
Seeing the Jamaican team taking advantage of their ability to keep the pressure on.
And Mason Campbell looking like he's recovered from his earlier hand injury, kicking that one out, putting Jamaica for a line out around 10 yards out from the Bermuda try line. Lineouts seem to be taking quite a long time from Jamaica, but referee is happy for that to happen. Doesn't seem to worry him. But once they do start, they're quick to it. Bermuda, no challenge. Maul started, and they were successful with it earlier, Jamaica. They're working it again. The ball's come out the back. That's in the hands of the number 1, Albert Dixon. And he's managed to get around the corner of that. He's got some support behind him as well. He must be close. That's a try. Albert Dixon, Jamaica scores their 3rd try of the game, and it's all the forwards for Jamaica. They're known for their backs and their speed, but it's the forwards that are getting the numbers.
Here comes the replay on that, Gavin. So you can see how the ball is carried out. He just sneaks past and dots it down over the line.
Yeah, some really good work within the maul itself to get it to the back, get it into his hands. And they kept driving forward, and the expression, the rolling maul, people say it doesn't exist anymore, but that was a perfect example of it.
Yes, a confident try from Albert Dixon. Setting up for the kick. Don't know that the wind is going to be helpful for this one, Gavin.
Yeah, it's kind of going across him. So he's going to have to aim at that near post if he's going to be successful. I'm no expert in kicking. I'm just making this up as I go along. but it's pretty windy. Oh. Okay, interesting. They're going to let him kick again because the guys that were trying to charge down from Bermuda set off too early. So the referee is going to let him take that kick again. And now if he takes my advice, he'll get the kick. No, Mason, I joke. Mason Campbell's a fantastic kicker, but these conditions are pretty poor at the moment.
That's the replay of the first kick. Now he's setting up. This will be the second attempt at this kick due to an early charge from the opposition. There's a hush here in the Mona Bowl as we await the result of this kick.
Unsuccessful.
Unsuccessful. The wind definitely factored into that. You did see him try to compensate for it, maybe compensated a little bit too much, a bit of an overcompensation there. However, Jamaica will be very pleased with the score going into the halftime.
Yeah, and Bermuda, no shame in what they've done so far. They've played quite well, in my opinion. Jamaica are just pulling away from them. But that's the score right now. That's the situation. The homeboys, Jamaica 15, Bermuda 3. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 15-3 Jamaica over Bermuda in this game so far. Got to be happy with that. Let's check out some of these highlights of that first half. Jamaica were dominant, but mostly their forwards were doing the work. That was the first one. Was that one that was debated and changed their mind at the last moment? But again, it's very simple pick and go stuff. They've got the size and the strength, so they're using it. That was Jonathan Barnes going over for that one. And a high tackle from Malachi Painter. And that was the Jamaica bench looking pretty impressed with themselves. Bermuda dropped the ball here, and that set up this little sequence of play. A couple of little nice offloads. Campbell had lots to do, and he just burned Bermuda. He was gone, and he was pretty happy with himself as well for their second try. Jamaica, at that point, starting getting control of this game. And Campbell's been everywhere. He's kicking, he's doing the cross kicks, he's grubbers, he's controlling the traffic. And it's always nice when you're in front of the home crowd. They're going to get behind you. There's one there, Bermuda getting 3 points back, but Jamaica had last say, and that was a simple one from Albert Dixon towards the end of the half, just bulldozing off the edge of that rolling maul. So phenomenal stuff. How are you feeling about this? We're getting towards the end of the day, Maria. The crowd's coming out. It's going to be a fantastic week, and I can't wait till the weekend because that's when the party starts.
Well, you can see in the stands, the party's getting started already. The women are feeling amazing after their victory today over Mexico. They're out here supporting the under-19 team, who is definitely saying that they can do as well as the women, and they so far are leading in the game against Bermuda.
Yep, phenomenal day of rugby. We're going to be here all week. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the area, come down to the UE Mona Bowl. Free entry. You get to hang out with us for the day. Why the hell not?
Come out, enjoy the music. We've got some interesting things happening on the PA system. You can catch some good stories. Come out here, experience it with the teams. Bring your flags, bring your colors, bring your club shirts, bring your jersey. Come out and support whichever team you're supporting. Of course, here in UE Mona Bowl, we are looking for everybody to come out from Kingston, Jamaica, hosting at home, and your teams, you can see for yourself, especially SportsMax viewers, they've come out to do you proud, and they are here now. Jamaica and Bermuda retaking the pitch to begin the second half of this game.
Yeah, great backdrop. Loving the mountains of the Mona Bowl in the background. And the MC trying to get the crowd moving as the boys come back out onto the field. Bermuda have got an uphill task. It's not impossible, but this Jamaica team are looking really organized right now.
One thing we always experience in Jamaica, the fans come out, the teammates come out, the support, and it's energy, 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 energy right through. They're pumping it out onto the pitch. The sun is hot. They're making sure that the energy is there to keep the team going, the support is there, and the faith is there.
Campbell gets them underway, kicking deep into the corner this time. It's a bounce. Does it go out the back sideline, but back, so it will be a scrum at the 50, says the Bermuda captain.
So Bermuda has been playing tactically very well. We'll see if they can find some of those opportunities that Jamaica is blocking right now. They need to look for some space.
Yeah, this pack from Jamaica is quite strong. Bermuda have struggled. They've managed to stop them going forward at least. And it looks like they've done a couple of patch jobs to adjust within the scrum. But this Jamaica scrum looks really strong. And that's where the domination starts, because if then you're receiving the ball as a scrum half, it's dirty ball, you've got someone's backside in your face trying to pick the ball up. You can't get that pass away cleanly, and then you've got more problems further afield. So that's what Jamaica are doing to them right now. They've opted for the scrum at the 50.
Bye, please.
You can see that Jamaica is definitely taking advantage of their power. They're a very, very strong team, and that is helping them get that ball across the line. One thing is just honing it in, as you're seeing for these scrums, making sure that there's control behind that power.
That's it, yeah. And again, at this age grade, you're not allowed to push more than a meter and a half, I think. As you can hear the referee shout stop there. So that's a big pickup from the number 8, Jasper Richardson. And now they find themselves at the 22 already. Mackenzie looking to go wide early. They've got numbers out there, but there's a knocked ball forward on the 22. That's Bermuda's way.
Seeing good team play from the Jamaica team. Bermuda will now have possession of the ball.
scrums are getting better, guys. Good job, both teams.
So they've moved with Nicholson going off at scrum half. They've put the fullback Mackenzie Davis in there. He's doing a great job. I don't know if it's somewhere that he plays on a regular basis, but he looks very comfortable in there.
Always good to see flexibility with the positions.
Bermuda 11, La Bolita playing at 9. Had a great game earlier on. Has been under a lot of pressure in this game though. And there's the Jamaican steal right there inside the 22 of Bermuda. Great contact. And then the steal as well. That ball's out. Jamaica going with it. Number 17, Dante Purcell. Made a name for himself last year. Back on the field today. And Jamaica dominant over that ball again. Bermuda holding on to it. They'll get the ball inside the Bermuda 22. They're looking to go towards the line out rather than take the 3 points. They want tries. Gives them an opportunity to practice their line outs, I guess. They could take 3 points. That's definitely within Campbell's range, but they're preferring to go for line out to try, see if they can work through these mauls. They look like they've been doing a lot of that line out to maul in their training.
Absolutely, Gavin. And again, great to see the decisions that are being made in these tournaments. Sometimes this is the only opportunity that these teams have to run certain plays and really feel out how they can execute the plays against opposition.
Yeah, I think absolutely that's what they're doing right now. They're giving themselves an opportunity to run through some set pieces. They feel maybe comfortable already at this stage. I think it's a little bit early to be doing that. If I was their coach, I'd want 3 points and go back and start again. And there you go.
Backwards.
Bermuda have stolen it, putting themselves in a awkward position now, Jamaica. Losing that ball. And charged down. Offside, though.
Bermuda looking to get some distance between where they are now and the try line. They're going to kick to create some space there. Let that ball do the work.
Numbers.
It's William Noakes. He's been kicking quite well for them, but he's been quiet in this game. He hasn't had much ball in hand. If you don't have it in hand, you can't kick it often.
Full, not four. Full.
So he'll be looking for a bit more ball in hand going forward from his boys.
5, please. Is he in the 5? You in the 5 step?
But yeah, Jamaica have stifled this Bermuda team so far and not given them an opportunity to play. So this one falls the way of Jamaica this time, and they're going forward. They break the line. Lots of support from the forwards. Next pod up. Defensive line staggered. Good work from the Jamaica forwards.
Don't move, don't move, don't.
Comes out clean this time to the fly half. Looking for out the back door passes. 2 of them, they double up on that one. They've got an extra man on the outside. He steps in. He's got a lot of traffic to go through. Support has arrived well. They're looking to play through the short side, through the middle.
Hands away!
Looking for a short ball again. This time the captain bumps one. He's still moving forward. He's crossed that line. He nearly takes the sticks with him, and that's a great try for Jamaica. Powerful run from the captain as Jasper Richardson. Giving us the moves too. Look at that, shaking the hip.
He's showing how he could get his first cap as captain of this team.
Phenomenal stuff. Imagine you come in first game and you become captain with an experienced squad. So interesting decision from the coaching staff. I'll have to investigate what was that about.
Really nice to see how the team is working together. And that, Gavin, as you know, is something they discussed last year in the tournament, which was really making sure that the players knew each other, could work well together. And that's what we're seeing in Jamaica's performance here today.
Yeah, I was having a chat with a few of the Jamaica boys earlier on in one of the breaks, and they've been here together as a team since last Wednesday. So they came in, obviously, they're the home team, so the guys that have come from away, they've come early, they've worked together for, best part of a week, which is, I imagine, a lot more than some of the teams that do the similar thing where they come together right before. USA South, for example, they get here a couple of days ago, and half of them don't know each other, whereas Jamaica's fixing that.
Before the 10, before the 10.
Maybe it's been a weakness of theirs in the past, I think.
Kick again or scrum?
On the screen, you're seeing the captain there now, Jasper Richardson.
9 meters, not 10. Just short.
Getting a well-deserved break. He's been busy this game.
Yes, a scrum.
Good to see the full use of the team, making sure all the players are getting an opportunity to play, represent their country, show off for the folks at home, show off for you watching on SportsMax.
One of the interesting things in the managers meeting yesterday, I heard that most of the teams, or all of the teams, were allowed to bring 24 players, and you are allowed to rotate all 24. Usually it's only 23 with a travelling reserve, but they are allowing all 24 to be rotated throughout the games, which is not common, but again, it's a development tournament, and they want to give every opportunity to develop players. Great pass here, great take. He's working well. Draws in the fullback to release the number 23. That's Mateo Cherwaiko. Gets his score. That's another 23. And Jamaica all of a sudden opened up Bermuda like a can of worms. And there's the draw. Just pulling the fullback away from his winger to create the space. That's a phenomenal try. Just well worked. It's the number 12 that opened up the door, Deontay King from Jamaica. He's the one that took the ball well in the pass and then drew the fullback to create his space for his winger to finish.
Absolutely, Gavin. Probably had the option to finish that himself, but went with the sure bet.
It's just smart rugby. The kick was good as well from Mackenzie Davies. And thanks for joining us here on SportsMax TV. We're here at the University of West Indies, Mona Bowl. Great location. The sun has not disappeared all day. We've been under it. There's a nice breeze coming in now this afternoon. A nice little crowd built up for the first game of the home boys. The home team, Jamaica, against Bermuda. Bermuda's second game of the day. So they were well warmed up, but probably feeling it now late in the day.
Nice high kickoff there, contested well.
And massive contact in here. Real battle coming. Bermuda maybe got a bit left in the tank, and they're up for this. Jamaica are dominant so far. 29-3 is the score, but Bermuda want to put some respect on the number. Get themselves back into it for the last 10 minutes. Solid kick, not massive yards, but a solid kick.
Do I have to ask?
Gets them just shy of the halfway line.
5.
Lineouts today have been a little bit inconsistent. Not sure if it's an experience thing or this wind is causing problems for teams with the swirling wind of the Mona Bowl.
Does look like the Jamaican team is trying out some strategies in the lineout that might be unfamiliar to their opposition, trying to get an advantage there. Definitely difficult to defend that lineout if you don't know where the jump is happening.
So that one went low. Bermuda actually come away with it. Scooped up by Dunleavy. Big contact again. Jamaica just loved the tackle. They're enjoying that contact. And this time, he's taking the hands in, putting the hands in there illegally. Just as the wind picks up here. Gonna have to kick it straight into the wind to get to the line out. So you might want to not be too ambitious with it.
That's a nice kick.
Drives it in there, not a bad one at all, very good. He knew what he was doing, drove it into the wind rather than letting it hang up there and get blown back in his face. That puts him in a great position, just on the 5-yard line. We haven't seen Jamaica really under too much pressure today.
We've definitely seen Jamaica putting on pressure.
That's it.
Bermuda here, though, very close to the try line. They're definitely gonna try to make something happen before the end of this game.
Quick substitution coming in. So number 22, Demoy Palmer, coming on for Jamaica onto the wing. Looks excited to get on the park, show what he can do. And Bermuda come away with that one. And it was a knock forward from Jamaica, so then they've got an advantage as well. Will they let it fly? Yes, they do. Skip pass, steps inside and bumps.
Hands away, hands away!
Jamaica arriving a moment too late at that ruck. Dunleavy coming to this top side, looking for space. He's got a winger out there that's open. Can they get there? He's got to be close. And a try, says the AR. Does the referee agree with him? Line out on the 5, says the referee. Wow. Controversial.
Well, that looked like a flag up, so I think that he definitely was pushed out of bounds. Here's the replay.
Let's take a closer look. Yes, definite foot on the line there. The AR was right in front of it. Yes, he did see the flag. He did. Yep, flag went out.
Intense play. Jamaica just doing the most to make sure and defend their try line.
Yeah, it went down a little bit awkward on that one. It's a collision sport. The objective is to be evasive, but very often it's collision.
Athletes here getting a chance to catch their breath, probably grab some water.
Yinde Smith coming on for Bermuda if that injury is a player being removed. I suspect it will be. Smith will be keen to get onto the wing and see if he can add 5 more points to this Bermuda team.
Right, so here we see the Jamaica team on your screen, huddling together, making a plan, and here's the last try scored. You see number 12 here. Excellent pass to 23. That's Mateo, who takes it in, taps down. Another score for Jamaica, the home team here. You can hear the crowd in the background. They are elated to be out here cheering on their team.
Yeah, it's got to be the nail in the coffin, I suspect, for Bermuda on this one. There's going to be a little delay in play here, just to carefully remove the player from the field.
So we see that throughout this match, Jamaica has definitely capitalized on the depth of their team. We mentioned before it is a hybrid team. There are international program over in the UK, which actually, thanks on behalf of the unions who have been welcomed to participate in that program. It is really helping to connect the athletes, the nationals who are studying away, perhaps working away, and it's connecting them with their nation's national teams, and they're able to train, play, represent their countries in other parts of the world. There's development happening in the UK, in Ireland, happening in the US, Canada. So it's really great that within the Rugby Americas North region and further afoot globally, we can actually connect our athletes and our nationals and bring them to play on home turf and represent their nations.
Yeah, I think it's. I think this part of the world we're in an unusual situation where you've got the USA right up the street, you've got Latin America, you have an interesting mix and a lot of migration. So you get players from, like you say, the diaspora of Jamaicans that are in the UK and. Jonathan Barnes as far away as Dubai, places like that where they've got very strong Jamaican roots or Bahamian roots or Bermuda roots, whatever it might be, but there's always a nice mix of players, and it brings together a whole different group of cultures, which and it helps us a lot in terms of developing the game here in this area.
And likewise, Gavin, for athletes that are playing here, we've identified we want to play more games in the Caribbean. We want more competition. We want to have opportunities to showcase the incredible skill that we have right here at home. And so those invitations to go play in tournaments, maybe do a little camp, a stint away, and that is such a great opportunity for our local athletes, and it continues to feed into the local rugby. And as you can see, the support is really, really good here. The fans are patiently waiting for the game to resume. Very confident in their team. We have Bermuda standing strong, standing by as we wait to complete this game. If you are looking to get into rugby and you are in Jamaica,
Here comes the sales pitch.
come on down to the UE Mona Bowl. We are here. You will get to speak directly with the people who are making these programs happen. We have the chairman of the Rugby Union, Jamaican Rugby Union, who is here. He is present. He's all over doing a million things all at once. We're getting a round of applause for the athlete here now. Full support, full support. We've got coaches here from the different development programs. We've got representation from the clubs in Jamaica. Incredible depth as far as even the volunteers who are out. We're seeing volunteers from the senior teams. We're seeing volunteers who are waiting for their chance to play age grade because they're clearly not old enough yet. It is wonderful to see the support here in Jamaica. Ready with the throw in.
And Jamaica taking a sneaky one there, getting Bermuda in the air and then throwing it low. That creates a bit of a maul. Objective of this for them is quite simply create some space so when they do throw it back, their fly half's got some space to play with, whether he wants to kick it. There he goes and kicks it. But that space, if kicking it from the 5-yard line rather than kicking it from his dead ball line, results in, you know, getting really out of that pressure situation. So great work using that maul, which they're strong with it in attack, but it can be useful when you're pinned back in your own try zone.
Yeah, absolutely, Gavin. Seeing the players here, they're holding out. Not sure if they're aware how much time is left on the clock. That's always kind of an awkward position to be in as an athlete on the pitch. We're taught, you know, play until the whistle. The game is not finished until that final whistle blows. So you can see Bermuda, heads held high. They're going to play till that whistle blows.
And Jamaica steal this one. They've got a bit of space over there. They're playing with the fullback, introducing him into the line. He's looking for support, but he tucks it under his arm. He goes a little further. He's got to the 40 of the Bermuda territory.
That 24 Darnell, Simeon Gordon looks like he's got some pace on him if he only gets the space.
Was that the number 13?
That was side entry.
24. Nice, yeah, he looks good. Oh, a big cross kick out of nowhere from Campbell. That's bounced nicely. Will it sit up? He dropped on it. Did he dot it down cleanly?
Time off.
Knock on, I think, is the AR's opinion.
No try. Knock on.
No try, but what an incredible attempt that was.
Campbell just switched on and paying attention to his winger. And just that last little bounce, if it had gone a little higher for him, he'd have had it. Lost control of the ball. You've got to have downward pressure and controlling that ball as you cross the line and dot it down.
But Jamaica won't be upset with their position for this scrum.
Yeah, not a bad place to be in, but great awareness from Campbell, just a cross kick there. The winger coming from deep.
Crouch. Fine.
And this is a Bermuda ball, so they'll be looking at a kick to clear unless they want to put it under their arm and have a run at it. It's not the easiest of positions to be in, but there's a lot of space in terms of width, so if they can find an advantage there, they will.
Excellent, guys. Stop! Stop!
Jamaica got two guys deep back here. The kick goes straight out. It landed right on the line. Gets just outside their 22. Little less pressure, but it'll be a Jamaica line out.
Let me guess, 5.
Great use of the kick, taking the pressure off, as you said, Gavin.
Sorry. Oh, about 4.5.
Jamaica looking like they're maintaining this line out that they're doing here. It does make it a little bit more difficult to contest for Bermuda.
time back on.
Looks like they've reset their line out, maybe a change of plan, some direction to Myers.
Get out of there!
Does that work out for them? No, it's going to be a Bermuda ball. They've gotten a steal. Carrying strongly, no support coming. There it is. Can they squeeze that ball back? Yes, they can.
Use it now, use it now!
And looking for the box kick over the top. It's getting towards the 50. They let it bounce, though. That could come back to Bermuda hands, and it does in the form of Dunleavy. Big, strong lad at 8-man. Looking to play on the short side. They've got the numbers over here, but that's not the good decision. Contact and out. So that'll be another Jamaica line out. This time they've got to keep it for themselves. Giving it away won't help them.
Definitely good seeing the process that's happening there as far as what is the strategy? How do we get that ball to move as far away from our try line as possible? Trying new things.
Oh, another, almost a steal there from Dunleavy, but he knocked it. Oh, it wasn't. No, it was a Jamaican knock forward, so that'll be a Bermuda ball. And Bermuda have done well to creep out. They were right on their try line. It's not pretty, but they're effective. They're taking up yards.
They're definitely maintaining more possession of the ball here.
Crouch!
And they've got some nice set pieces, but they haven't put them all together cleanly against Jamaica, just because Jamaica are really rushing up quickly. And you can see them pointing out defensively who they're going to hit, who they're going to attack. But he's managed to bump one. He hits the second wall of defense at the halfway line. And they're working quickly. They've got numbers on that top side. Ball goes through, but he's kicked it deep. The winger responds well, but the ball's bobbled out to around about the 22 of Jamaica. But there you find Bermuda in a much better position now, and really putting Jamaica under pressure, trying to squeeze themselves back into this game.
Definitely look for it. Transfer my attention.
This game has definitely given Bermuda the chance to work those plays under a bit more pressure. And we're seeing that they're excellent plays. It's just being able to execute them no matter how much pressure is put on by the opposition. And as we can see, Jamaica is making sure that it is a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they're always up in their face quick. Bermuda seem to do well from the set plays, scrum, line out, penalty kicks, that kind of stuff. That's where they seem strong. It's been a long day for these boys, though. They played earlier, got a break, and then now against the home nation. It's never going to be easy. They've gone for a maul this time at the 22, but again, that strong Jamaica pack stopping them. Bermuda not getting too much momentum going forward. It's now going the opposite way. And Jamaica's offside within that. There's a lot of chaos in amongst that, but you can see if a bright yellow shirt comes around the side, that's offside. If it's in Bermuda hands. Bermuda managed to hold their ground. They look for a kick to the corner, and that other, again, a set piece. So they can't be more than 5 yards out at the moment.
Great execution.
It's great work, Bermuda. They're stuck back there under pressure on their own try line and just chipped away at it. And it doesn't always have to be the speed and the passing and abilities and all of that. Sometimes it's just good rugby knowledge and being smart about what skill set you've got and using it to your advantage. And a steal from Jamaica. The referee thinks it's a knock on, but they can't hear the whistle.
It's a knock on in the air, guys. Good jumping, but that's not the time.
It's called back. You can see the players were disappointed. They were ready to run. They want more points, more points, more points, but it is called back.
So Bermuda will have another bash at this one. They've put themselves in a good position. Jamaica knocked on in amongst there somehow.
All right, setting up for the scrum here. Bermuda's put in.
Bind. Set. Hold.
And Big pressure coming from Jamaica again. They're trying to hook that ball back. Bermuda counter push.
Scrappy. Scrappy. Let's have it again.
Yeah, so you see it's called back again. Scrappy scrum. Definitely looking to have clean, safe scrums here. So they'll have it again.
I think the Jamaica scrum's trying to get underneath and push up, and then Bermuda counteracting that, kind of bringing it down low. It's a real battle, but it's all a little loose. And once it's loose, it can be a disaster. People start falling headfirst into the ground.
Up and out. Hey, Mateo. Up and out. Yeah, boys, you got shift. Go people behind the scrum.
So Bermuda definitely looking to keep possession of the ball coming off of this scrum. There is time for them to put down another try. Jamaica, of course, is looking to deny them those points. The ball's in.
Another good push from Jamaica. And they've come away with the ball this time. Gone around that top side. Big boys, just a big shoulder charge. Great work. Now they've got the width. They're going to use a pod on the inside here. He's gone on his own a little. He's been left.
The advantage.
He's still driving forward though.
Yeah, I heard. Thanks.
Bermuda going to have to work around the corner to defend, but they've gone the short side. Smart work from Jamaica. That must be the game. He's spoken to the referee, kicks it out. Jamaica 29-3 over Bermuda in their first game of the week. They've got to be happy. The hometown team. A great result for them, and the fans are happy too.
Absolutely great first day for Jamaica. 2 victories. The women victorious over Mexico in a very close, very intense game. Return to the 15s format for women in the region. And of course, we have just seen the under-19 men's team for Jamaica victorious over Bermuda. Score 29 for Jamaica, 3 for Bermuda, but you can see them on the pitch. It's one love all around. The players are congratulating each other. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin McLeavy here after a breathtaking game from Jamaica on home soil. 29-3 over Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get into some of the highlights of it, but just a phenomenal game from Jamaica. Really dominated and controlled this game. A lot of the forward work, the tight 5, some big boys in there, 1 through 5, have done some great work at various parts of the game, so they didn't run out of steam either. There's Jonathan Barnes going over for that one by Resident. Takes a slap in the chops for his trouble as well. And they've got the dance moves as well, the boys, of course. A knock on there results in this little sequence of play. Beautiful stuff. 2 little offloads. And that releases Campbell to do what he does. The boy's got some wheels, plays his rugby in Cardiff, Wales, at the Cardiff Met University, and they're teaching him the ways. He's become a phenomenal player. Made some waves last year, and obviously continuing to improve his rugby. Finishes that one well. The crowd were happy about that one. Bermuda tried to keep in it early, but just that one penalty. And again, it went back to the line out, rolling mauls, tight five. The best looking guys in world rugby. Front row forwards doing this kind of thing. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. And everyone enjoys a front row try. This one was pretty direct. The captain getting some work done. Jasper Richardson doing that on his own. Just taking bodies with him. Took half of Bermuda with him and almost the posts, and some more dancing. Love that. Campbell getting his kicking boots on, adding to the points. This one was beautiful. That was the number 12 that set that up. He's been phenomenal. Dietrich King, and then he ends up releasing the 23, Cherwiko, to get in, and he even manages to get himself towards the sticks to make it easy for the kicker as well. Crowd were vocal throughout this one, and they're always going to be happy when the kicker's doing that kind of thing. 2 points or 3 points, and there you go. King just dinks it out because they've won. Bermuda unfortunately losing out on this one. Jamaica in control. Let's get down to the field side, and we'll see what Jared's got for us.
Thank you so much. And let's have a chat now with the Bermuda coach, Chris Naylor. Coach, in the first game, you were in total control of that one. It was a little bit different against this Jamaica side, but what do you make about the game overall?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're dead right. It's how we outmuscled Guyana in the first game. They outmuscled us, especially in the first half. Their rolling maul and the driving maul put us under a lot of pressure, and we struggled to deal with that. Got better in the second half, but we punched a couple of holes, but we got to finish it off as well. So, you know, it's a good game, and credit to Jamaica. They played very well.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you so much.
All right,
tough
no
luck
worries.
in this loss. Let's have a chat now with the Jamaica coach, Phil Davis. Coach, Jamaica would have come up against Bermuda, who won their first game. Of course, this was your first game of the tournament, but of course, being the runners-up from last time around, you came and you showed exactly why you got to where you got to.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of work behind the scenes. These boys have been working really, really hard. We did a national trial about 9 months ago in Jamaica and got 120 boys from the island turn up to compete to get into this team. We've then got another 60 boys on our books overseas that are of Jamaican heritage. And we're now dealing with a really, really talented pool of players that are working competitively behind the scenes for weeks and weeks and weeks in advance of this to make sure that we're in the best shape possible to go one better than we went last year.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you so much, and good win.
Thanks
in
very
the
much.
First game. Yeah.
Cheers.
So we're going to take an extended break. We'll be back here at around 3 p.m. Jamaica time. That's 4 p.m. in the Eastern Caribbean. That game would see USA South versus Trinidad and Tobago. You don't want to miss it. Join us back here. See you then.
And we're back here at UWI Mona Bowl, Jamaica for match 6 on day 1 of the Round Men's U19 2023. Up next, USA South versus Trinidad and Tobago. Both have a game under the belt and a victory. USA South victorious over Cayman Islands, 19 points to 0. TNT also, the first game of the tournament, was victorious 11-0 over Cayman Islands. So they're both 1 of 1. Last game for them for today, and anything can happen. I'm Kelson Figaro, and with me is Maria Thomas. Maria, what can we expect from these two teams today?
This is definitely going to be an exciting match, Kelson. As you can see, the teams are warming up. They're getting ready, working their ball handling skills. Seeing good sticky fingers from USA South here.
And again, very hot conditions. Both teams really trying to keep a limber and stay hydrated just to make sure that they can perform at their finest when they get out on the center of the field in a short bit. And again, Maria, both teams showed a lot of structure and promise out today. USA South obviously favorites as being defending champions, but again, TNT just showed how they improved from last tournament by getting a win in the first game today.
We've been seeing all the teams growing and developing from the experience last year. We've seen new teams debut coming out this year for the tournament. Excellent demonstration of growth within the region.
And again, for everyone here in New Kingston, close by, as you see TNT getting their warm-up, and assistant coach Christopher Hudson just giving the orders to the boys as they get ready to get out onto the center of the field. And again, TNT sporting the tribal red, white, and black kit, and again, very stylish from this TNT outfit. And again, Maria, these teams really are improving, and this round tournament is just an excellent platform to send the guys forward.
Absolutely, Kelson. It's amazing. We're getting to see a lot of the behind the scenes, some of the invisible work, the invisible people, even something like managing these warm-ups. It is hot out here, Kelson. It's hot out here. It's great. It's beautiful. It's sunny. But these teams have already played some heavy matches.
And again, from UWI Mona Bowl here, we'll be back after the break to start for rugby action. And we're back here at round 7, 2023 here at UE Mona Bowl, Jamaica. Up next is TNT versus USA South. And again, mouth-watering action. And the weather conditions are very hot and sticky. Very hard for the players to focus and concentrate after 20 minutes a half. And again, the weather is 33 degrees Celsius, but it seems a bit hotter. And again, Kelson Vigara here with Maria Thomas. And Maria, what can you expect out of this game here today?
Well, this is going to be an intense match. Both of these teams have proven themselves victorious in their first games. TNT versus USA South. We've got the team lineup here. Some players to look out for. We've got Schaefer, Hooten, Jing, Schenke, Hu, Smith, Yancey, Mossy, Patterson, Foster, Gallardi, Faulkner, McWilliams, Rice, and Wilkinson for the USA men's under-19 USA South team. Trinidad and Tobago lineup. We've got Portington, Khan, McLaughlin, Marcel, Anderson, Williams, Walton, Stanley, Bonus, Achim, Allen, Valaire, George, Williams, and Tanner. These athletes have been putting everything on the pitch so far today. Both teams, as I said, victorious in their first matches, and now it's going to be the tiebreaker when they play each other.
And again, I'll be zooming on the USA South players, quietly confident coming into this game. And again, favorites being defending champions, but again, TNT are not going to just lie down and let this happen, as well as all the teams, as we saw Jamaica with a confident and inspiring performance in the match earlier.
Shout out to all the team management. We're seeing the USA South team getting ready. As you said, Kelson, they look like they're having a great time. So happy to be here in Jamaica right now.
And again, right now, Maria, we need probably some extra tub to soak in. It's super hot for us here. And again, even though it's 33 degrees out there, it feels like 40 in the booth. But again, we want to say much respect for the players out there playing in this heat. And again, hydration is a must to keep these boys healthy and fit as the teams line up ready to come out. TNT played in their traditional red, white, and black tribal kit. And again, look out for number 10, Nathan Atchen. He's been so far instrumental in this team in the first performance. And his counterpart, number 10, Foster for USA South, managed the best for him on the other end as we look at the teams about to run out here. Referee in the middle, Jack is in the middle with, Kenisha in the middle. Apologies, it's Jack S in the middle, Raheem and Shane as the ARs for this one. Anyway, back to the rugby action. The teams were on the pitch. TNT to the right in the red, white, and black. USA South in the blue and white sort of tie-dye strip there. And again, unique color, very difficult, Maria, to see the numbers. So we try our best to keep you all informed.
Looks like TNT will have the kickoff for this match. It'll be Nathan Atchim kicking off. We've seen great kicking skill for him so far today. Definitely a skill that he is known for.
And again, Voster, counterpart from USA South, no slouch either with the boot. And he slotted home a couple of conversions in the last game. As we're about to kick off, and again, he silence in the crowd here. TNT about to start this one. The referee gets us underway, looking for the blast of the whistle. And it's Achim gets us off. High kick just on the 10-meter line and shoveled away. USA South trying to push the ball out into hands of Voster, I believe it is, but easily taken down by TNT. USA South looking to go on the front foot. And again, just using the direct route. USA South just trying to stake claim to this game in the early seconds. And again, it's the big boys. This time it looks like it's Yancey driving his way through, taking a couple of red shirts to take him down as he goes crawling in to TNT's half of the pitch. The ball finally comes to Foster and he shoots it out wide. USA South playing a more expansive game here, looking for the 2-on-1 and just decides to go straight into the contact. TNT up for the task. USA now send it back to the big boys to just do the big work, but TNT has met them very firmly in the breakdown. And again, great composure by these young men just working the ball nicely. And again, into the hands of Poe. And the try scorer from the first match makes a clean break, but TNT is finally scrapes him down. Pick and go from this breakdown. And it's been all but USA South so far from the kickoff. TNT hasn't been able to touch the ball. USA inside TNT's half. And the big boys are going to start to go to work. Inch by inch, yard by yard, the big boys are doing it for USA South. TNT need a turnover. As the ball finally shoots out wide, trying to get some expansive play. Knock on in the pickup. TNT now on the counter-attack, 2-on-1. Tries to get it out to the winger. He knocks it on, but no advantage being played, and the ball has come back to USA. A big, big breath needs to be taken.
That's right, Kelson. You would not know that both of these teams have already played for the day. Their management has been taking care of them, making sure that they're warmed up. We're seeing the coach for USA South here, looking out for player welfare, making sure that these players can last throughout these important matches on this first day.
Scrum down for TNT. Jeremy Bonus puts the ball in. And again, Jeremy Bonus, the birthday boy today. And again, won his first senior team cap and a friendly against Barbados earlier this year. And again, he's just going to get a soak in the experience to really make himself a better player, as the ball seemingly coming out from the back end there. Finally picked up by Aaron Stanley, and he tries to move the ball out, give Nathan Acheng, a platform to get the ball out. Poor service, picked up by Valaire. Valaire just making it happen. And again, 2-on-1, he decides to go on his own. Wrestle to the... and pushed back by Mosi, and Mosi just doing the dirty work for the USA. As TNT gonna try to get to McLaughlin. McLaughlin pushes in, takes 3 shots to take him down. And TNT trying to get the platform, finally touching, and he just dinks it down the pitch. But again, easily scooped up by USA. And he tries to step and go. Number 20. But USA get the ball going back to Yancey. Wrestling the ball off the top, and again, the big boys of USA are trying to do the good work. TNT finally win the penalty, and again, sharper to the breakdown. TNT turned the ball over. And again, Maria, we can see, was all USA, but they keep making a couple of mistakes that keeps TNT back in this encounter.
On the screen now, you're seeing head coach Jerome Poontip for TNT. Good kick there from Nathan Atcham, gaining some more yards. Definitely wise to make the ball do that work.
USA South again, just coming off the high of the game just before. I mean, they just played a couple games earlier today, just a short turnover for them. But these youngsters are super fit, and they're going to take up the challenge. And again, set pieces are important as TNT have the line out. And again, great line up by TNT. Shift out to Achim. TNT trying to run the phase play. Tanner shoots it out wide. TNT try to take it on the out. Beats one, has to step back in, eventually taken down. And again, slippery work by the TNT winger as it finally gets back to the big boys. And he loses the handle. The referee says play on, and it's just a bit of a wrestling match, which is won by USA. Foster now tries to shoot it out wide. Mosi tries to show his skills. Bonus is back there, and big chase, fumble by Bonus, wrapped up by the USA players, but TNT eventually gathers it just outside the 22-meter line. Counter-attack is good. USA South take it on the go and into the hands of the boys in the blue and white. Foster sent it right to the big boys. And again, the big boys with silky hands. Shoots it out wide, 2-on-1 on the outside. Can they make it? Clean pair of heels. And USA South is in for the first try of the match. USA up 5 points to 0.
Definitely an intense play there. We saw Trinidad and Tobago making those yards, heading up towards the try line. But USA South was able to take advantage, and we're seeing the replay here. Number 23 has so much pace on the outside there. He's able to just evade. That's Gallardi, evades the defense from Trinidad and Tobago, makes the extra steps to touch it down behind the posts, given his kicker. a better chance at scoring those 2 extra conversion points.
And again, Maria, we can see a change in tactic again in the game against Cayman. Everything was up center. In this one, they had an extra rush to send the ball out wide, and it worked in their favor. Just a couple of tackles slipped by TNT, and USA get the first score of the game, with Foster trying to add the extra 2 points.
The wind has died down a little bit here, so it should be good conditions for this kick.
Very methodical setup by Foster. Kick successful. Push the score up 7 points to 0 in favor of USA, with just under 7 minutes gone in this match. And again, Maria, USA start with a positive as we look at the replay, just splitting the sticks. Again, confidence is building. Second game for Foster, and earlier in the last match, he had a couple of hiccups and missing, but now he seems to be on the right track.
Absolutely. USA South will be happy to have started the game out like this. Trinidad and Tobago, not the start that they would have hoped for. However, we have definitely seen how that team cohesion has grown, and these players are really supporting each other on the pitch. So we'll see how they respond.
TNT the kick back off. Again, a high ball. TNT tries to get their hand on it. Knocked on, and again, intentional knock-on signaled by the referee, as it doesn't seem as though he had proper intentions of catching it. And Elijah Williams was pinged for that knock-on there. So Foster gets a chance to make some much-needed territory. And again, it was a nice high kickoff by Achin. It just couldn't get him. Williams just couldn't get there in time, and just a lazy hand gave away a penalty.
The kick is straight out, so that's gained yards for USA South. These players will be happy to be moving without actually having to run that ball forward. See the teams getting in position for a USA throw-in for this line-out.
Hooten for USA is going to get the throw back in, and again, it's a habit of the players to just step into the line-out just easily, but TNT gets the ball, and TNT tries to counter-attack. This just overshooted the throw by Hooten. TNT gets it. Acheng in the pocket.
Hold Black, stop.
Pops it high in the air, lets it bounce. And now he steps and goes again. Slips past. Williams eventually grabs him back. And again, TNT just push USA South just inside their half of the pitch, as the ball is switched back up to the big boys, and the big boys again doing the work and doing the impetus for USA South.
Thus far, we're definitely seeing a calmer and more disciplined team from Trinidad and Tobago.
Hooten passes out to Mosi. Mosi tries to dismiss the player, but again, TNT meeting them up front, but still keep hands from the big boys. And again, just trying to step and go, just going a little way backwards, but they get themselves and their foot in. Great counter-ruck by TNT, just disrupting. And again, a couple of the passes not going to hand for USA South, and a bit scrappy of a play here, as finally the USA South player is taken down in the center of the pitch. TNT trying to defend this auto attack, as Poe comes in, the try score from the former match, pops it off, and again, great support line by the USA forwards, just getting their way just short of the half line.
USA South continuing to carry up this ball. Trinidad and Tobago defending fiercely.
And again, Hooten, a lot to take down, but the guys were on their feet. TNT pulling at it. Hooten just take extra steps, as we see a calm TNT bench just looking on, down 7 points to 0, and just nervy bench right now. And again, Coach Punte probably is wondering, hey, can these boys really have what it takes to get the win today?
Kick there from Trinidad and Tobago. They are definitely in the sweet spot where they want to be. Coming up on USA South's try line. Trinidad and Tobago looking to even this score now.
And again, excellent touch finder by Achim, just popping it roughly 10 or so meters from the USA line. And again, set piece action. TNT is going to try to work something of this line out. Again, USA South pinched the two, but TNT pushed them back and just stopped any momentum. And Foster going to go in the pocket and try to ding this out the way. TNT just pushing right, trying to stay flat. Foster eventually tries to clear his lines, only as far as Tanner. Tanner is chasing it back, eventually wrapping it up, and he decides to chip it down the pitch. Snatched directly into the hand of a USA South player. He just dismisses a TNT player before being smashed in the contact, but Foster gets it and throws it waywardly to the forwards, and eventually USA South try to attack it out wide. TNT tried to turn it over. Great counter ruck by Valaire, and McLaughlin just puts the boot through, and the referees deemed that a ruck was about to be formed there, or dangerous play. I'm not sure, but again, the referee wasn't happy with that sequence of play.
Interesting fact, Kelson. USA South playing the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 team in this tournament. However, next month, USA South will be coming to Trinidad and Tobago, going to Trinidad and Tobago with both their senior men's and under-23 men's teams. So 3 15s teams, Trinidad and Tobago, USA South, really great development support, really great camaraderie, of course, as we play each other in different forums.
And again, excellent exposure for both USA South and TNT respective teams. I would say Houghton with a line out there, again, didn't go in their favor. Knock-on advantage playing the TNT. The referee not happy with what happened there. And again, that's a second errant line out by the USA South, something they may need to work on going forward. But TNT are not complaining as they get another turnover in this match.
Absolutely, Kelson. You can feel the tension. Both of these teams really want to come out victorious in this game, but they know that if they let their discipline slip, that's going to negatively impact their outcome.
And again, USA South with a much bigger pack than TNT. But again, under 19 rules, can't push more than 1.5 meters. So there's only a limited amount of push can happen. TNT has it to the back. Aaron Stanley picks and goes. Eventually gets to the scrum off. He steps, gets it Acheng. It's out of Valaire. Valaire is trying to release the space. TNT attack through the middle. Eventually is taken down. Support is a bit scanty. Finally, Acheng takes it on himself, throws and goes. Just wayward on the pass, goes to the boot and knock on TNT. And again, some of these half chances are what TNT needs to do to get themselves back into this game.
We're definitely seeing the plays being set up, Kelson. It's just to find the groove and execute.
TNT may be a bit nervous, still trying to get their feet into this game. Limited possession by the teams in red, white, and black. So again, TNT really to get themselves in. And again, another scrum, and so another set piece. And TNT are really working through their playbook so far in this game. And maybe they can break this resilient USA South defense.
Crouch! Binds! Sit!
Strong scrum by TNT, just rattling, so the USA team. The referee isn't happy. He's going to have a put-in. And again, Maria, this scrum needs to be super settled before that ball goes in.
Absolutely, particularly with the limitation on how far you can drive the scrum. Being set properly is so important. You cannot hook the ball correctly if your scrum is not secure.
And again, both teams victorious earlier today. Both teams defeating Cayman Islands. And again, this will just set up the leader in this group.
Sit.
TNT defending on the scrum. USA giving a very good go as Voster shoots it out wide. USA going to release the playbook. Deep runner coming around the outside, 2-on-1. Can TNT cover? Eventually is taken down as the try scorer, Galat, I believe. Tackler leaving his feet, not staying on his feet here. The referee again sharped it as Valaire looks to take it quickly, but Nathan Achim says no. We'll take it down the road and take the line out.
Great defensive work from Trinidad and Tobago, rewarded with that penalty.
Nathan Achim from the Northerns Rugby Club in Trinidad and Tobago. And again, Very, very excellent player. He was here last year, and you can see the improvement in confidence and thought patterns as he comes into this tournament for a second time. And again, this maturity is was the leading TNT team and leading this solid fight back. As again, USA South turn it over in the line out, but the ball seems to be a bit scrappy. And again, it's pull, clean break, but the referee says knock on. And again, that late whistle, TNT late to react. And if that whistle wasn't blown, he may have been home, run free, going to score another try.
Shout out to Trinidad and Tobago enthusiasts who we know are watching. Big thanks to them for their assistance in preparing this team for the tournament. Great support from the clubs in Trinidad and Tobago.
And again, difficult work for the old boys back enthusiasts in TNT to play against such a young outfit, since much of those boys, including myself, hasn't played contact rugby in over a decade. But again, doing our part to make sure that they are well prepared coming into this tournament as best as we can. Again, TNT number 8, Aaron Stanley, just breaks with the ball. Difficult to handle as the player seems to be lifted off the horizontal. The referee seems to say play on, but that's not what we want to see when we come out here. And again, player safety and player welfare is top priority. I'll see McLaughlin drives his way forward. Achim trying to work something here, choose a dummy. And again, USA South blitz up, trying to kill the TNT defense, and they did an excellent job at it. And again, TNT player holding on, and again, the gamble of shooting out the line worked for USA South as they lead 7-0 coming into the end of the first half.
We're seeing both teams here keeping the pressure on, a number of turnovers. We've got a replay here.
As you see Aaron Stanley going to Paul there, and again, a bit of dangerous play, lifting the player over the horizontal. I mean, he let him back down nicely, but again, it's the intent that matters. And again, we want to play this game as safely as we can. Again, we want to see these boys back out on the pitch tomorrow, so you want to make sure good intentions, good vibes, good positive energy from the players. And again, we just want to ensure that the youngsters have a future in this game.
Team setting up for a line out here. The line out is in favor of USA South.
And again, as you watch it, the flag from the AR, the wind is dancing. As TNT disrupt the line out this time, they took a page out of USA South's book, and now they have turned over the ball. But again, over exuberance by the young Jeremy Bonus, and just knocking it down at the base of the rock. USA South scrum. And again, for every one of you all here in New Kingston, come on down to UE, the UE campus. And again, admission is free. Again, this entertainment, this international entertainment is absolutely free. And again, anywhere else, you have to pay tons of money for it.
Let's go.
We see the teams setting up here for another scrum. The put-in will be by USA South.
Binds! Sits!
Solid scrum by USA, but TNT seems to be pushing it up. Mosi picks and go from the back. Excellent work by TNT, scooped up by Villiers. And again, it's a game of hot potato with possession. USA, TNT, and back and forth. TNT give away the penalty in kicking zone here for Foster if he wants it, just to put an extra 3 points on it.
Thus far, this game looks like it may come down to mistakes as far as how these teams are going to capitalize and come out victorious.
Again, USA South up for the 3 points just to push the lead further. The wind is slightly pushing away from him, so it'll be a bit of a challenge to keep the kick straight. Just inside the 22-meter line, Foster, but this seems to be just a walk in the park for a kick of his caliber.
We're seeing the strategy here of USA South, adding points at every chance that they get. They know that Trinidad and Tobago is a formidable team, and they want to make sure to secure their lead early.
An interesting previous shot there of the kicking tee. The tees are getting so much more scientific now, Maria, to just assist the kicker and just getting under the ball and making sure you have the proper height to get the job done. As you see, Foster just secures the extra 3 points and the referee just settles it out. That's the end of the first half. USA South leading 10 points to 0 over TNT. And what was your take so far on that first half, Maria?
Excellent first half. Definitely pressure being put on by both sides. I think the halftime talk is definitely going to be around the ability to execute the game plans. We did see a number of turnovers. We saw a number of little mistakes that sort of didn't help the teams. The score at the end of the first half, USA South is leading 10 points to 0 versus Trinidad and Tobago. We'll see you after this break.
We're back here for recap first half action. USA South leading TNT 10 points to 0 as we go to the highlights to recap the first half. And again, hot sticky conditions here. TNT to get this back off and going. And again, USA South calm as you like it. But again, USA South being the first to draw blood here. The ball whipped out wide to Galadi, and Galadi just dismissed defenders here and just put it on the post for the first try of the game. USA South just using the hands out wide and just brushing off weak defense. And again, USA South on the scorecard first early in the first half as Galadi powerful run going around the TNT defenders and making it easier for Foster to put up the 2 points. As you see him just aiming for the SportsMax sign here, straight down the middle. And again, off this hot replay, USA South just pinching the TNT line out. And again, penalty after penalty, and Foster is the man you called to score the points as he got the extra 3 points on for. As we look at the USA South team just getting their way back in to the second half, their coach just really getting the boys ready. And again, Maria, what if you were TNT's coach, what do you tell them coming into half to get some points on the board?
I think Trinidad and Tobago has been doing what their coach is asking. It's just about cleaning it up, being a little bit more disciplined, trusting each other, and making sure to just brush off any of those little mishaps and continuing to come strong onto the ball and carry it forward, maintaining possession.
And again, USA South were excellent with some powerful runs by Gianni Mosi, and he's really been doing big work for USA South in this game so far. But again, the try scorer Galadi isn't any slouch, and you may look for him to feature sometime again this match. And again, different tactics by the both teams as you see USA South opting for a more fluent game compared to the more compact game they played earlier against the Cayman Islands.
I definitely think Trinidad and Tobago was looking for a heavier pack game, a lot of play in the center. USA South definitely used the outside of the pitch a little bit more and were able to get around the Trinidad and Tobago defense. I think right now Trinidad and Tobago is looking for anything to happen on the pitch and being ready to defend and to capitalize on their opportunity in offense.
And again, USA South gets us back underway. Nice deep kick by USA South, but gathered excellently by TNT. And again, Galadi, the try score, just wrapped up by TNT defenders. As you see, Achim tries to shoot the ball wide. TNT trying to run out of the red zone and met strongly by USA South. Bonus tried to shoot it wide, and again, the big boys are going to try to do it up the middle. Just silky work getting rid of him. 2-on-1, TNT down the flank, and it's a big by TNT. It's 1-on-1. Can he beat it? It's a TNT number 15. He's dancing him up. He's taking him on the run. Can he go all the way? He eventually sandwiched by the USA team, but picked up excellent support from him by TNT. They are just short of the line. Can TNT pick and go? And they try to break out wide. The advantage has been played, and TNT are just short. Clean pair of heels by the TNT number 15. That's Judah Duncan. And again, TNT in the red zone. USA South doing excellently to just slow the play down. And TNT try to get themselves back as they're met by solid defense. As a Ching plays scrum off. And again, excellently met by the USA team, eventually puts them down. TNT with the overlap outright. Acheng breaks, turns the hands up Jeremy Bonus, and he knocks it on Cole. But the TNT team have a reprieve, a penalty for offside. And again, TNT get the opportunity as the TNT bench them on. As you look at the replay there, 2-on-1, and Duncan, clean pair of heels, wasn't being touched, just didn't have the gas to go all the way, and USA South were able to get him back and shepherd him as you see him trying to make it all the way. And TNT really just started the second half on a very positive note.
That's right, Kelson. We can see once Trinidad and Tobago is able to maintain possession of the ball long enough to ensure that those gaps open up, spreading the defense of USA South.
And again, frustrated faces of TNT's coaches, staff really wanted that 5 points there. That really would have changed the setting of the game, but instead they have a player down getting some treatment. And again, that's the worst thing he would have expected after such a good break in that play. Just to mention, TNT have the opportunity to go for 3 points. If they want to, in kicking range, they can bring the score down, or they can go for broke, and it seems that's what they're going to do. They're going to play, they're going to tap and play, and most likely the big hands of McLaughlin. McLaughlin takes it, steps one, takes two to eventually get him down, but they send him back like a return mail there. Return to sender. USA South is really aggressive on defense into the hands of Stanley. Stanley again is wrestled back, and TNT have been pushed back at 10 odd meters. Eventually, TNT keep pushing, and again, USA South tackling in numbers. TNT going backwards. And again, back outside the 20, back to McLaughlin, who starts the play. And again, he's a handful, takes a couple to get him to the floor. TNT now moving forward effectively. Achim tried to shoot it wide, excellently picked up by Valaire, but again, stuffed out in the tackle. Strong hit by USA South, and they turn the ball over. And that attack by TNT has just been snuffed as Foster goes back into the pocket. Knocked it on, but TNT was over anxious there and just gifted away a penalty to USA.
We can see how hungry Trinidad and Tobago is for those points. USA South able to continue to defend.
And again, solid contact on the ball by Voster just inside TNT's half of the pitch. And again, Maria, would you say that chance that TNT had to put some points to the board via the kick went a begging, as it may not have been the right choice to tap and go off the play?
I can definitely see the desire for Trinidad and Tobago to get the option of 7 points looking more attractive than perhaps a more sure 3 points. However, the decision was made, the game is playing, USA South is now carrying the ball up the field, and Trinidad and Tobago can't think about those points, they need to defend.
Again, TNT tried to counter-rock Foster. Again, the playmaker gap in front of him. He just holds it a bit longer. And again, USA South really pushing forward deep inside TNT's 22-meter line now. And again, excellent forward running by USA South as the big boys now come into play in this part of the pitch. They're just going to show and go. But TNT, strong counter-rock. And USA was a bit slow to the breakdown. And TNT turns it over. But USA take it back. And no advantage being played as USA knock it on in the contact. And again, Maria, great counter-rock by TNT. And again, even though they were pushed back, they were just waiting for the right opportune time to counter-rock that breakdown.
We're definitely seeing the ability of the Trinidad and Tobago team to continue to stay present in the game. Whatever's happened in the last 5 seconds is over, and they're ready to do what they need to do in this 5 seconds now.
And again, as we look at the sideline, we can see USA South coach Williams just talking to the substitute on the sideline, going to make a change, just going to add extra impetus for USA South as TNT have an opportunity to clear their lines. I see Gallardi standing back deep, anticipating a clearance from the TNT number 10.
Trinidad and Tobago under pressure. They do have possession of the ball. They'll definitely be looking to get this ball out to one of their speedsters.
And again, the ball picked and gone by the number 8, Aaron Stanley. And again, TNT decides to take the direct route, but again, to the smallest guy, and USA South does nothing but pummel him to the floor. Eventually take it to Ching in the pocket. He dinks it for touch, but only reaches as far as Gallardi. He steps him. And again, penalty for offside on the kick, and USA going to take it quickly. The referee, they said they're going to slow it down, so the player as a sideline are barking him to take it quickly as TNT wasn't prepared. And again, Foster is going to just dink it into touch and take the line out and push them over. And again, bold move by USA South, going to say they're going to bank on their set piece.
We're definitely seeing strategic plays being highlighted here, making decisions that are very tactical. The teams have realized that they are a good match for each other, and it is going to come down to certain decision making.
And again, the ball comes off the line, and they put everybody they have behind at USA South. And again, it looked like the big number 17, I believe. It looks like Gavin Houghton. We'll wait to confirm the number. But USA South scored their second try of the match, and it's all body, and it's all the big guy with the curly throw.
USA South rewarded. Here is the replay. You can see as the ball comes out from behind that breakdown, cleared that line, no question about it. Try is good for USA South.
And again, the hooker, Gavin Houghton, really just pushing his weight around, gifting USA South their second try of the match, pushing the score 15 points to 0 in favor of the defending champions.
quick water break here. The teams are staying hydrated. Again, it's about 33 degrees in the shade probably here in the Mona Bowl. Beautiful day, having a great time. You can see the supporters in the stands. Lots of red shirts supporting Trinidad and Tobago. I know I saw the USA South women here earlier as well. It's wonderful to have the support if you are in Kingston. Here's that kick.
And again, excellent kick by Voster, adding an extra 2 points, pushing the score now 17 points to 0 in favor of USA South, just using the wind in his benefit there. And the try scorer as well, Houghton, is going to get a break as he replaced onto the pitch. Again, USA South is really going to try to carry it home now with 17 points the better to TNT, with a lot for the boys in red, white and black to get back into this match.
Interesting to see where Atcham will look to place this kickoff.
And again, kick catch very nicely by Tanner Smith. Eventually silky hands by these forwards, and again they're very skillful at TNT try to counter ruck. And again the big boys for USA South doing the man's work in the center of the pitch. And again just pushing forward yard by yard, pushing the way up to the 10-meter line. Pick and go again, met by the TNT defense, and just drives them back. The ball a bit loose out to the scrum half, and he pushes the Voster, he dinks it over the top. No one at home for TNT. Tanner comes across, guards it nicely, sends it back to Bonus, and TNT try to counteract on the secondary side of the pitch, and Bonus does the impossible and skips through 2 big defenders before eventually being taken down. Slow work as the scrum half is tied up. Atcham pushes out wide to Stanley. Stanley is taken down quite easily. Again, USA South just defended as we see TNT doing excellent in the rocking. And now it's a turn for the TNT big boys to do what they do best and push it forward. TNT moving forward, Atcham as scrum half. He sent it to Tanner, 2-on-1 to Tanner, but it goes just behind him and rolls into touch. And he really should have just kept an eye on his player there before he passed it. And again, a little inexperience there by or lack of cohesion, but the boys are just gifting, just throwing away, a good opportunity to attack.
So this would be a line out in favor of USA South. Seen a little bit of discussion between each of the respective teams, deciding how to play off of this line out.
Time's off.
And again, Cody Cade is taking over the throwing duties for USA South.
Where's the replacement?
As we see a substitution being made here, the number 4 for USA South comes on, David Kubler. As we see the number 9, and TNT also makes a change here as Walton comes off and Joshua Marson comes on, the number 23 shirt for TNT. Again, Cade with the line out. Good throw. Sent it to the big boys, juggled, but went backwards into the hand of Voster. He and all tries his skills at juggling, and now Keebler just gets the ball, trying to clean up the mess, and just punts it downfield into touch, just for them to take a deep breath, as the skills seem to be going awry for USA South.
When in doubt, kick it out.
And again, the substitute using his calm head, now coming into the pitch and really just reassuring the boys that they have support and the USA team. As you see, Kubler goes out on the wing. And again, TNT, a super uphill task. The former champ, the reigning champion, really have a stronger hold on this match. And again, just under 10 minutes ago in the second half, USA South leads 17 points to 0 over TNT. As you see, strong lineup by TNT. The ball doesn't go to hand, into the hands of Joshua Marson. He dispatches one, sort of high in the contact. The referee says play on. TNT drive their way up as the ball comes to Atcham's hands. And again, silky move to Valère. Valère to Tanner. Can he get it away? No, he can't. But eventually taking out USA South, spilled the ball over, and it's the number 6, Tanner Smith, with the forward momentum, for USA South. TNT trying to counteract. Again, USA South with the ball pushing their way into TNT's 22-meter line, and a pick and go on the blind side is met by a blanket of red shirts. TNT counterattacks and counterattacks well. The referee says not straight in defense. by the USA South, and TNT get an opportunity to clear their lines. Desperate defense by TNT, and again, to show spurts of brilliance, but just need a couple set pieces to get everything together.
Strategic play there from Achim, going to get a couple more yards there with the kick. Gives the team a moment to catch their breath and set up for their next play.
Again, TNT needs 70-odd meters to the opposite try line. And again, anything can happen in this game of rugby. As we see Anderson for TNT getting the throwing duties. And again, USA South doesn't compete. Into the hands of Achim. Achim into number 8, Stanley dinks it through. Clever work. And again, picks it back up, looking for support. Eventually met by TNT, looking for the ball out wide. And this is what we can expect from a silky TNT team. Just inside the USA South team, Bonus sends it back out, passes it to no one, eventually into Valaire's hands. Advantage seems to be playing by the referee as his hand was up. And again, back into Achim. He seems to just sit in the pocket, trying to maximize on this penalty advantage. And offside is signaled by the referee. And TNT will get another opportunity to probably kick it down the pitch and gain some yards. But no, they decide to tap and go, and as Jeremy Bonus taps and goes into contact, TNT tries to use the overlap off the backhand pop. Is TNT silky as you like, and again TNT try to pick and go back into Achim. He shoots it out to the forwards, and through the center he goes. TNT moving their way in. Achim has come off to Bonus. Player offside, it seems. And again, successive offside calls by the referee. And another call like that should or may result in a card.
This is what we're expecting to see from TNT. Good, thoughtful play, great support, defending the ball, maintaining possession, and you're seeing TNT moving up towards that golden area where they are hoping to score their first try of this match.
And again, Nathan Aching decides he's going to go for post. He's going to try for the 3 points. And again, is it a little too late to try to nibble down on the score? Here, TNT down 17 points to 0. And he's going to start by a 3-point attempt. And again, TNT had opportunity earlier in the match to start to close the gap. And again, can this be the spark that TNT needs to get themselves back into this encounter? And the kick goes just wide of the uprights, and again the score remains 17 points to 0. USA with a 22 dropout, and TNT needs to set up quickly in order not to be caught off guard. But again, that won't happen as there's not a ball in the pitch. So again, TNT gets a chance to suck in some air. USA get an opportunity to pick on the pitch where they want to kick. And again, these young men are doing brilliant service out here in the sunny conditions here in Jamaica. And again, Huey Mona Bowl is the venue for this. I will see Vossa dinks it short, and again TNT not marking it up right, and Vossa trying to do it on his own. He steps Marson before he knocks it on, and again he tried to do it all himself, and the only thing he was missing was a cape with an S on his chest. Vossa did it all up until he knocked it on, and he be kicking himself as he made about 50-odd meters as TNT decided to make some late changes to try not to make this a runaway.
Trinidad and Tobago definitely going to be focusing on making sure to put points on the board. Here's that replay with Worcester.
And again, seemed to put on his razor suit, stepping everyone, couldn't seem to touch him. Eventually, when the shot was put in, it came out like jello. And again, TNT again tackling very well in spurts, but allowed Vosta 50 meters up the pitch.
We're definitely seeing all of the ingredients from this Trinidad and Tobago team.
But at this moment, it's all USA. And Vosta, again, confidence high after that play. He can do no wrong for his team. The referee just not happy with the setup for the scrum. And again, these young men are really putting in a shift out on the pitch. Second match for both teams today, and it looks like it's going in the favor of USA South as TNT needs at least 4 tries to get themselves back into this. And again, we look out for number 8, Gianni Mosey, to pick and break as you see if they turn the ball over, but TNT has opportunity to either run out or clear their lines, and it's go for broke time for the boys in red, white, and black.
Use. Can't wait too long, felt it's going to screw.
And again, the scrum just turning beyond the comfort of the referee, and he's just going to have it to reset. And again, it needs to be as straight as possible to get it back in. As you see TNT make another substitution. On comes number 22, Joshua Grant, onto the pitch. As Tanner's day is done at fullback.
Seeing good composure from both of these teams. In the past, we've definitely seen as the clock is winding down, a lot of frenzied attempts to score. The discipline that we've been speaking about is definitely apparent for both of these teams right now.
Solid scrum for TNT, nice and stable. As you see, Marson picks and breaks. And again, it's Nathan Achem down the break line. Can he go 2-on-1? Can TNT do it? Can Achem do it himself? He steps and goes. He takes it all the way. Nathan Achem is the hero. Take it all his own. Did what Vossa tried to do. 50 meters run for Nathan Achem. He puts the Trinidad and Tobago on the board, 17 points to 5.
Kelsey, we can hear the supporters as we watch the replay. Jeremy Bonus gets the ball off to Nathan Achem, who gets on his bike and speeds all the way down. His feet are also good for running. Great kicking from Achem in these games, but we can see that he can also run in those points.
And again, that's a great taken for TNT into day 2 of the match, as this game seems to be a little bit out of TNT's reach. They need a lot more points on the board to make this happen. And again, Achem, the kick taker, seems to be toast. Just need a little bit more water before he can try to make this difficult conversion from the touchline. And again, that's the confidence builder that TNT needed. Just draw and pass, simple as you like it. All coaches tell you the simple things work better than the complicated ones.
Achem now setting up for the conversion kick.
Again, missed an attempt earlier today, a penalty from just about 10 more meters to his left. A bit more challenging one as we see the flag stands in the background. Can he hit it with the wind to give TNT 2 more points on the total? It has the power, just not the accuracy. And there you have it. That's the final whistle. TNT get a score at the end of this game. And Maria is really interested to see how much strides TNT has made. Also, just to show that USA South also is showing they have a stranglehold on this tournament.
Definitely a performance that these teams can be proud of. USA South coming out with the victory that they were looking for. Trinidad and Tobago, I know that they will be happy that there were points on the board. Confirming the score, 17 points USA South to 5 points Trinidad and Tobago. USA South victorious in this game. We'll be back with highlights after the break.
We're back here at UWI Mona Bowl, Jamaica. The score in this game, USA South 17 points to 5 over Trinidad and Tobago, as we take a look at the match highlights. And again, TNT and USA undefeated before this match. And again, TNT gets us kicked off in the red, white, and black. As you say, USA South use the hands excellently, and Gallardi eludes weak defense from TNT and gets under the post to get USA South on board for the first try of the game. As you see, the ball whipped to him, and weak defense by TNT as McLaughlin missed the tackle in the corner, and he just expertly walked closer to the sticks to make the conversion easier. Gallardi get the first point on the board for USA South. Again, Foster just looking at the SportsMax sign directly behind the post, slotting home the next 2 points. As you see here, USA South just turning over some of the possession. And again, penalty for USA South. And again, Foster was the man, adding 3 more points to score, pushing them 10 points to 0 in the half, leading into the half. And again, USA South at that moment super dominant in their play. And again, this time they played a bit of bullying, 5-meter line out. And again, it was Hooton with the ball there, just picking and going from the back of the breakdown. The big number 17, just picking from the back of the breakdown. And again, look out for that curly afro. And then TNT on this play here, picking and going, creates a 2-on-1. It's bonus to Achim, and Achim showed a clean pair of heels, showing that he not can just kick, but can he also run and just stuck the defender and over the line for TNT first points of the game. And again, TNT captain leading from in front and just putting the 5 points down to at least save some face for TNT in that match. And again, TNT losing, USA South wins 17 points to 5 as you bring it down to Gerard for interviews.
Thank you so much, Kelson. And I'm here with the Trinidad and Tobago assistant head coach, Christopher Hudson. Coach, what do you make about that result for Trinidad and Tobago? Are you happy with how the boys performed despite coming out and then losing in?
It was a great effort from the boys. They came out hard to fight with passion straight to the end of the game, and we can't ask for nothing more than that. It was a great effort.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you so much.
No problem.
And that's it for the day, so we'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, let's have a chat now with the coach from the USA South team. Coach, when we had a chat with Jordan at the end of the last game, he said that they wanted to concentrate more on ball control and of course dominating in the middle of the field. Did you see any improvements that way in this game against Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, I think we've improved. You know, the second game was better than the first game. We played a little better. We still got a lot to work on. We're still, you know, losing the ball in contact, not hanging on to possession. Little things, lots of little things. So some improvement. Trinidad was a really good team. They could score from anywhere, so they were dangerous, and we had to play a very structured game. And we got a lot of work ahead of us, but I'm proud of the team. It's really hot, and the boys really fought hard to stay in. And so now we recover and move forward.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we'll see you for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, everybody. Zine.
Yeah, a little bit of Pat to take us to the break. When we come back, we have the final game of the day. You don't want to miss it.
And we're back here at UWI Bowl, Jamaica for round men's U19. 15 aside here in Jamaica. I'm Kelson Figaro alongside Gavin McClevey. And it's match 7 on day 1 is Guyana versus Jamaica. And Gavin, again, Jamaica looked very impressive in their first game of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really happy with whatever they've done in the off-season, coming back around this year. They've done it right. They look like their boys are primed and ready. I think they've got one eye on the final already, and I think they want revenge over the USA South from last year, coming second to them. Unfortunately, Guyana's in the way, and I'm hoping they're not just going to be a speed bump. Guyana, young, inexperienced, but coming into this with a lot of heart, and big loss earlier in the day. So Jamaica should take this comfortably, but let's not count our chickens. Guyana, a very proud rugby nation, so we'll see what they can do coming into this against a strong local Jamaica team.
And again, the referee in the middle, Kenesha Vincent, going to take charge of this one. And again, Jamaica in the yellow and black strips, Guyana in the green and yellow on the shoulders. And again, this is going to be a learning experience here for these Guyanese boys, as they haven't had much opposition to play against in the way leading up to this tournament. But again, the only way it can go is up. And again, we can just only expect positive things from this team, as Guyana, is really one of the bigger teams as we look at the line for Jamaica. And again, it's Halladine, Broom, and Barnes, the front three. Again, we look out for Mason Campbell and Rashid Pencil from last year's tournament, as well as Johnson Hines, Mackenzie Davies, Purcell, Dominic Myers, and Kai Barnes Dobson, Matthew Craig, Shamar Smith, Demoy Palmer, Matthew Chiwaku, and Donald Simeon Gordon is the line for Jamaica. As you look at the Guyana men's team, and it's Denard Fraser and Martindale up front, Travell Weeks, Mars, Messiah Softly, as well as Bellamy make up that front 8. Wallace, Carter 9 and 10, Shaquan Adams and Melon Moe. Wingers, centers, Garvin McPherson and Chad Barker, with Elijah Crawford at fullback. Jamaica gonna take us off in the yellow shirts from left to right of the screen as referee Vincent sets us underway. And the cheap, dinky kick didn't really go 10, but Ghana played it anyway. It went backwards, and Jamaica take hold of the ball and possession of this game.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one, this, and there's got some real strength in the Jamaican forwards. Can Guyana deal with it? And again, Jamaica is not one-dimensional. They've got speed outside and skill through the middle of the park as well.
And again, it's a big number 13 for Jamaica. That's Reagan Johnson-Hines, just making his way down the middle. And again, Jamaica just loses the handle of the ball there. And again, into the handles is very good so far. And again, out wide to the winger is number 11, Rashid Penkel. He takes a lot of green shirts to take him down.
Get back, get back, get back.
Eventually
Get
there by
Get back. Advantage offside.
number 15. And again, Jamaica make their way forward. As a pick and go by the Jamaica number 16, that's Elijah Cummins.
Ball green. No hands.
And again, great counter ruck by Ghana, just keeping them honest. And into the hands of Campbell. Campbell, the maestro, and easy as you like it, just a walk across the park is Jacob Broom. Just starts scoring in the 2nd minute. Jamaica up 5 points to 0.
Clinical, wasn't it? Excellent work. And then Guyana really not having a response, not getting off the line defensively. You've got to come at these big boys and stop them before they get any traction, before they get too much momentum. Campbell taking the kick.
And again, just slice it off the boot. The score remains 5 points to 0 in favor of Jamaica. And again, Ghana just touched the ball off the kickoff. And after that, it was all Jamaica. Just aggressive running, just powerful line running by Jamaica. It started with a big number 13, Johnson Hines, just smashing through the middle, forcing the Guyanese defense to just cave in. And then it was just a maestro Campbell to really pull everything together. And he's been with his team since last year, and he's really showing his pedigree.
Yeah, it's interesting. Campbell's really stepped it up and kind of running the show for Jamaica, but they've got so many attacking options, you know, with Mason Campbell not alone, Jacob Nicholson's out there, and then there was Mackenzie Davis, I don't know if he's on there at the moment, he was playing with 15 on his shirt earlier on, another phenomenal option. But here's Jamaica again.
And again, Jamaica make their way up to the halfway line, just brushing off the high tackles. And again, that's a strong unit. This number 16, Elijah Cummings. And again, I get big run and taking multiple green shirts to take him down as a referee signaling advantage as the ball comes to Campbell's hands. Dishes out wide to the big run of the number 6. That's Barnes. And again, Campbell with the ball, shoots a big looping pass out wide to Penkel. Penkel just ducks under one, drags his opposite number before he's met solidly by the green wall. Again, Jamaica again, trying to make their way up the pitch. That's Barnes Robson taking it in, back to Campbell. Campbell sent a long looping pass to Cummins, and again, the tank-like build takes him way forward as it takes 3 green shirts again to take him down. And again, it's Campbell shooting out wide. Jamaica with the space out wide, trying to get it back in, but the ball pops forward, and Guyana decide to clear their lines. And again, a bit of inexperience there by one of the Guyanese player, literally volleyball spiking the ball forward, and that's going to get you a 5 minutes out of the bin if the ball wasn't played.
Unfortunate, yeah, nice idea, but against the rules, unfortunately. A little bit excited, he saw the opportunity, just dabbed it forward.
Great multi-sport athlete, apparently, as we take a shot at the Jamaican coach. They're calm and confident of his boys, no sweat on the brow. Seems to be sitting in some AC there, Gavin, because we're sweltering, and he seems to be a bit cool as we see Jerry, the president of Jamaica Rugby Union, just having a chat with the coach. Hope he's not micromanaging, Gavin.
No, just doing his thing, you know, shaking hands, kissing babies, doing what Jerry does.
And again, Guyana have the scrum deep inside there, 22. And again, the only thing possible is to clear their lines. And again, they'll be overly ambitious to try to run out from here. But again, Guyana is that type of team with X-factor experience to do something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. They would, if they get ball to hand and there's no kicking option for them, they might swing it and see what they can do and just make it fun for themselves. I've seen more of that happening in the Caribbean than anywhere else I've seen in the world.
And again, Guyana had lots of stalwarts that came up in this under-19 system. Claudius Butts, Richard Stagland, Kevin McKenzie, to name a few, that they came through this same under-19 channels. And again, will we be seeing a next superstar in the making in this Guyanese outfit? We have to wait until.
Hold on, same again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we can do, especially when you've got wingers like Nikhil Carter, and you've even got the inside centres like Gavin McPherson. He was showing signs of potential in that earlier game today.
Let's get in.
And again, the referee wasn't happy with the setup. Eventually, Guyana gets us back underway. Scrum off. Dwayne Wallace is going to give us a put in. And again, ball shoots out the scrum. Set in the pocket. Not a great kick. It stays in field. And again, the ball knocked on by Guyana. Just a glorious one-hand pickup he tried there. It would have been very, very outrageous and spectacular, almost like an Adam Zaruba from Canada who plucked one out of the air in the 7th tournament a while ago.
I remember that, yeah. I think he was trying for that, but didn't quite work out, and he's got a limp now for his troubles as he goes towards, must be a second row player, and lines up one more time. This is a big, powerful Jamaican scrum that they have. They look very comfortable in there, causing some trouble for the previous game against the USA, against Bermuda, thank you. I've seen so many games today, I've lost track of who played who.
And again, a bit of nerves or something of the sort for the Guyanese team, or both teams, as the referee's not happy with the scrum, just making sure everything is good, everyone is safe, and gets us back underway. Interesting setup here by Jamaica. As we see on the pitch, it looks like Chawaku older brother actually made it onto the senior 7 circuit.
I saw that.
And
So
again,
they played together in this competition last year.
And again, the ball picked up by the bootlaces. And again, we can see what Ghana can do. Very dynamic running. Shoots out wide, but just behind him, just behind the air. And again, that's not where you want your sprinters to catch the ball, as it's a difficult one to pick out of when you're running forward.
Yeah, I think they had one eye on the defense creeping up on them and just distracted them for a second.
Solid hit by Guyana before it gets into the hands of Campbell. And Campbell tried to shoot it wide too quickly, and unable to pick it up is Jamaica. And this doesn't seem to be the Jamaica we saw earlier in this tournament. A lot of handling errors by the boys in yellow and black.
Yeah, they were so smooth with it earlier on in the day, but maybe for some reason the nerves have kicked in here, or a little bit anxious, maybe just to get themselves racked up with some points as fast as possible. Could be that. They feel comfortable they'll probably win this game, but they've got to actually go and do it.
And again, as a snapshot of the Guyanese coach, Lawrence Adonis. And again, he will be proud of his boys, as they haven't had the opportunity to play against quality opposition, probably leading into this one. And again, this can be building blocks for the next tournament next year, to make sure that Ghana really get back their stranglehold on rugby in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I'm really pumped to see them here, to be fair. It's been a long time coming. It's great to see the green and yellow kit out there again and competing at the top level in the region. It's I think it's a question of time before Guyana are back somewhere near the top.
Hold.
And again, Jamaica just over anxious to dominate this scrum, just pushing slightly before the ball comes in. So the referee's going to just say, hey, stay on your feet. And again, the Guyanese pack seem to be crumbling under the pressure. Again, it's Wallace going to put it back in for Guyana. Again, Guyana always have nifty footwork and silky runners, and even though they're not as experienced as they should be, we're going to expect loads of running from them.
Absolutely, 100%. If they can break down this Jamaican scrum, I feel like they stole it. Yep, Jamaica hooked it in there.
Stay.
Ball in the hands of Campbell. Campbell shoots it wide to the big number 13, and step in, one more pass to make into the hands of Chiwaku, and now it's Penkel. Penkel again smashed out into touch. And again, great work by Guyana. And again, I don't think much people would have thought that Guyana would be in this match as much as they're in right now.
Yeah, no, they're staying with it. 10 minutes in, only 5 points down. Not a bad 10 minutes for Guyana so far, causing Jamaica some problems.
And again, really frustrating the local boys, as you see, Guyana has silenced the Jamaican supporters. Not much singing and dancing going on, and they're a bit worried, a bit nervous. And rightfully so, as Guyana is a team that can cause an upset once they give them enough opportunity.
With the footballing skills and the speed out wide, anything can happen, and that's the beauty of what I've seen in the Caribbean with rugby. It's always very lively, very end to end. There's always pace, there's always passion. It's a fun brand of rugby to watch. So we appreciate you guys tuning in to SportsMax TV here in the Caribbean.
And again, kind of absorbing the pressure here. Shoots it out wide to number 10. And again, run and play as we see here into the gap. And he's just stepping here. Big lob over. And again, miracle ball snatched up by Guyana. And they get their way deep inside the Jamaican half. And the player Cummings just dragging the ball with his hands. And again, we just spoke of it. Guyana just with a miracle ball and the break through the middle. As you see, Wallace gets us back on the way. The Guyanese number 8 just went in for broke. And Guyana on the front foot. And again, they try to chip it and go on his own. He will not get it. But the referee's going to bring it back for the advantage. And Guyana, if they have a good boot on them, can put 3 points through the sticks. As the referee signals high tackle and a penalty to the boys in green.
Interesting. They made some good yards there. Again, they're just getting it out wide and finding a bit of space, and all it takes is a step, and all of a sudden it all opens up. And a wild pass, which they somehow pulled off and put themselves in a good position. So it looks like they're going to go for the line out. Nice spiral kick to the corner there. Fantastic kick, only 5 yards out.
And again, brave move by Guyana. Some would have thought they would go for 3 points, just close the gap, but they say no. We're going for broke. We're going for all 5 points. And again, the confidence is high in Guyana after multiple successive breaks, which brought them deep into the Jamaican territory.
Yeah, they've got some good energy out there. This is the first time they've really had a chance to play with the ball in the opposition half. So good energy, a little bit compact. Got a set piece play up their sleeve if they can come away from this line out with the ball. A lot of communication amongst the midfield players of Guyana. There's inside, outside, centre, but Jamaica are going to come away with this one.
And again, Guyana was packed tightly in the centre of the pitch. As you see, Campbell kicks it into space, and it's the speed of Penkel. Penkel almost got it in his hands, but Jamaica get it back. And again, great work by Campbell, the visionary of that play, and Guyana win it back. And you see, solid tackle by Jamaica. And again, great miracle kick, I would say, by Mason Campbell. Guyana tried to put it into space. And again, it's a winger versus a forward here. Can he get it out of the way? He chooses to go back inside as Jamaica, the Guyanese number 10, being smashed by Cummins. And it's Mason Campbell with a dink. He picks it up, dishes off the deck, and it's Jamaica just short of the line. Can he get the offload? And he does. Number 17 gets it over the line. It's Dante Purcell as the second try for Jamaica.
Wow, what a try. Phenomenal stuff. Dante Purcell. I had some conversations with him last year about him coming to America and playing his rugby in college. But this was a great pickup on the far side. Really works well to keep it in. And then they work it back across the field. And at that point, Campbell's playing a little bit of football. He manages to scoop it up. And this, for me, is the key. That little pass, just knowing he had the space to even let it bounce. And then the persistence to stay on your feet and look for the big man, Purcell, coming around the corner. Excellent rugby.
And again, great work there. The big man looking for work. He just didn't stay to the break ground. And again, the hard work paid off with 5 points for Jamaica to push their lead 10 points to 0 over Guyana with the kick to come.
Guyana, stay.
And again, Mason Campbell, again, it all started with the miracle ball. And again, a knuckle ball, I could say, Garvin, there barely skimmed over the uprights, adding 2 extra points to push Jamaica in front, 12 points to 0. And again, probably Cristiano Ronaldo inspired on that punt.
Yeah, he's, I don't know what's happening there, but maybe he's getting towards the end of a long day, a second game so far today. Could be feeling the heat getting into him a little bit, but managed to get it over.
And again, all the fears and all the nerves seem to be settled now as Jamaica set to push their way in front. 12 points to 0 with about 5 minutes to go to half. And again, Guyana just seems to see the game slipping away from them in this first half. And again, they did excellent work. But again, they were countered by supreme game management by Mason Campbell.
Yeah, he just pops up every 30 seconds, doesn't he? He really does well in directing the traffic.
Wallace kicks us off, gets us all the way to Chiwaku. Chiwaku has loads of time and space in the ball. He decides to brush off one defender before pushing the try scorer into touch. And again, Mateo, younger brother of Kiwan Chiwaku, played together in Mexico in the men's under-19 sevens last year, where Jamaica had a fairly successful tournament.
Yeah, so Guyana got a line out here in a half-decent position if they can get their guys in the air to collect this challenge, give something to Jamaica to think about.
And Chad Barker, number 13, is going to get the throw in. Interesting bit here, but again, Guyana seems to be improving as they play, so we can get to see better stuff from him. I see Guyana, excellent throw, and again the ball goes to Wallace, and again, nice trickery I should say, but Chiwaku claims it nicely, And Mason Campbell steps and goes. And Jamaica tries to shoot it out wide, and eventually picks it up, and it's off to the races. It's 1-on-1 against 7, and Guyana are there in their numbers. Just stops the play from going any further. But again, it's the big Johnson Hines takes it up even further. Guyana on the counter ruck. Advantage being played, and Mason Campbell tries to get it going again. Fumble in the pickup, no advantage being played, and the referee brings it back for the offside in Guyana. Mason Campbell just going to cool it down with a cool head, and he's just going to dink it into touch and get some extra territory for Jamaica.
Yeah, take the yards if they're giving them free. Don't have to work for it sometimes.
And again, we can see the danger and the speed that Jamaica possesses, as easily they can get to the outsides. But Guyana doing excellent on defense, just swarming them in green shirts and just killing the impetus in that instance. But Jamaica get the line out here just inside the 22-meter line. And again, great set pieces so far by Jamaica, and they're going to try to release the speedy Penkel out wide as we take a shot at the sideline there to take a look at Jacob Nicholson, who's not in this match today.
Yeah, I think he hurt himself, maybe an injury in the first game, so resting him now and see if we can get him back involved in the competition in a couple of days.
And again, Jamaica pushes out wide from the line out. Takes a lot to take the big man down. They eventually do. And again, heart displayed by Guyana, but they did it unlawfully, says the referee. As she scoots them back 10, Campbell just chucks it in the corner, going for the line out and the push over to try to add an extra 5 points on the board.
Yeah, he's just doing it. It's all textbook at this point, isn't it? Just kick it into the corner. We'll win this line out. We'll drive them all over if we need to. If they manage to stop our maul, then we'll throw it to the other side of the field and score in the other corner. No problem. That's the plan. I don't know if he's listening, but now he knows.
And again, Jamaica is going to try to release the speedy number 11. That's Penkel, who's been doing an excellent job so far. It takes more than one player to take him down, and he's got loads of room to challenge his opposite number. Obviously, the ball shoots out to the big number 5, and he's going to take it in. No prisoners, big fend off. It takes 4 or 5 shots to take him down. They haven't stopped him yet. He eventually goes down. Jamaica loading on the right side if the ball can come out. But again, it's a number 17 who just scored. It's Purcell again, showing bigger body, bigger strength, and he goes over for his second of the match.
Yeah, congratulations, Purcell. He's making it look easy, isn't he? Mitchell Wallen was the one that opened the doors for them, though. He's the one that got ahead, got them to that good position. And then they're just stacking the big boys up. And you're not going to stop him from there. Purcell's dominant in that position.
And again, kind of Jamaica, so just using the big bodies there to just get their way and have their way with Guyana, who's a bit slow and less aggressive than they are. And again, Jamaica starting to stamp their authority on this one. 17 points to 0 with a kick to come, and this should be it for this first half after this kick. And again, so we're just going into referee's time, but Jamaica putting on a show now for the fans coming into the end of the first half.
Kick's good this time for Campbell.
And again, just chips it over Campbell, pushing the score 19 points to 0 in favor of Jamaica. And again, we're in referee's time as Guyana takes their time coming up to half to restart this one. And again, they may be a bit deflated after a couple of knockout blows from Jamaica there. And the knockouts came from Purcell, left and right was him, as he got a double just before the halftime break.
Yeah, they were trying to creep themselves back into it, but the ball came back Jamaica's way and they punished them. So Guyana look a little deflated, but Wallace getting them back on the way.
And again, mistake Jamaica, just knocking on off the kickoff, and that'll bring it to the end of this first half. And again, Guyana started off well, keeping Jamaica at bay, but they couldn't do it for much longer for 20 minutes of this first half. and Jamaica were dominant in the second period, and it was all the Purcell and Campbell show as the two added the points to really put Jamaica in the driving seat coming into the end of this first half. At the end of the first half, it's Jamaica 19 points to 0 over Guyana, as we'll be back after the break.
Yeah. They stand there? Yeah. Stand there. Yeah. But they can't stand there indefinitely. No, and then walk into the line. So it's in the law. Yeah, I'm gonna tell the captain. Yeah. They cannot delay like that. Yeah. I apologize. I meant to tell you. That's okay. They do it all the time. Okay, I'll tell them. Yeah. And it's not. No more of that. Yeah, exactly. They can be slow, but not too slow. I mean, they can be slow. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell them that. I'm gonna tell them don't stand out to the line and get in. Okay. Specifically in the law. Okay. Ow. Was this sanction a free kick? Is a penalty?
And we're back here to recap first half action. Jamaica leading 19 points to 0 over Guyana here in the RAN Men's U19 RAN 2023 as we look at the match highlights. And again in this one, Jamaica the favourites, and Mason Campbell gets us off going. And again, the maestro for Jamaica really pushed his way through, and the first try of the game came from Broom, the big number 4, just bullied his way through. Again, Mason Campbell just putting the ball in the slot, and Broom was over easy as you like it for the first try of the game. And again, Mason Campbell really just having the ball in a string, just orchestrated to the pleasure of the coach. And again, Guyana really had them at bay at times, but then an excellent cross-field kick by Campbell found the hands of the winger. He excellently kept it in, and Jamaica continued along the play and really just bullied their way through. And then Mason Campbell dinked it with the foot and then offloaded over the park. But again, great follow-up play by the big Purcell, just followed up onto the ball, and he was over for his first try of the game. And again, the forward player really just supporting the ball all the way through, and he got his first score of the match. Jamaica up 12 points to 0 at that point. And again, you can see the big boys for Jamaica really doing all the good work. Campbell knuckleballing that over the sticks. And again, it was the number 17 again. Look out for him. It was Purcell again, using that big frame of his. Look up, saw the space, got the invite, and no one was home. And he was over for his second try of the match, pushing Jamaica ahead 17-0 at that point. And again, Mason Campbell with the kicking duties just chipped the ball over and pushed the score 19 points to 0 as we have second half action about to start. And again, Garvin, as we're about to kick off, what do you tell the Guyanese team coming into this break here?
They've got to use this as a learning tool, right? So everything that's happening, they've got to, if the coach is at halftime, just, hey, these 3-4 things happen, let's fix those, just those 2-3 things at the most, and go out there and focus on that, and that way you can learn, you can continue your game and keep developing. But they've got the tools, they just have to get them to stick into gear properly. They've got a lot of potential. This young man, Wallace, looks like he could be a handy one for the future and gets them underway. But just coming up in defence, you see the lack of experience with the team coming up staggered against a very aggressive Jamaican attack. You're not going to win that battle.
And again, you need to go solid to get the big Deontay King, the number 12. As you see, silky hands by Jamaican team just pop it off the deck. And again, Purcell unable to grab it. He goes back and takes his leftovers, pops it into the hands of number 24, and he just puts it on the fingertip. And that's Simeon Gordon just losing the handle. But again, great work, as Purcell seems to be everywhere right now, just showing his merit on the pitch.
Yeah, he looks like he's enjoying his rugby at the moment, and he's really come on leaps and bounds, filled out his body as well. He's grown into it, and yeah, he looks like he's having a really good time out there. I wonder what he's been doing this last year to develop himself. It's definitely working, whatever it was.
And again, Mason Campbell goes to number 9, and number 14 pushes up to into the first receiver spot. That's Didier Taylor, and he's a very elusive runner, a bit stockier than his replacement, and he'll be a little more direct, really challenging the Guyanese number 10 to see how well he can tackle.
Firstly, we've got to see if Guyana can come away with the ball. This Jamaican pack has been impressive so far today, really causing some problems. And there's the shove coming, and they've lost the ball there. It's been hooked by Jamaica. The 8-man picks and goes.
And again, Jamaica pick and go with it. Takes a lot of green shirts to take him down. They eventually pull him down on the 22-meter line. The referee's not happy with that altercation there. Mason Campbell can kick for post or kick for touch. And he's just going for the juggler. Getting 10 meters, about 10 meters purchase on the kick. And again, Garvin, it's turning more into a practice match here for Jamaica just to get their runnings going.
Yeah, it's a way of them, I feel like, that they're preparing themselves for the later stages and just defining their skill set and their set pieces, getting plenty of real-time practice in, which is no disrespect to Guyana, but that's just the reality, and hopefully the Guyana boys can use this as a learning tool on their side and pick up on all of the different things that are happening.
And again, the Guyanese coach really looking pensive, just shouted some instructions from the sideline. As you see Tony Yip, famous Guyanese rugby personality, in the stands here. And again, Guyana have the opportunity again with the throw. Picked up. And again, Guyana tried to run out of the danger zone. Crossfield kick reaches to the back of Chewako. He needs to run back and pick it up. It eventually Penkel slips and stumbles. Guyana take him down, and Guyana trying to turn over the ball. And again, they're making something out of nothing. As you see, Didier Taylor just pick and go on the outside, just confusing the guy's defense, and he can do it on his own. Didier eventually taken down. He pops it up on the 22, and the Chewako shoots it out wide into the hands of the winger, and Jamaica's going to score in the corner. Try Jamaica. Number 24, Simeon Gordon, just lurking on the wing, and it all started by the big run by Didier Taylor.
What phenomenal rugby we've got going on here in the Caribbean, ladies and gentlemen. It's phenomenal stuff. I'm sure everybody watching SportsMax is astounded at what's going on, and these kind of skills just skipping by, and this little pop-up pass is what put the cherry on the top for me. 2 pop passes and then the long looping pass, recognizing that they've got space out wide. The Guyana coverage is not enough, and that's the speed and the skill set that you're going to see from Jamaica and Guyana rugby.
And again, Mateo just throwing the long pass over, had to reach back for it, lots of skill, but he also had the pace to boot, and he just put it in the corner and make it now a difficult kick for Campbell in the corner, but now the wind is on his back, and can he manage it over the sticks? It looks like a good strike, but it veers to the right. The score remains 24-0 to Jamaica, and they strike first in this second half.
24-0, Jamaica dominant at this point of the game. Guyana need to lift the spirits. They're coming out with heads down. That's not the attitude they need. They need to lift their heads and enjoy the moment. This is the beginning of a great build of a team we can see for the future. I know there's a lot of young guys on this team, so many of these lads will return hopefully next year.
As we looked at the previous show, the Jamaican coach just spurring them along, let them know, keep it going, keep the cycle going, don't slow down. And again, that's the cutthroat attitude you need to really make sure that you have a dominant team in a tournament, and don't let any easy tries in. Deep kick into Jamaican half, and again the try scorer just dancing his way around before eventually wrapped up on the floor. And the referee doesn't like the fact that he's not holding his feet. Mason Campbell take the tap, but it's behind the referee, and she'll have them take it over again.
Yep, important for the novices out there that are watching. Why did they bring it back? Well, he took the tap, the penalty tap he was entitled to, but he has to come across the front of the referee to do that.
As you see Christopher Samuda, Olympic Committee President, in the stands here, really just taking in some of the rugby action here at UE Mona Bowl. And again, just remember, rugby sevens is an Olympic sport. And again, great future and promise for Jamaican athletes to be Olympians in the sport of rugby.
Yeah, it's another opportunity. I mean, Jamaica do win the fair share of Olympic medals, but why not add rugby to that? And I think what they're doing in Jamaica currently is helping them go in that direction. You know, you get some funding from the International Olympic Committee that allows your team to build and travel and be competitive in your region and beyond. And that's what Jamaica are doing. They're doing very well on the youth development side of things. They're bringing it, you know, to the schools locally, and then obviously here today for the second time, the University of West Indies hosting us in the Mona Bowl. So we expect you guys at home, if you're in the neighbourhood, if you're in the Kensington area or anywhere on the south side of Jamaica, you should be visiting at some point this week, because we've got plenty of under-19s boys and the senior women's competition going on all week here. And if you're listening on rugbyamericasnorth.com, make sure you click a Facebook or an Instagram post and pass it along to your friends around the world.
And again, Jamaica's known for speed and track, as we saw in the national trials. Sharika Jackson will lead in 10.6 female 100 meters. And again, they'll be known soon for rugby, whether it be 7s or 15s. As you can see, loads of promise by these Jamaican boys. As again, line out successful. And again, there's a double try scorer. Purcell wanted to do it on his own, and he just brushes over these green shirts. And again, people just to be slipping off of him. And can he make it a hat trick in this game? He flips it off, trying to get the offload, but steady run in and support. And he almost had it, almost had the hat trick in the corner, and had the awareness to try to make the offload before he went into touch. And again, Jamaica with their tails up really just showed the confidence as we look at the replay, trying to get the offload, but loads of green shirts around him.
The offload was not bad, and it was actually a Guyana person that knocked it back, the number 11. I feel like the number 1 got that. Should be a try.
Again, Albert Dixon were really right there in the mix, really to catch the ball. As you see Ghana try to make a change. On comes Omarion Leach, the number 5. Just to stop the bleeding, the hemorrhaging of tries. Jamaica up 24 points to 0, and Purcell nearly added an extra 5 points with an excellent break. Did it all his own. As you see a Guyanese player just take some attention. And again, Garth, when we speak about the speed and athleticism of the Guyanese team, and Usain Bolt was talking about the food, the diet in which he always ate, which is primarily brew food, what we call provisions in the Caribbean.
Oh wow, yeah, that's got to be difficult. But you see Deontay Purcell certainly isn't on a diet. He's fast, he's strong, he's got everything going on.
And I see here how Purcell just supported the ball here for the second try for Jamaica. And again, he just supported the play brilliantly. Great rugby IQ. And for his second try, he looked up, saw no one in front of him that he bothered to respect, and he steamrolled over for his second try and Jamaica's third. And again, we see Didier Taylor just doing it all on his own here, just dancing through the Guyanese defense. It took a lot to take him down. Eventually, it went into the hands of Chawaku, and he threw the money ball over the top for Simeon Gordon, and he took them for pace on the outside to add another to put Jamaica in front.
Yeah, it's been impressive, Jamaica really stringing those passes together and passes resulting in tries.
Guyana with the scrum, just 5 meters short of the try area, and this is a pressure situation to really just clear their lines or make something happen. 100-meter run for a try, and if any team can do it, I have total confidence that this Guyanese team has someone there that can pull this off.
Yeah, they just got to string a couple of passes together, put themselves in the situation where they've got a one-on-one, and I think it's all very possible for them, and I think that will lift the spirits, change the mentality, and really drive them forward going into the rest of the competition this week.
And again, Jamaica's going to try to bully Guyana in this scrum. Can they hold it together? And that's just that. They bully it, and as Campbell gets it to Didier, just fumbles it. Deontay King shows and goes, shoots the long pass out to Penkel. It doesn't go to hand, and it just runs out into touch. And the referee doesn't seem to be too happy with that forward pass there, it seems. And it's going to be another scrum to Guyana as the referee stops the time. As he seems to be counting the numbers for Guyana, everything seems to be all right. She gets a clock back off. As it be scrum time again for Guyana, and they have a second opportunity to try to put something on the board as we come midway through the second half.
So a scrum here, good position. I know it's a Guyana ball, but Jamaica have found themselves in the habit of pushing Guyana off the ball and hooking it back themselves and turning this into an attacking position. Can they do it again? Yes, they can.
And again, Jamaica bully Guyana off the ball. It seems to be knocked on in the pickup by the number 8, and Guyana get yet a third scrum. And Gav, what tactic do you tell a smaller pack in order to at least get the ball hooked against such larger opposition?
So they need to be able to stand their ground, and that means they've got to be more solid across the second row. The second row is going to give them that support in the front row. So what I tend to do is I use a tactic, if you will. I'll have all of my second row guys, 4, 5, 6, and 7, all sitting on both knees to start. And when there's a certain cadence, then they all get up off their knees at the same time, rather than having, you know, this unstable 1 knee up, 1 knee down system where you end up disconnecting your shoulder from the backside, and it creates a bit more stability at least, and the cleats don't leave the ground at any point.
Again, Jamaica turn the ball over, and it's the speedy Penkel just stepping off the right foot, silky as you like. But again, they knock on in the contact, and this is going to be energy sapping as yet a fourth scrum in almost the same area of the pitch. And really, this really going to hurt the Guyanese as they're way smaller than Jamaica, and they seem to be taken advantage of when we come to this part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if they do, I mean, the tactic I tend to use, it allows the front row to sit lower because the shoulders naturally of the second row are much lower. So if they can get themselves into a better height position, if you see most second row forwards will, you know, have 1 knee up, 1 knee down in this moment. If you put both knees for all 4 players across the middle down, then there's no movement and readjustment when the ball comes in. It's just a simple case of getting your knees off the floor 3 inches, and then you can stay stable and stay low.
Guyana eventually get the ball and dink it into space. No chase, no proper chase is on. It's picked up by Chawaku, and he attacks straight back down the center. Back to the try scorer, Simeon Gordon. He's brought down by the ankles. And again, stepped into the player, number 22 for Jamaica, just being a bully. And that time, Mason Campbell at scrum half tries to shoot it out. And again, they're just going straight up as the number 6 for Jamaica. That's Barnes, and back out to Taylor. Taylor shoots it to the try scorer, Purcell, and he's going over for the hat-trick straight under the post. It's Purcell for his 3rd try of the game. Jamaica now 29 points to 0 over Guyana with the kick to come.
Purcell is having a field day. What a day. He looks happy. Just a real shot, steps inside. Nobody's stopping him. He's a bigger human. At that distance, he's falling over the line.
And again, Purcell really just has a high rugby IQ, just knows where to be, where to pop up on the pitch.
It's his angles as well, though. He's running at the right angles. He's not always just drifting sideways and away from his fly-half. He'll quite often run into it and take that short angle pass, and then he's coming at pace, and the guys, the defending, they're following the ball, and when they turn their head, all of a sudden there's a 260 pounds, what do you reckon, 280 pound Purcell running that down at you? No,
very big unit as Jamaica now push their lead 31 points to 0 over Ghana as Campbell slots the conversion, and with just about 5 minutes left to go, Jamaica in total charge of this one as Jamaica now make a substitution to really keep the pressure on. The big number 3 comes on. That's Ben Hatfield, and he comes on as Jamaica number 6, Jonathan Barnes, gets a rest. And again, Wallace needs to pull it together. The scrum half seems to be working on overload for Guyana as he's going to get the game back off. Nice high kick. He's the only one that fall on this kick here. The rest of players doesn't seem to get there. Weak effort by the Guyanese tacklers. They seem to be a bit tired as Jamaica now goes to the center. Bumps off one. He's eventually stopped. That's Cameron Prince. Just running, doing what he likes. And again, Jamaica on the front foot again into the hands of Taylor. And Taylor shoots it out wide. Goes to the floor. And touched on the green shirt. And again, just a bit of inexperience. Jamaica tried to take it quickly. His supporting player wasn't ready, knocked it on, and the referee gave the put-in to Guyana.
Hey, but kudos to the young number 15, Elisha Crawford, for sticking his head in the spokes there on the big rampaging run from Jamaica.
And again, Garvin, sometimes the smaller guys need to do the speed bump tackle. You really just put your body on the line.
Yeah, it was definitely a mismatch.
And again, closing moments of this game. Guyana seem to be a bit tired, but I know once the ball gets in your hand, you get a jolt of energy to really get yourself going. And again, game 7, match day 1, Jamaica versus Guyana. Jamaica slightly losing out last year, coming runners up to USA South, and they're trying to really sharpen their swords to really make it into the final and get that elusive gold medal.
I think that's their target. I think they've already got one eye on it. I think they're looking for that final against the USA in a couple of days from now, but they've still got a lot of work to do. There's plenty of other games going on this week. You've got to win them all to get there.
And again, into under Deontay Taylor. He's going to shoot the ball out to Simeon Gordon, and he just left his defender for dust and just brushing off tackles. And big bump in the end by Guyana. Didn't look like arms were wrapped properly there. We need to get back at the replay. He really didn't, he just seemed to put the shoulder in, but not the rest of the body. As we look back at the replay, Jamaica tried to get it going. Simeon Gordon, and against the big, just shoving him, got the hands in slightly. Is the big number 8, Samuel Bellamy, coming across field for the cover tackle.
I think he got the wrap, but then he released that wrap. So I think the wrap was there at one point. That's enough, I think.
And again, just bundle him into touch. Try saver there by Bellamy, but the danger isn't over. The next test is line out for Guyana, and Jamaica has pipped them before. Guyana gets this scrappily, trying to run out of the danger zone. Scrapped up easily by the boys in the gold shirts, and it's turned over, but dropped, it seems, short. The number 1 there, Albert Dixon, had it in his hands and seemed to lose it at the same speed. A bit of buttery fingers. as the referee just tried to make sense out of what just happened.
Yeah, definitely. I think there was a knock on there. There was the attempted tackle, and it was just enough to bobble it out of his hands as he was already diving across the line. But Guyana will be in an unusual situation here where they're pinned back on their own try line, attempting for a dropout kick. Not the most comfortable of scenarios. And I believe the Jamaica defence can have to be at least 5 yards. It's not like a 22 dropout.
And again, it's a 5-meter dropout. It just needs to go 5 meters. Deep, high kick. Taylor is on it. Didn't seem to catch it at first. Eventually, he wraps it up. He has the supporter Chawaku on his left. He doesn't need it. He straightens up. Steps 1, steps 2, steps 4, steps 5. Is Taylor? Can he go all the way? And there's one more to beat. He steps another, and it's Taylor. The dancing feet of Taylor sends the crowd in a frenzy. Jamaica's number 10, Taylor, scoring in the corner. Stepping at least 15 players. Just everyone in the crowd holding their head. Fans waving their flags. An excellent solo try by Didier Taylor.
Let's just enjoy this for a moment. Desperate stuff, and Gates in the corner. We didn't need to talk through that one. I think just enjoyment of watching it all happen.
It looked like he was playing a video game, left, right, and just pressing the run button, and no one seemed to touch him. Super Mario mode was Didier Taylor. Excellent individual try in the corner. And again, the coach is elated. Come on, that's the kind of try to motivate a team.
100%. That's in the highlight reel book, I think, for the weekend.
Kick unsuccessful. Jamaica now push the score up 36-0 over Guyana. And again, we can show the caliber of the team as you see Taylor just slaloming through. The Guyanese defense, again, not a solid wall by the Green Machines in that instance. And again, back to the drawing board after day 1 for Guyana, and seem to be licking their wounds to come in tomorrow and really have a better showing here at this men's tournament.
These Guyana Wolves need to go lick their wounds, but if they come back and hunt in a pack, they might do okay in the rest of this week. They've got to learn how to tackle as a team. They're trying to do it individually, and that's not working out for them, especially against this young Taylor who's just carving it up. Amazing scenes.
And we're on referee's time here, about a minute or so again, as Wallace gets us back underway. Nice high kick guarded by Jamaica. And again, just popping the ball through the back door is Jamaica. Taking their time, getting the ball. Campbell just marshalling the boys through. And we can see Campbell looking for the box kick, how he sets up, but no, he sends it out to big number 3, Hatfield, and he just does what he likes with the ball, but he knocks it on in the contact. And again, Guyana just gets a lifeline for a poor carry in the end, just loosely carrying the ball that didn't protect the egg. And Guyana get opportunity to maybe remove the donut of the scorecard and get something on in this day of play.
Yeah, there's still a bit of fight in Guyana. Smallest guy on the park, Wallace, still giving the front row forwards a hard time of Jamaica. He's still got the energy, he's still got the want and the desire. He still looks very energetic out there.
Guyana made a change, and on is Tion Luke, fresh number 20. And again, easy legs. If you can get him some space, let's see what he can do against his opposite number. And again, but first they need to win this scrum. And Jamaica is totally dominant so far, striking the ball against the head. And the referee's not pleased. Needs Hatfield to make a better bind. And again, once those elbows come too low, you know you're going to be ringing the scrum and making a dangerous situation.
Massive size difference in the packs there. You can see that from that angle quite easily.
Hold it. It's good, let's go.
And again, Guyana just throwing the ball in, eventually picked up by the number 8. Takes a lot to take him down. He eventually goes.
Stay, Jamaica.
And again, Wallace trying to stop the advance of Dixon. And again, absorbs the contact. The Guyanese players, they have the ball set, and it's Wallace trying to get the ball out to make something happen. Poor delivery. It's knocked on. The referee didn't play the advantage, and that's the final whistle. And Jamaica secures the victory on the last game of the day, 36 points to nil over Guyana. And again, that was simply a walk in the park in the second half for Jamaica, the local team. But again, only upward movement, as I said, for Guyana. They can only get better as time progresses.
Yeah, no, but it's really good to see them here. They'll be happy. It's a learning curve. They can go home, recover, sit down there tonight, have a good meeting with their coach, and see and learn.
As the full-time score is on 36 points to nil, Jamaica over Guyana, and we'll be back after the break. And we're back to recap the second half action. Full-time score here, Jamaica triumphant over Ghana, 36 points to nil as you look at the match highlights. And as the maestro Mason Campbell gets us underway, it was one-way traffic in this one as Guyana seemed to not have an answer for Jamaica. And first try by the big guy, Broom, number 4, just bullies his way over the try line to get Jamaica's first score of the game. And Mason Campbell, again, the ball on a string, just gets it to the big guy, to the pleasure of the coach. Everyone in the technical team was happy. And again, Mason Campbell just dumping the ball deep into Guyana's half. And again, miracles again, great teamwork by Jamaica. And eventually again, Mason Campbell just toe pokes the ball through, gets it back, and again pops the ball out to the supporting player. But then comes Purcell, big number 17, just bullying his way over the line. And again, great support line by Purcell, just bided this time, and he was over. 2 shoots couldn't stop him, and Jamaica was over for their second try. And again, number 10, Mason Campbell, just knuckleballing this over the uprights, again adding 2 extra points. But again, it was the man, come at the hour, number 17. And as Purcell popped from the back of the breakdown, looked up, saw no one, got over the line for his second of the match. Purcell couldn't be stopped. And again, you can see just dismissing his opposite number. And Mason Campbell just chipping the ball over for additional 2 points. Into the second half we go, and Jamaica make a break down the far end, steps a lot of players before eventually being taken down. And again, Jamaica, great support play, popped off the deck into the hands of Chiwaku, and he lobs it over to Simeon Gordon, and he needs no invitation to the try line, just strolls over as you like it. More points for Jamaica as Chiwaku looks up, puts it slightly behind, and Simeon Gordon did the rest. No help needed. easy as you like it. Another score on the points on the board for the green and gold. And again, the man of the match performance went to the number 17, Purcell. He needed no invitation for the try line, and he was over for a hat-trick of tries in this game. Under the post, third of the game, and Purcell knows his way to the try line. And again, the coach just happy with his performance. Mason Campbell just slips over the extra 2 points. But then come the most spectacular play of the game, and Jamaica saved it for last. He was just pressing left and right on his joystick, and it was Taylor just dancing and weaving his way through the Guyana defense and straight in the corner. Superman dive as you like it, and he put the icing on the cake for Jamaica in this one, just standing up the defenders and just swan diving over to seal the game. 36 points to 0 over Jamaica in this encounter. And again, Jamaica now sees the eyes and looks at gold medal performances after this game here. Really did an excellent job. And again, the Guyanese team would be happy. And again, now we're going to go down to Gerard for interviews on pitch side.
I'm here with Coach from Guyana, Coach Adonis. Coach, when you came into this game against Jamaica, what exactly were you hoping to see from your boys, and did you get it?
I just hoping that these guys grow from each game, and this particular game, I saw what Jamaica did with Bermuda earlier, and you know, all I hoping that these guys come out and perform to the best of their ability. I can't ask more because right now, after 7 years, there's a lot of growing. Now we back in, our first day back in. There's a lot of growing pains, so we got to live with some of these things. I think they're getting the picture, they're getting the understanding of things, they're learning on the job. So I think they're having some fun now.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you, and of course, get some rehabilitation done and come back fresh tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Right.
That was Coach
you,
Adonis from Guyana. Let's have a chat now with Dante Purcell, the hat-trick scorer on this day. Dante, was it easy getting that hat-trick?
No, it wasn't, but with the support of my teammates and discipline, I got the job done. So hats off to my teammates. It was a team effort. It was truly a team effort.
Were you happy with this score being at 36, or you thought you should have gotten more?
It was good, but we expected to score more. But nevertheless, we're still grateful.
Yeah, so when you come back here now for the rest of the tournament, you go back home, get some rest and think about today. What are you looking to improve on when you come back for the rest of the tournament?
Of course, surely, because in the game of rugby, there's always more to improve on. So until we reach that level, we just have to continue building ourselves, going back to the drawing board, see what we did wrong, and hope to improve on it.
All right, well, the first hat-trick scorer of the tournament, Dante Purcell. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you.
Thank you for having me.
And this is where we say goodbye for today. All of the matches over. 7 games on for today. All 7 games completed. Wins for Jamaica, USA South, wins for Bermuda as well. So we'll come back here again on day 2 on Thursday, beginning 8 a.m. in Jamaica, 9 in the rest of the Caribbean. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.